Hello, I'm Nigel Barden and welcome to the Virtual Cheese Awards 2022, which I'm delighted to be involved with again. I can't quite believe, but it's the third year. And to put the visual bit in perspective, our online judges are based all around the UK, which is very exciting. So we're going to see them judging. And then in 2020, I was live from the Anchor Pub in Walberswick in Suffolk with my 20-year-old son helping out on the technical side. Last year, I was in my office in Berkhamsted in Hertfordshire. If ever a town requires a good cheesemonger, it's Berkhamsted. And at one stage in the early afternoon, my desktop computer overheated, completely crashed and burned. We had to cool it down with chiller blocks before it would end up playing ball again. I went to use a backup laptop, which is what I'm on today. I've got someone helping me out today. Hallelujah. And I'm at the Titanic Hotel in Liverpool. On the docks, where I hope we don't sink, but no, this is a very good hotel. And I'm hosting an event here later on today. And also, I'm on crutches, which complicates things a bit. There you go. Don't go skiing with your 15-year-old son and 3 of his mates and 4 gnarly dads. But anyway, I should know better by now. But the plate will be taken out in a couple of years. But less of me, more of her. I want to introduce you. You can see her on screen, the founder of the Virtual Cheese Awards, one who's enjoyed a life steeped in cheese. She spent 17 years running the dairy side at Asda, obviously joined straight from school. So she is our very own Grand Fromage. She is the remarkable Sarah DeWitt.
Thank you very much, Nigel. And yes, I hope you're going to be okay with that leg today. I guess you'll be sat down most of the time. So as you can guess, I'm really excited to be back here again to kick off the Virtual Cheese Awards 2022. So as you said, it's our third year of the Virtual Cheese Awards. And for the past 2 years, I've been at home in Hebden Bridge, Yorkshire. And I've been pulled into the city today. So I've been pulled into the city of Leeds to the lovely offices at North PR. And so it's fantastic that Vicky and I are actually together for the first time running the awards. And I've got super duper Wi-Fi because my Wi-Fi down there in the country is not that good. So hopefully I'll be online all day and be able to connect well. So if anyone hasn't watched the Virtual Cheese Awards before, you may wonder why we are keeping to an online format and not going face to face. So the main reason really is the positive feedback that we've had regarding our online judging, which provides a really great, open, honest and transparent platform. So first of all, we select our judges. So we have a very small panel of expert judges who are paired together. And this means that the cheesemakers can actually hear and see and discuss the entries. The entrants get lasting feedback to review at a later date as well as online, because you can then go back and look at the actual judging. So if you haven't watched any of the class judging yet, please do. I, for one, was absolutely blown away by the engaging technical and constructive judging that I saw. So I can really recommend going back to the videos. So today is really about the judging of the categories. There are 7 categories and there are 31 cheeses. So congratulations to all of those makers who are in the judging today. We'll then go on to judge the Supreme Champion, the Best of British. We have some very interesting guests for you online, giving tips on how to market and sell your cheese. And then we have an expert panel talking about the future of cheese. So finally, a huge thanks to all our sponsors, who without this we could not run the event, our esteemed judges, and of course, the really hard work from the Virtual Cheese Award team.
Great, well done. Thank you, Sarah. And we're going to start off with our first category, which is enhanced cheese. Welcome to our judges who were there in Scotland in Pennycuick. Tanny Gill, last year he had lots of children climbing off him. He was like Gulliver from Gulliver's Travels. But this year he's looking somewhat more sedate but been championing cheese over 20 years nearly as well, still for one so young. Great to have you along board side. And I think maybe based in Skelmanthorpe in Huddersfield, we'll find out in a minute. Someone 30 years, again with Morrison's, half of that category as well with cheese. But welcome to you, Russell Hagata. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Am I right, Russell? Is it Skelmanthorpe?
Yeah, it is Skelmanthorpe.
Brilliant, excellent. Well done. Tell us a bit about how the process, how many cheeses you're going to be tasting, and what you're looking for in today. Over to you, Russ.
Okay, so amazingly today we've got 5 category winners. So we're doing the enhanced cheese category. So we've got smoked cheese, we've got cheese with sweet additives, sweet cheese with savory additives, wax cheese with additives, and a wax cheese without additives. So 5 very different cheeses, but with one commonality: they've all been enhanced in one way or another.
Okay, and you'll see on the screen as well, we've got our 2 moderators who were with us all day as well. Cara Bowen, yes, indeed, a high five to you, Cara. I think she's in Putney and certainly Londinium, and been in food and drink all her life, curated and managed Speciality Fine Food Fair and so many other things. And again, it loves cheese, which helps. And then we've got our air traffic controller, the man who's looking very good in the cams, in the phones. It's Lee Hedgebrow. And this is his first time with the Virtual Cheese Awards as steward for judging. Outside the awards, he's the quantitative research manager at Good Sense Research, delivering insightful and analysts for their client base as well. Well done to you two for keeping us in order. Okay, Tanny, what are we going to start off with first?
The first one we're going to start off with is a smoked cheese, D1144.
That's it.
There
you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as you can see, all our cheeses have been supplied blind to us.
Russell,
All we have is cheese is a number, and it says smoked cheese.
Yeah.
So what we are looking at is the 5 ways or 5 categories to evaluate it. Is the appearance, what it looks like, the aroma, the texture, taste, and true to character. And it's interesting when you see it straight up. You look at the appearance. Looks lovely, nicely formed. A hard cheese, you can see pressed well. You can see a bit of the fat globules running through the pate quite nicely. I think it looks good. Russell, what do you think of the appearance? Looks as good as it can.
It's got a little bit of flacking. You can see that on the outside, just on this edge, it's been cut from a larger block, so you can see where the smoke has actually hit. As soon as you open the pack, you're overwhelmed with a smoky aroma that just absolutely lets you know that you've got a smoky cheese. It's nice and firm.
Yeah.
Give it a cut.
Do you want to score the appearance as you go?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I mean, appearance-wise, it looks as good as it can be, so I'm quite happy with a good 9 or 10 on it. Russell?
I think actually, do you know what? It looks pretty good. I do think the packaging could have been slightly better in terms of from a retail point of view. So I'd probably score it a 9, to be fair.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
The aroma is instantly. It's a nice sweet smoke. So I'll go a 9 again on that.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lovely sweetness, almost like a honey smoke on it coming through. And you can just, even without getting close to the cheese, you can actually smell it and just feel it.
You don't even have to get close to smell it, so I'd give it a 9 for aroma. Texture, it's nice and smooth to cut.
Very nice, very firm and nicely compacted, yeah.
Fractures nicely. So it's a matured, I'm guessing it'd be a Red Leicester style. Firm body, it's not much fat coming out.
Lovely, nice, quite buttery. Really nice, good balance. Salt gives a nice savory finish to it. Really nice. I think also the smoke is quite nicely balanced. It's not too smoky or too overpowering the palate, which is really nice.
I think it's a lovely texture. I'll probably go an 8 on the texture there.
Happy with that, Lee?
Yep.
Yeah, Lee, just give us a brief resume on the points and the actual judging, the process on the clerical and clinical side.
The clerical and clinical side is probably really important because everything is based on the final score. We're looking for scores out of 10 for appearance, aroma, texture, and then we've got flavour and true to character. And the flavour score is actually weighted by 50%, and then we score overall. So the cheese with the highest score will win. Obviously, if there's a tie, we'll go back to the judges to make a final decision.
Okay, exciting. And I know Cara's backstage as well. She's just taking all the figures down and collating a lot of that as well. So it's a proper team job. Okay, cheese 2.
So
got all the scores need.
Yeah, we still need 2 scores. We still need flavour and true to character.
Doing so well so far. Nigel, shut up.
Yeah, so I think in terms of flavour, I thought from a smokiness it was fantastic, but I wasn't getting much of a cheese flavour through. There was a lot of nice smoke. I'd like to see a slightly better balance of getting a little bit more cheese flavour, a little bit more nuttiness coming through, perhaps. I'll probably score it an 8 on there. But true to character, I'll give it 9.5 because it did exactly what it said on the tin. What do you think, Tanny?
I think you're right, Russell. As I said, I think the butteriness overtakes everything. So I'm very happy with the scoring of true to character as 9.5 and taste as 8, because the cheese element kind of almost goes, but quite balanced. So I'm very happy with that.
Okay, so cheese 2 is
D21068.
Yeah, so this is the cheese with a sweet additive. Oh, wow. I did not expect that.
Yeah, so this is like, it already smells like chocolate, fudge.
Yeah, straight away it's a huge chocolate cocoa-y smell as soon as you open it.
You can see bits of chili on it if you can. So
yeah.
Clearly it looks like a chocolate chili infusion of cheese.
Wow, I can almost smell that one as well. And I can see Lee salivating.
Honestly, it really does smell like hot chocolate.
Yeah.
As soon as you opened it. So appearance, I love the wax wrap. It's really good. It looks awesome as a cheese. The only thing is the butt of the cheese has slightly been bent over. So probably give it a 9. If it wasn't for the slight damage on the butt, I'd give it a 10.
Yeah, I think that's just the folding of the cheese in the mold, which probably is taken in marks from the cloth. But no, amazing. It's something very popular in Scotland is the tablet, the fudge tablet, sugary, syrupy, and that's what it is.
Are you happy with that 9 score on appearance, Tanny?
Yes.
Brilliant.
So aroma, it's got to be 9.5 there. It just, as soon as you opened it, it's a waft of chocolate cocoa hitting it straight away. Yeah, it does what it says on the tin there.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think those Norwegian your toshed type cheeses as well. Almost like condensed milk. Amazing sweetness. Now Lee hasn't quite organised scratch and sniff tasting yet on the internet. But if it was, we would be getting that aromas and we would be pouring the screen now. It does look amazing.
It does. It's got one of those looks that says "Eat me."
Yeah. What do you think the base cheese might be?
I think the base cheese is some kind of mild cheddar. What's really interesting is texture is fantastic. I was just trying to look at it, nice and very well compacted. It's not too pasty on the palate, quite nice, firm. You can break it easily. But
it's a very young cheese. There's quite a lot of fat in there that carries the flavour quite well.
Quite well, correct. And the good thing is the balance is quite nice, so it's not too lactic. You're not feeling the milkiness on your palate. You almost just feel the chocolate and the fudge feeling. You could happily have it with a cup of coffee.
It's very clean. There's no dirty notes in there. There's a little tiny bit of a tickle of something in there.
That's a chili coming through, I think.
But it's not really strong. It's just like really subtle in the background. So in terms of texture, it's, as Tammy said, it's probably a mild cheddar base. It cuts nice and smooth. It held its shape. It manipulates when you squeeze it. So a 9 on that.
Yeah, happy with that texture.
And then on the flavour, it just delivered exactly what it's supposed to do. I think it's a 9 again.
Yeah, go with 9.
And then true to character, well, it's a chocolate chili cheese, so it's probably 9.5 again, because it just delivers exactly what it says on the tin. You see what you have, and it's straight there.
Yeah, and the good thing is everything is balanced, right from the aroma, flavor. There's a good feeling even when you finish it. So yeah, very happy with that.
I think we're very keen to get hold of some of that. I've got Leah helping me out here. We'd like some of that, wouldn't we? Yeah, absolutely. I've got one piece of cheese, which is the Affaner of the Year cheese later on. So I think you might have thought I might have had my hotel room stuffed with cheese. I've been down there rather badly. So sorry. Okay, moving on.
So we're on to 1005.
D3. So my initial gut reaction as a retailer is I would really, really struggle to sell that. So
yeah,
the cheese probably look and taste amazing, but the actual how it's been presented like this, I would struggle to sell that.
I think that's interesting perspective, because I think also the cheese center over here for the competition is not really look from the packaging point, as in how it's going to be presented eventually for the final consumer, or what part of the retail establishment it will go to. I think the best way to, I would say, is not look at how it travels and transports, but we look at how it is sitting on the board, presented. And,
yes, I think that's a good point, Tony. Russell, I don't think it necessarily, obviously, it's got to you, isn't it? That's they've vacuum sealed it and sent it to you for the purposes of tasting. It might look more appetizing, when you see it on the cheese slab.
So it's quite wet. It's very wet.
Yep.
There's a huge herb aroma coming off.
Yeah. Lovely. And I think the pate itself has a huge mix of herbs already in it. Could be some kind of black pepper, chili, something.
I'm getting quite a lot of almost sage, oregano, Italian herb sort of smell coming off it. So in appearance, if we don't count the packaging, how it's there and it's just on the board, to me, it's a little bit too wet. So I'll probably score it an 8 on appearance.
For me, I think that's the nature of the cheese. I'm happy with an 8 for it. It holds itself quite well once cut.
It's sticking to the knife quite a lot. It's very sticky.
Yeah, nice and creamy, very creamy cheese, hence the wetness on it.
I think from an aroma point of view, it does exactly what it says on the tin. It's huge Italian herb smell coming through, so I'm quite happy for that to be a 9.
Yeah. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Nigel, you might know this, a Mediterranean spice called Zhoug. Zhoug. It's like a green harissa style. I think the cheesemakers probably use that. Just beautiful, very vibrant, loads of flavors going, and the creaminess just mellows it down a bit. It's like adding a bit of dash of cream on the palate. Really nice, very clean. What do you think, Russell? quite nice and
I like it a lot, actually. It's
beautiful. Very.
There's a lot going on.
Fantastic.
Lots of flavors, and there's a little chili tickle at the end. I think the texture's pretty good. I've just tried spreading it. You can spread it. So I'd give it probably a 9 for texture and then a 9.5 for flavor, because it delivers a lot on flavor. It's really in the face. It goes bang, I'm here.
Yep.
And then it's still going. It's still lasting. And then
and the good thing is, in spite of the huge burst of flavors, it's still very clean. It's not putting you off, not wanting to eat again. So that's really nice. Tastes really good.
I'd probably 2 to 4 is probably 9.5 again, because it's doing exactly what it says on the tin again. It's so flavoursome, honestly.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
I think you're proving that there's quite a lot of prejudging gone on to get these cheeses to this level. So they are all, already very good cheeses, as you're proving, mate. There's a lot of thought. It's one thing to make a good cheese. It's another thing to make a cheese as a conduit for other flavors as well, which is what these enhanced ones are. And that's the real alchemy, I think. So you've got that cheese underneath it, but you've got, the various different herbs and spices and chilies and what have you. That's the real art, is it not?
It's a real skill to get that balance, and you to get the flavour of cheese with the additive that's there is just so difficult to do. And all these are just great examples of what good looks like. It's so difficult to choose, honestly. Okay, so number 4.
Yeah.
1098.
Yep.
So this is a wax cheese with additives, sweet or savoury.
It looks like a Gouda style. It's got a kind of a waxy rind on it. It's a lovely kind of curve on the mold.
So what I'm looking for when it's an additive cheese like this is a really good distribution of what's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That you really pick that up. It's fantastic.
So it's really good. It's got this super wax on the outside. So in appearance, I'd score this 9.5 all day long.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. It is what it is. Really nice. Enough of additives in that to give a character by itself. Really good.
And then on the aroma. So as soon as I opened this, I didn't get a massive hit of anything. All the other 3 cheeses, we got a big hit of whatever the flavour it was with. And this is a lot more subtle on the aroma.
Very, very delicate for what it has. It has a lot of additive in it, and I'm not sure what the additive is.
And that's a bit worrying. So whilst it looks amazing, I'm still on the aroma stage. I can't put my finger on what that additive is. So on the aroma, I'll probably score it an 8.
Yeah, happy with that. Texture feels good, nice and firm.
It's firm. It cuts cleanly. There's a little bit of snap in there.
Wow, what's that? Is that?
I haven't got to taste yet. It's a little bit dry when you try and break it down, when you try to manipulate it.
With that firmness on it, yeah. I think it's just the style of it, isn't it? Like a Gouda style, unlike a cheddar.
Yeah, it's probably a bit more of a mature base. So I'll probably score that an 8 again.
Yeah. Lovely savory finish. What is it? The wild garlic or the chive?
It's chive and something. There's a lot of chive in there.
Very savory. Clean on the finish.
You've got us on chive tenterhooks here. And
I've just got a bit of a stalk of something.
It has been a great year for wild garlic as well, and 3-cornered leek, which looks like wild garlic, not quite as strong. Fantastic. Yeah, really, really good year for those. So you know, it's great. Some of those, we know that with yard.
It's a great flavour. It's really moorish. I still can't put my finger on exactly what it is. It could have a little bit of mild garlic in there.
Right.
I like the flavor. Quite nice and savory. Very, very pleasant. There's no aftertaste. Really nice.
It's very different.
So you've got all. I think I'd go for taste. Good 8.5.
Yeah, 8.5, and true to character. I think it's amazing. It delivers a flavour. We just don't know what it is, so perhaps an 8 on flavour because we're finding it difficult to. But the visual on it is superb. The flavour is superb.
Well, I'd like to taste all those, and they just look amazing, really diverse. I think it's a great start to the category.
Really,
well done. I know both of you are going to, you know, have
I've still got one more left.
Yeah, and then you're going to have some apple juice later on as well. Good. Here we go. Final one. Look at that. Lovely packaging.
Absolutely fantastic. Looks, visual appearance, brilliant, superb for Valentine's Day.
I mean, nicely done. Good waxing. Looks good.
It's nice and clean on the inside. No wax drag.
Cuts clean.
So, for an appearance, it's really bright. It's clean. You know, it's a 9.5 for me on that.
Yeah, appearance is fine with me. 9.5. Aroma, there is really not much aroma on it.
No,
not.
There's hardly anything at all. Yeah. So I'll probably go 8, 7.
7. I'm happy with that. Yeah. Texture. Feels nice. It's a conformed cheese, so it will be a slightly softer body on it. It is what it is.
Some sort of mature cheddar, something like that. It's been extruded.
Yeah, loads of
flavour in that. Wow.
Is the Helvetica coming through? The caramel sweetness coming through.
I'm getting some lactate in there. There's sweetness. There's tanginess.
Yeah.
My mouth's just having a party of flavour in there at the moment.
Texture, maybe 7.5, 8.
I'll probably go in 8 on that. I think, in fairness, you know, if it's a mature cheddar, it's been extruded. That's the only way they can do it. So you've lost a bit of a structure behind it. Flavours, I've got to give it 9.5. It's a party going on there. Honestly, it's sweet, it's tangy, lactate in there, superb.
For me, it's a bit too sweet. It's a lot of caramel notes coming through. I'd rather have the caramel notes coming through the chocolate cheese rather than a cheddar kind of thing. I think the Helvetica is too strong for me. So I don't know. I'd be happy with the 8.5 on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And true to character, I think, it's true to what it is. It's a wax cheese conform. Looks good. A good 9 on that.
I think it's a 9 on that all day long.
Yeah.
Well, that was the last one in that category. We do have a clear winner, and it was 1066, which was the chocolate fudgy.
Chocolate. Excellent.
Yeah. Do the judges want to give me a couple of sentences about why they picked that one?
It's very different. It absolutely delivers what it should do. As soon as you open it up, you wow. The aroma just grabs hold of you and shakes you to say, do you know what? I'm a chocolate cheese. And then as you're diving in there, there's this little gentle tickle of chili that just grabs hold of you and whispers in your ear, I'm here and I'm giving you a little nudge. Absolutely fantastic.
Brilliant.
Very good.
I'm loving that. I'm also loving the fact that you're in Edinburgh, Tanny. Russell's in Skelmanthorpe at Huddersfield. We've got Lee. I think Lee. Are you in Leyland, Lee?
I'm in Tamworth.
Tamworth.
In the Midlands.
Yes, so I know. Okay, so there you go. So you're in town. I think you'll be going for a chip butty in a minute after all those cheeses. You'll be salivating good. And we've got Cara, who's doing lots of stalwart work backstage, and she's in Putney. So it really is the joy of these awards. And I know both of you are coming back as well to do some other tasting later on. So go and have some. Well, I wouldn't say a cup of cocoa. You've been eating one, but also maybe some apple juice or something to cleanse the palate. But we'll be back with you more. But Russell and Tanny, thank you so very much. What a great way to start the awards. Hurrah. And now, moving on, it's Best Speciality Cheese. There you go. Look, as if by magic. Fantastic. The cat in the hat. Perry's got his hat on. Ruth, and good. You've got set up as well. I'm looking at the background with those smart speakers you've got there. We're analysing, health as well for homes and gardens. And Cara, welcome. I know the dog will be there somewhere.
He's waiting for his dog walker.
But well done. Fantastic. We had a good start as well with Best Enhanced. Congratulations, Perry. Afternoon of the year. How brilliant is that? We're going to have. There it is. Oh,
it is. Yeah.
Quick's proud. And we'll be talking to you about that later on as well. I know you've got a busy day for both of you. But no, very exciting. Based in Cambridge, of course. Perry is where you are with Rennet and Rhymes.
Correct.
Thank you very much. And of course, in Mells, in Somerset, is where Ruth is now domiciled. For quite a while, was in Paxton Whitfield in London for 6 years, but has moved out to the countryside and is running the Newt of a setup there in Somerset. So thank you very much to both of you for giving us your time today. We've got great with our moderators as well, with Lee and Cara are doing a fine job. So you let us know which is your first cheese and what you're looking for as you go along. Maybe over to you, Ruth.
Okay. I've just realised I've left the wrapping in the kitchen of this one because we had instructions to dry fry. Have you got the number there, Cara?
Yes, I have.
So that's E31071. That is.
Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is try and show you the colour of this, which is just amazing.
Wow. Yeah.
Just amazing. Yeah. It's not really doing it justice, but it's like a really deep buttery yellow colour, isn't it, Perry?
Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing halloumi style, right? For the colour of it, that's incredible. I mean, I had reservations about halloumi and the depth of it, but visually, it is so buttery yellow, and the fry on it was just incredible. So, really impressed.
Yeah, me too. And the smell when it was frying was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, the aroma from it is just solid. And it's typically halloumi, so people can imagine that's like when you're frying it off at home. But it's just got some cleanness to it and just a richness on the aroma. It's really impressive for halloumi.
Yeah, I totally agree. A real richness to it. Yeah, the smell of it frying was amazing.
Yeah. So visually, I mean, to see it in this colour and the way it's fried there, I mean, I'm kind of near 8.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like, yeah.
Me too. I'm 8 or even 9. I think it's fried so well. I think it looks great. And it's held together very nicely as well. And it looks kind of really handmade.
Definitely. And then aroma, I'm going to be up near the same area. Normally they're quite curt and you have to get quite close to them. But actually, as you was frying and as it's cooked, it's just got this kind of real satisfying, deep fried kind of aroma that kind of gets your tummy rumbling. It's, really impressive.
Yeah, it's been in front of me for 10 minutes now, and it's been a real hardship not to dig in, actually.
Tuck in, go on, and now's your moment.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Halloumi?
Whilst you're tucking in, can I just go back? So appearance, Perry, you were an 8, Ruth, you were a 9. Do we want to settle on 8.5?
Yeah, that'd be great. Why not?
Yeah.
If you have it, yeah.
Yeah.
Aroma, I'm on 8 as well, if that's okay with you, Ruth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great, guys. Thanks.
Got a good squeak to it, as you would expect.
but not too kind of overpowering on the squeak. You know, a good level of squeak. Saltiness is good. No burning. It kind of touches that area, but then withdraws from it quite quickly, which I think is quite nice. And then that richness that's in there that's coming through on the aroma.
Yeah, I would agree. You do expect, well, when you buy halloumi, you expect saltiness, and you expect squeak, and you expect a good fry, and it definitely delivers on all of those. I think it's touching over salted. But I agree. I think because you're expecting and wanting quite a lot of salt from a halloumi, I think it's on point.
Yeah. So on flavour, I'm sitting around 8.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I suppose we're true to type next, right, Cara?
Yeah, we've got true to character, but we've also got texture, guys. Got ya.
Okay, so texture of the squeak was good. The breakdown was kind of good. It kind of lingered, but not in a kind of impeding way.
Yeah. I think always with halloumi, the sooner you can eat it after frying, the better. And the fact that it has just rested a few minutes probably hasn't done it. You know, we did try and do it as close to the time as possible. But I think considering it has rested for 10 minutes or so, I think it's really exceptional.
Yeah.
So I'd be happy with 8 as well for that.
8. Yeah. That's precisely where I am. Perfect. And
what
then
would it need to be a 9, guys?
Sorry?
Pardon?
What would it need to be a 9? Because you're both saying exceptional.
So I think a dial back on the overall, a dial back on the saltiness. And obviously we're cooking at different houses, and Ruth's a far better cook than me. So it's hard to get that gauge of kind of where we are in terms of texture. So I think that's so it's excellent, maybe overuse of word of exceptional.
Brilliant. Thanks for the clarity, guys.
That's okay.
And finally, true to character on this one.
True to character.
I mean, as we said, it really does tick all the boxes for a great halloumi. I'm not sure what else I would really expect from it. It was a lovely, generous portion. It's cut really well. It's kept its shape. It hasn't fallen apart. You can taste the milk, which is lovely. It's a good level of salt. I'd be up for a 9 on true to type.
Bang on, yeah. It's that's where I'm at as well. You know, it's an exceptional form of halloumi. Cutting it and frying it, it didn't dissipate. You know, it hasn't got that typical fold that's in there, but I think that's just the style, which so I'm really happy with a 9. Great cheese.
Great.
Brilliant. Thank you, guys. That's fantastic. Just wanted to reinforce that this session is sponsored by the Speciality and Fine Food Fair, which is my amazing ex-fair, but we know the team are watching you guys today, and so thank you to them. We're going to move on to cheese number E11219, which was the first one on your list, guys.
Great graphics there, Cara, as well.
Yeah, really.
I thought so too, Nigel. I thought so too. You know how technically wizard I am.
I just thought that great the way the dog brought it in. I love that. It's fantastic.
I trained him well.
Sorry, Cara, can I just check? Was it E11219?
So E1?
Yeah.
1219.
Great.
Cool. Yeah, so I've just popped it open, a white mold. That white mold is pretty solid for me. You know, it's a little bit too thick visually. And it's got this kind of visually like a crumbly kind of texture, which is going on in there. And let me just cut and see if it's just the surface of the cheese. Yeah, it kind of crumbles quite a bit in the middle and becomes a kind of borderline feta-like, actually. That could well be the colour.
It does sort of look and feel quite, well, you can see it's popping out, quite fresh, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks really fresh.
A little bit greying around the outside. I don't know if yours is, Perry.
Not quite greying on mine that I can see, you know, but that rind is very thick, and that what mold is quite solid. But it is a pretty cheese, but nothing is drawing me particularly into it. It just looks really pleasant. So, well made. I'm looking visually at a 7.
I would agree with you. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. We go on to aroma next.
got a nice aroma. Once again, fitting in that pleasant category. You know, quite fresh. There's nothing harmful there. Not overpowering. Nice and gentle and subtle. What do you think, Ruth?
I think you're right. I think it's obviously it's a goat's cheese, and you're getting that sort of lactic yogurty goatiness. It doesn't smell soapy. It does smell a little bit goaty, which is nice, not too much. It's not a strong smell. It is quite delicate. So I'd be happy with some, and also you really don't get much off the rind at all. I'd be happy with a kind of 6 or a 7 for aroma.
I'd kind of be happy with a 6. You know, it's pleasant, but I kind of want a little bit more from it. That may be up to personal preference, slightly there. So I'm happy with a 6.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, guys. Moving on to texture.
So texture, we said it's quite a loose curd structure, and so it'd be really nice in a salad. Quite versatile. Cuts well, although some bits did fall out of that one, but it was a thin slice.
The texture on the mouthfeel, it's got that crumble, which we was kind of anticipating with a visual. It lingers a little bit. You know, that it breaks up, and then you've kind of got small little pieces, you know, of cheese that's in there, which I'm not particularly in love with. It kind of lingers for no reason, and for me, it doesn't particularly add anything to the cheese.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is, as you say, it is sort of breaking up into little pieces of curd in the mouth, and it's not perhaps coming together as you might hope for like a nice sort of fatty experience.
Yeah, but near that rind, I really like that. Like, there's a stark difference between that, and it almost makes you feel like it's a bit of a shame, to be honest. I'm not as keen on the crumbliness that's in the middle and that residual texture you're getting there. So I'm kind of a 5 on texture. Yeah. And then following to flavor, I think like we're getting those grassy, yogurty notes. That goat is slightly more prominent than I thought it would be, anticipating the kind of the aroma that's there. I kind of want more from it, but it's a nice, pleasant cheese. There's nothing wrong with this like particular avenue and style. I'm kind of on flavor sitting around 5 at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say 5 or 6. I think you're right. Round the edge, round by the rind, it's actually really, really nice, and there's a bit more creaminess, and it does just band together a bit better. So maybe 5.5.
Yeah, can we do that, Cara? Is that all right?
We can indeed, guys.
Cool.
So the only one left on this one is how true to character it is.
True to character for a white mold cheese.
It's quite unusual goat's cheese because it's quite large for something in this style. I mean, I think you aside from it being slightly perhaps younger than you might expect when you bought it, I think you're getting everything else you would expect from this cheese.
And I think I would like to see a touch more character visually. And in terms of a white mold cheese, maybe more breakdown that's on the outside. But there's nothing particularly wrong about it. It's a pretty cheese. I'm around 6.5.
Yeah, I'm happy with 6.5 too.
Brilliant.
Perfect.
Thank you, guys. That's wonderful. Okay, the next one we're going to move on to is cheese E2 1113.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this looks exciting.
So this one's come in a little wooden box.
Mm-hmm.
They look pretty similar, don't they?
They're really pretty.
Yeah, really pretty.
Yeah. So you've got that kind of typical. If I can get it out. Doesn't want to do it today, so let's. Like you've got that kind of GOE, lines, wriggly lines, vermiculum, I think they call it, on the top, which I think is really appealing for an artisan cheese. I think that golden color is stunning. You've got obviously the crown that's kind of there, which isn't too deep, so we're going to get a little bit of lactic in the middle. Like a longer kind of style.
Yeah, longer style. I can see why they've boxed it. It is very soft. And I think it's great that they've managed to do it without putting paper on the actual cheese. So you're not, shredding off tiny bits of paper. You can just dive straight in, which is exciting.
Yeah.
So I think it looks great.
Yeah, I love this movement. I think it's going to be really indulgent, really runny, and very rich visually. I'm waiting to get into it. The fact that they've used the spruce bark on the outside to package it means they can just go ham on the maturing, and it's not going to hurt anyone when it gets there, and people aren't going to be disappointed. So the packaging is a great idea. So visually, I find it absolutely stunning. I think it's a 9 for me.
Yeah, me too. I think I wish you could see the individual tiny little wormy lines in it. It's really, really beautiful. So yeah, I'm very happy with the 9. Oh, you're going spoon, are you?
Oh yeah, I'm prepared. I thought I was going to get a thing, but look at that. That's going to fill me up for an afternoon.
Yes.
If ever I have that piece. But that is so lovely to cut through texturally. I mean, I know we're aroma next, but with a spoon,
guys, absolutely happy.
It's so rich and creamy and thick and velvety looking. I mean,
look at that. I mean, look at that breakdown. I mean, that's like the finest of butters, broken down that's there.
But
aroma.
The smell is just incredible. It's so kind of brothy and meaty and savory and, umami smelling.
It's complex and exciting and just visually, aroma. It's on that challenging edge, which you would expect from a wash rind, right? It's on that scale, but in a way that I think a lot of people will find it massively accessible and want to get stuck in.
Yeah. I think as well, it would be really great to pair with lots of different drinks. I think it would work really well. Okay, you going in? Food? Eating?
Yeah. That's really good. I like that. Yeah, so oh God, a real twiglet-y finish, right?
It's a serious cheese lover's piece of cheese.
Yeah. So aroma, that Barney I was getting, I'm really enjoying that. It's in a real kind of toned down way. I'm sitting at 9.
Definitely.
On that. Yeah.
Definitely.
Texturally, oh man.
It's really hard to fault, isn't it? I mean, I'd say 9 for texture as well.
Can we do 9.5? Can we?
Of course you can, guys. I'm just wondering, you're enthusing so amazingly about it. What does it need to be a 10?
That's a good question, Cara. I suppose it's that's if we're saying 10, right? That's texturally one of the best cheese I've ever tasted in my cheese mongering kind of career. And I love it, but I can't put it in that experience, I suppose.
Yeah.
Cool.
We've got to give ourselves some room for wiggle room in case there's something else even better.
Yeah, you can always come back to it, but also 10 out of 10
exactly.
is it's one of those where it's absolute perfection.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's close.
It is close. What about flavour, do you think?
Yeah, there's a slight harshness to it, which I'm not as pleased, but all the other elements I love. That barnyard is translating that butter, that brothiness, that twiglet, if we're going to refine what category I think that it's in. I love the flavour, I really do. I think that's a very high quality cheese. And as an artisan as you are, Ruth, I'm in love with it. Flavour wise, I'm up at 9 again.
Yeah, I think there is quite a heavy salt to it, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing, because this is not the sort of cheese you're going to have on its own. When you're pairing it with something else, with fruit or a sweet wine or a sweet biscuit or something, you're going to really tone that saltiness down. And actually, all that's going to do is just make you want to eat it even more. So I think with that in mind, I think the salt level is bang on.
Yeah, the salt does a lot. It does a lot, and it creates that complexity. And I can understand why it's there. Now, I think I've seen this cheese before, and the salting has been too aggressive for me. And to see that balance come out and it play through, it's great. Yeah.
So what are we going with, guys?
I'd say I'd
9?
be 8.5, 9 for flavour. Yeah.
Okay. I'm happy with 8.5. If you, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. And then true to type for Langres style.
Yeah,
that's pretty bang on, right?
Brilliant. Yeah, I think it's really exciting that it's being made in this country. I would source it and buy it myself, and in my farm shop.
Wow,
Yeah,
yes, indeed.
And I think the French will love it. You know, and you know, I think that's a big one for me. I think that's So
it's not good. It's not good as an English copy. It's good as a cheese in its own right. It's really, really good.
So what are we going for, guys?
9.5.
Yeah, 9.5. Let's do it.
Yeah,
amazing.
Let's do it.
Thank
you. Good work, guys. That's a fantastic cheese. You should be proud of that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, guys.
Later.
We're going to move swiftly on because we don't want to run out over. The next cheese is E4 and the number is 1042.
Organic soft milk. Cool. There you go.
This one for me feels like it's gonna. How does it feel for you, Perry?
Exactly the same. It feels a little bit like that. And I'm not overly mad at it, to be honest. It would be difficult to handle and ship, I suppose. That rind looks very thick to control it in. But I feel like we want to be eating this today. So maybe the timing's perfect. Yeah.
It's still got another 10 days on it or more date-wise. I wonder what it would be like at its actual date.
Yeah, it's very runny. It's cool.
So you can see lots of people absolutely love this. When it breaks down so much around the rind, it starts to ooze out. It's very Instagrammable. Actually, for a cheesemonger or a chef, or if you're running a cheese shop or doing a cheese board, it's actually a bit impractical because all the innard runs out and you're left with the core, and it's not ideal.
I suppose that it's self-contained, a singular cheese, not a kilo size. That run might be manageable. I suppose the thing that I'm not particularly is that the core is kind of almost like, I feel like a bit of heat, actually, and that might just shoot out and be just really difficult.
Yeah.
So start on this, guys.
Cool. I'm sitting visually. I'm sitting around 6.5.
Yeah, I'm fine. 6.5.
Yep.
Aroma. I'm not getting a great deal.
Not much. It's a little bit bitter. I'm guessing that's from the thick penicillium that's on there. That's kind of it that I'm getting. Maybe you could argue a little bit of mushroom that's in there, but you're trying to search for it.
Or a tiny bit of farmyard I'm getting, but again, I'm sort of searching.
Cool. For aroma, I'm kind of sitting around a 6.
Yeah, I'd be probably 5, to be honest.
Okay, I'm happy with 5. Yeah. So
for tasting, I'm splitting it into runny and solid because they've come apart quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's odd. I was expecting buttery. That rind is quite bitter. That's there. It's got I don't know if you have it, but it's kind of got a seafood kind of element to it. It feels like a little bit kind of like mussels or something like that to me. That's in there.
I think round. So the middle bit, no. I think round the edge, the runny bit, yes. It's got a real sort of minerality to it. Perhaps that's what it is.
I prefer the middle to the edge, actually, even though it's a little bit abrasive. The aftertaste I'm not too keen on. That minerality kind of converts to a chemically kind of area where I'm sitting.
The middle is, it's a little bit under and a little bit bitter, my one, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm sitting on 5 for flavour for me.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Perfectly. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. What about texture?
Texture, I find it quite inconsistent. So I'm going to be near 4.5 for that for me. The inconsistency is a problem for me. Yeah,
4.5 also fine.
And tunist to character, guys.
Yeah, so it's camembert, small brie kind of style. The bloom is there. It's round. It's very uneven on the sides, actually. That's the packaging. It's not as enticing. I'm sitting around 6.
I would, 5 or 6. I think it's not got the breakdown is uneven, unfortunately, which you would not perhaps want from a camembert.
Yeah, let's go with 5 then.
Okay, thank you, guys. And that leads us on to our final cheese in this category, which is E5 and the number of 1100.
So this is totally different kettle of fish. Hard cow's milk, looks like Gouda style. Just going to give it a scrape so it's not all plasticky. But as we said, we've already had these out for a long time, so they've come up to room temperature. It looks really lovely. It's got a lovely clean paste, brilliant colour, nice and buttery colour.
Coating is even. The mold settling on the outside is just natural and easy going. Couple of openings and eyelets that you have there.
Yeah.
A very pretty, visually Gouda style, I think. So I'm kind of looking around for me, round about 8. I don't think there's anything particularly prominent about it, but I think it's a really good style for where it is.
Yeah, I'd be happy with 8 or even 8.5.
Cool, 8.5.
The smell is really great. It's got that lovely savouriness to it, really kind of rich and sweet.
Yeah, it's got a yeasty kind of wheaty note to it as well, which I'm pretty keen on. That's in there actually.
Yeah. Yeasty, malty, beery, like with a pint of ale, it'd be great.
Yeah, good work. I think I'm on aroma sitting around, 8.5.
Yeah, happy with that.
Brilliant. Thanks, guys.
Texture, it's cut very well. It's got some moisture in it, which is good. You'd expect that. It's got a good sort of crack and crumble. It's clean. I'd say 8 again, 8.5.
I'd say 8. It's pliant as you break it apart. There's some moisture that's in there. Texturally, it's got a little bit of the crystals going on in there, which is very appealing at the moment to the public. 8. I agree.
That is really good.
It is really good.
It's really, really good.
I love the way you guys are so surprised by that.
Well, it's just, I don't know. Like it, it makes sense, right? Doesn't it, Cara? That everyone, these are the best of the best, right? So,
I think it delivers more on flavour than you would expect from appearance. I think there's so many kind of bad Gouda style cheeses out there that actually something like this comes along and it's really kind of burnt caramel and burnt butter and fudge and sweetness and really well balanced. I think it's a bit of a revelation.
It's like a force to be reckoned with on the sweetness, isn't it? It's if you love sweet cheese, this is the one for you. Find out who makes it and buy this batch. I love the crystals that are in there as well. Actually, that plays really well. I love that with flavour. I'm kind of like on a 9.
I'm on a 9 as well. I think it's really good.
Yeah.
Also.
Yeah.
Very Moorish. And true to type, I mean, it's got to be up at 9 again because it's a fantastic example. Yeah,
definitely 9. It's what you expect from the Gouda style. There's nothing particularly wrong with that whatsoever. It's it's good.
Yeah, fab.
Amazing.
Cool.
Well, fantastic work there, guys. So the cheese that has won the speciality category is E2. 21113. You won't be surprised. It's the one that you both loved. Yeah, that's the one. If you wouldn't mind summing up just for us why you thought it was so incredible, guys, that would be fantastic.
I thought it was incredibly attractive, first off, really well packaged. It's come in absolute pristine condition. The smell was incredible and the flavor was just like intense, and yeah, a fantastic example of that style of cheese.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, a cheese lover's cheese, you know, complex, it's borderline challenging, luxurious, you know, velvety smooth texture. That's like a triumph, that is. That's a really good batch of those cheeses.
Thank you very much, guys. You make me want to go and sort of dive into it. So thank you for the feedback.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Well, and you really brought those to life. And we've got you later on as well, which I'm rather delighted about. Artisan soft you're coming back for. So as they go and cleanse your palate. But that was great and just really interesting. Again, you know what you. But we're coming up at the moment. We've got a panel debate, 4 great retailers as well. So we're going to get tips from them on how to sell more of our cheese. Here they are. I can see them all. I can see the cat hats. I'm delighted that James has got Wi-Fi wherever we've tracked him down. And Charlie looking clean shaven. Haven't seen that for a while. And looking about 15. Gemma and Svetlana, just brilliant. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm just going to read here. Gemma, I'm going to embarrass you here. This is what I said. This is about the Farm Shop and Deli Awards. One determined retailer is Gemma Williams, who, like many enlightened food and drink shopkeepers, expanded her business during lockdown to a second shop in Prestatyn. She's extremely talented, loves all the social media. She's very good at it, an all-round fine retailer. I could have gone on. There was a lot more as well. So congratulations to you. It was absolutely brilliant. And then Svetlana as well, Kurachuk. Well done to you in Haddington and East Lothian, the Scottish winner for the Farm Shop and Deli Awards as well. And then during all this, one of our judges said, deliciously good, fantastic entry. But you've even written the book as well, the Cheese Handbook, during all of that as well. So I can do that. Well done. I don't know how you quite managed to do that at the time. James, James Grant, I know very well. We were at the World Cheese Awards together. We dipped into the Bay of Biscay together, and a great restaurateur as well. But since then, there's lucky because he's not a million miles away from where I live. But number 2 Pound Street in Wendover is a fantastic deli and cheesemongers. If only we had that in Berkhamsted down the road. But delighted, and also a great caterer as well. And then an old mucker of mine. We've lots of events together. Charlie Turnbull and I. Turnbull's as well in Shaftesbury, fantastic deli as well. But Joy, since you closed that down and moved on, is that you've taken us to the rest of the world with the Academy of Cheese, all your own podcasts. The World Cheese Awards that we and I, a few that spring to mind. We were in Oviedo and Asturias together. We were in Bergamo. We were in Bergen in Norway. We've been in Italy. We've been in the Gran Canaria. It's fantastic. You live and breathe cheese. We cut you open, you would have rennet running through you. But welcome. 4 brilliant retailers over the years, but also absolutely, cheese is what it's all about. Svetlana, I'm going to start with you as well. Yeah, I mean, how did you end up in Scotland? What was the journey from there? Obviously from Russia originally, but yeah, I mean, and what was it like when you first opened up the business? What type of response did you get?
Oh my goodness, I'm not sure we'll have enough with half an hour we're here to. I'll make it very quick. So yes, I was born in Russia, but now I've lived abroad for well over half of my life. I was in the States. I went to university there, and that's where I actually fell into cheese, into fine cheese. I was working at Murray's Cheese Shop in New York City, and I did their cheese counter, maturation, cheese and wine events and stuff like that. From there, I ended up in Scotland through my first marriage, and I opened my first shop in St Andrews. I sold it a few years ago, and then I moved to East Lothian, and that's where I restarted my business. And now we've expanded last year, opened a bigger shop. We added a maturation room. Obviously, have written a book, so I've been very, very busy.
Yeah, no, you have indeed, and with the book as well. There you go, Grant. You're in big trouble now. You can answer that if you want, because I'm going to go to Gemma. Don't worry. That was another one. What are you doing? You're toying with me now, Gemma.
It's not my phone. It's Graham Kirkham's.
All right. And there you go, Gemma. But also, we've got the two shops, but online. That's something you're very good. You've got a real skill for that, putting together lovely, quirky images, but obviously relating them to cheese, but with great humour as well. I love all the sporting stuff. Obviously, Six Nations, rugby. I'm biased towards that. Be it Twitter, Twatter, Insta, TikTok. I don't know all the things, but for you, that link with online was a massive fillip during lockdown, was it not?
Oh yeah, it just absolutely saved the business. Without online, even just the local customers ordering, never mind people across the country. And that website I set up years ago, it was doing nothing until lockdown, and then now people understand how to order cheese online. Now has been such a shift in the last 2 years. People just didn't do it before. They just came to the shop or telephoned, and having that extra access for people it just exploded.
Yeah, and well done to you for combining the two, and obviously essential services that are cheese as well. But I love the fact as well about you're very good with all your green credentials and recycling. You even became a centre for recycling crisp packets, which were turned into blankets for the homeless. I mean, just stuff like that. Great, and telling, and when people discover that, it puts a smile on your face because you think. There's a whole other adjunct that you can bring to your world apart from cheese, but around it.
Yeah, being those extra things in the community. I'm on the committee for the local food festival. People approach me and ask me to help out with things. I'm always up for it. I like being that little hub and part of the community.
Yeah. And Charlie, again, from a traditional deli retailer that you were at Turnbull's, and then selling a lot of cheese from there. But then, I mean, going online, all the things that you did, we had the cheese weekender, but then you also have been doing your classes as well. I mean, we haven't got scratch and sniff online just yet, but when we do, it'll be amazing, because it is the whole technique of showing people a cheese, telling the story. Everything tastes better with a story, and you're very good at that. And cheese is a good example, is it not?
I think so. I mean, cheese is one of those things people thought couldn't be taken online, and then it turns out people's love of cheese was bigger than the difficulties, and it's worked. For me personally, it's about teaching online, and we had to take that from classroom-based teaching to talking about it online and then doing pre-recorded stuff. I think we're just allowed to be more creative now. If we've got a product that doesn't work in the old days when you were running a shop and your cheese didn't work, you'd move it around the shop, find a place for it. Now you've got more places. It can be online, it can be on social media, and you can just keep pushing until you find the right spot for it. I think it's created more opportunity for more cheeses.
Yeah, and also around the world, the fact that that people can listen in from wherever. It's just taken it's within 2 years, we've probably advanced 10 or 20 years on that side.
Yeah, I mean, my courses, over 2/3 are outside the UK now. I was talking to someone in Switzerland this morning. The weekend it was someone in America. I mean, even when we started doing the online courses, we had real problems of getting the time zones to coordinate. We had one session. We had someone in Bangkok on the same session as someone in the one of those Caribbean laundering money places, and So and then another time we had this lady who was so committed she was getting up at 3:30 in the morning to come online. So there's a real passion out there, and there are 6 billion people. Of those, we can spread the word of cheese. We can. The internet is good.
Yeah, but the Academy of Cheese, which is a big part. You're a very good presenter, but also you put the passions there. But obviously, you're educating people. And I know that's something, James, that you definitely took to heart through Number 2 Pound Street, is to run your own courses and to work closely with the Academy. What was it that prompted you to do that, and what does it bring to you, an extra layer of interest to your customers?
Well, I think one of the first things that happened during lockdown is the what's its name hit the fan. We were in a bit of a sticky situation. So overnight, we built an online shop, like I think a lot of us did. And I also applied for a grant through my local council, Buckinghamshire, which was a COVID recovery grant. And in that, we thought it would be a great idea to build a tasting room. So we built this incredible tasting room, which was going to be an Academy of Cheese training room. And we engaged with the local public, the local community. And since then, even tomorrow, I've actually got a course, a level 1 course, associate course within the room. It's been hugely successful. Online courses as well are absolutely amazing. Yeah, working well.
Yeah, no, I'm in Liverpool, the Titanic Hotel. Got an event here tonight. You're on tour as well, doing something. Tell us a bit about where you are and what you're up to.
Well, at this point in time, I'm in Lancashire. I'm at Graham Kirkham's, believe it or not. I think he's a finalist in this competition potentially, which is quite interesting. But the only reason I'm at Mrs. Kirkham's is because there's no Wi-Fi in Lancashire apart from Graham Kirkham's. So I've travelled down here. I'm up here because I do restaurant consultancy. There's a beautiful pub up here called Ye Horns. And I've been with them for just over a week now, which is a massive, beautiful pub with a Michelin star chef. And they just wanted me to help put the restaurant back together for them. So I do a little bit of that on the side, dinner parties, and everything is revolved around cheese. Because like Charlie and I think all of us in this panel, we have got cheese running through our veins.
But what about you? Tell us a little bit about your restaurant background. You've worked with some great chefs and restaurateurs over the years, but what it brings to you, an extra dimension to you as a retailer?
Well, I think the most important thing as a retailer is the ability that's born through front of house hospitality to be able to engage with your customers and being able to mirror your customers' needs, and no matter of what walk of life they're coming from, and being able to offer something that will please them all. I started work many years ago, too long to mention, but I worked with some great people. John Turode, Bluebird Restaurant. I worked alongside Fred Cyrex. We were head waiters together. I was at Claridge's. I've had an incredible experience and one of the most beautiful times in my life running restaurants. Love it to bits. It's my huge passion. But always I've had cheese boards and I've always loved and engaged with cheese. So 12 years ago, I opened this great delicatessen in Buckinghamshire. Just got into the Times actually as top 20 delis in the UK the other day, if anybody read that. So we're quite thrilled to have that. And yeah, I just love it. It's passion. For me, it's not work anymore. It's a real joy to be doing this. And it's a privilege to be with everybody else today, because I think cheesemongers, retailers, and we're all able to spread the word, as Charlie said. If we can do that through the internet, it's great. And the engagement is wanted through the internet as well. During lockdown, all those Zoom tastings we had were so much fun, so much fun.
Yeah, the old cliche, but if you do something you love, you'll never, work another day in your life. Okay, it is still pretty hard work. The last 2 years have proved that. But actually, with a great product like the amount of times I've seen all of you, proffering cheese and enticing people on, and it's fantastic. And you're very good with your communities. Gemma, what were you up to before you set up the first little cheesemonger, the journey that took you there in the first place?
Cheesemongering for me started in Edinburgh, working for Ian Mellis, who has a cluster of shops in Scotland, which then got me onto working for another French company who sold Hervé cheese, and then to the cheese shop in Chester, and then to the Welsh Food Centre back home, as I wanted to be close to family. So it just followed a line of cheese, when actually I'd started at university doing something completely different, but cheese stuck with me.
What did you study at uni?
Glass blowing.
Pushed it, absolutely.
Wow.
Yes. Absolutely. I can see that. Another course, from a little cheesemonger as well. Funny, I've been working. I was in Mould earlier in the week, working with the Welsh Food and Drink Body, Bethan Sian Jones and David Edwards, etc. And what I love about the fact with Wales is that you've got this government-backed support, and which certainly. And then you've got it Bord Beer in Ireland. We're struggling in England in comparison, because these people are remarkable. They've been in the industry a long time and they really care about artisans. And I presume for people like yourself, it also gives you a sense of belonging, of community, of other retailers that you can relate to.
Yeah, exactly. So we all sort of chip into these groups together, but being able to your closest cheesemakers end up being the ones that you sort of affiliate with, because you can see them face to face. So selling their cheese is easier when they're close to you, because you can speak to them. So being part of these groups, whether they're cheesemakers or gin makers or anything like that, we can all get together. So it's great.
Yeah, I think that's the Guild of Fine Food, you know, who put on the Great Taste Awards and what have you. That's a really good ethos behind it, is that, you know, you feel if you want to expand your business, there are people that you can speak to about the advice of that. Because sometimes people, like, you know, I make great cheese or I sell great cheese, but, you know, I don't know necessarily about running the business. And you want to make sure, Svetlana, that you're in business, that you expand. I mean, is that something for you, how the business has grown, how you've taken it on? But in a controlled fashion. I know you still keep, you know, your workforce pretty lean, but it's, you know, it's been busy for you. But I'm sure a lot of it has been to do with how you've expanded.
Exactly, we are just the two founders at the moment running the business, but of course we are looking for extra help, and it's been challenging during the pandemic and the ensuing obviously months, but yes, it's very important to me that we run it quite lean, so we don't get into a lot of debt and we can continue doing what we do best. And for me, doing cheese, selling cheese is a passion, so I exactly agree with everybody else here. It's not like a job, it's just doing something that I love, and I don't really necessarily want to outsource it to somebody else. I love interacting with customers, and I think that's the important part of being a cheese shop. It's not just about the business and making the money, it's about spreading the passion.
And when you put your book together, you know, the cheese, the Connoisseur's Handbook, again, it's like giving birth. I'm sure, I'm not that I have, but you know, there's a lot of hard work gone into this. But what was it? But it was, you just felt that customers needed to know more. It was something you felt that you wanted to do, and somehow you managed to squeeze it in amongst your other commitments.
Well, somehow, luckily, I did have that time during the pandemic, because the shop was closed for a little while, the physical shop, and we continued to trade online. So I did have that time during the first months of the pandemic to sit down and carve out that time for writing. But it came from a few years of my customers asking me for a book. So when I had my shop in St. Andrews, people kept asking me, are you going to write another book? Because I had a book in my native language about cheese. And then I just had that idea in the back of my mind that I really need to write a book, because they need to know what it is I know. And of course, there are so many cheese books out there, and that's what I kind of, I guess, struggled with for a few years, trying to figure out how to package my knowledge. So eventually I had a breakthrough, and the time during the pandemic, and I shared. And the most frequently asked question that people ask me in the shop is, how do you manage to stay fit when you work with something as potentially dangerous for health as cheese? And that's the question that I was trying to tackle in my book, and kind of present it in a way that encourages people, inspires people, gives them freedom to enjoy cheese year round, not just at Christmas, and as part of a healthy diet, and enjoy it with pleasure and joy, and without guilt.
Yeah, I suppose it's like good chocolate. You don't need a lot to be satiated as long as the quality's there. You know, less is more, but good quality. And I look forward to the talk. I look forward to the talking book as well when you're going to do this. The one where you record it. I'm going to ask all of you, just to give you a bit of a heads up. We're talking about how to sell more cheese. You know, your tips and advice, and what you think, if people are listening in, you might not give them your best nuggets because you want to keep your powder dry, but also what it is that you think can attract people more, you know, in the different ways that you go about it. And also what I'm intrigued to know is some areas or some cheeses that people might not know about, which you say, well, move away from the tried and tested and taste some of these. They could be in the UK, they could be overseas, it doesn't matter. But yeah, James, what would you do if you basically, you know, you've been successful without doubt in number 2 Pound Street. You're very busy, you work bloody hard, you don't sleep much. Maybe that's part of it. But what is it, again, you know, that you say to your team as well? We want to sell more cheese, we want to upsell. What are the tips that you give to your crew?
The tips I give to the crew, well, I think the foundation is the most important thing. Foundation for us is that we travel the length and breadth, literally, of the UK, which I'm not powder coating. It's for everybody to do. I think it's a great thing for cheesemongers and retailers to very much engage face to face with the cheesemakers. So not just myself, but my team do that as well. I had one of my lads going up to see Joe Schneider yesterday, of course, famous Stilton, collecting 20 whole cheeses, coming back with a massive story to the rest of the team, how Joe showed him the area. And we engage and we learn about the cheeses. Then we take that into the shop. We ensure that our customers are aware about this cheese, where it's made, who makes it, how it's made, animal husbandry, ethical, sustainable practices, etc., which is what we stand for. And we allow our audience to taste that. Not only do they taste that, they hear the backstory. The backstory is one of the most important things it comes to when you're selling cheeses. And taking the time to understand when the customers want to have that information. So I think the story is our biggest selling point when we come to sell cheese. And I think also if we do markets, which we do between 10 and 15 markets a week throughout the home counties, which is a lot of work, we are very careful with the amount of cheese that we take, and we make sure we have a broad coverage of blue, hard, soft, mold ripened potentially, and some maybe washed rind cheeses as well. So that keeps an interest, and also potentially the perfect cheese board. We only engage with British cheesemakers, so I'm always constantly finding new cheesemakers. A platform like the World Cheese Awards, for example, that we had recently in Oviedo, which was fabulous. I came across a great little cheese called Pippin Sam Guinness. Not many people are selling it at this moment in time. It's a washed rind, like a Reblochon washed in cognac. So we try our very best to find cheeses that aren't being sold by anybody else. Excuse the phone. I think the team do that really, really well. They're constantly researching and looking around and saying, James, you know, what about this? Shall we go and see this? And I think it's about being able to spread the work to the team. We are a team. I think that's really, really important. I think there are some retailers out there that are a little bit on their high horse and think they're better than anybody else. I think it's very, very important that we all engage as one, as cheesemongers and retailers, and support each other. I don't mind anybody selling what I'm selling. In fact, I encourage other cheesemongers to do what I'm doing and to travel around the UK. I think that kind of, we need to avoid that that kind of clique set that potentially could happen within our top tier of the cheese society.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I can't still quite believe 10 to 15 markets per week in the home counties. I mean, that's some business. I mean, well done to you. And you know,
it's crazy. We've got Festival this year as well in Dorset, where I'm going to be preparing cheese, and I'm cooking toasties on something called the Ophir, which is a big fire pit made of cast iron with a plancher around the outside. We're using Victorian irons to press these cheese toasties, and then we're going to be demonstrating how to make it to families in a huge marquee. So yeah, it's immense. It's loads of fun, but yeah, for me, it's just absolutely fantastic fun. We don't stop working, but it's not work. It's great fun.
Well, no wonder you don't sleep very much. We're looking pretty good on it, I have to say.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, and Gemma, as well for you, we talked about, you know, the different elements of the online, and you've looked at that, and you're very good at that as well. But what about it? I mean, the shape of cheese for you, you're very patriotic with Welsh cheeses. You do allow a few others in the shop. But what is it, you know, when people are walking through the door that you get the crew to say, right, come on, we're going to grab them, but engage them? What's the process you go through?
Lots of my customers tend to be tourism. Wales is sort of like, I'm going to say easily 85 to 90% tourism, and then you've got your locals. So there's a split between what both of those people want. Yes, the locals like to support their local Welsh cheese, but the tourists are in what's local straight away. So you've got to have that on hand straight away. That's all they're interested in, and then they might buy some other cheeses to go with that. That's maybe not Welsh. But I think from a cheesemaker's point of view, what's really, really important is, if there is someone like me or Svetlana in your area with a shop, make sure that as a cheesemaker, you are giving them all the information to help them sell your cheese easily. So even simple things like, are we listed on the cheesemaker's website as a supplier? Because people will look for that and then find the local shop and come and get it, which is really important. And I have spoken to some larger companies who we're just too small fry for them. But when you're talking about small producers, it's a really great way. I have people coming through to my website from other cheesemakers' websites because I'm in that area, and they'll travel easily 40 minutes to get the cheese that they want. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, I think that's very good. And also with your business, it's quite holistic. It's not just about the cheese. It's all the different elements that go with it. And I think you're very good at that. Is there one particular cheese that you're particularly excited about at the moment, or you found you're happy to share with us and just say, you know, we might not have a lot of it, but you can track it down. It's great.
One of my favourite makers is Carrie Rhymes. Carrie Rhymes. She makes Brevibach, and she does a few of different hard sheep's milk cheeses as well, raw milk. Her cheeses are really exciting. She's got kind of that French continental style, but she turns it into a local Welsh cheese, and it's got vegetarian rennet, so it's really easy to sell to everybody, you know. And she just makes beautiful quality, and the taste is just delicate and lovely.
Carrie Rhymes, there you go. We're going absolutely. Well, Charlie, gosh, how have you seen things changed? You know, from when you turned out, you shut up shop with Turnbulls and then went on this other journey as well that you've been on. But the world of cheese, gosh, obviously the last 2 years have been incredibly unusual. But generally, it was the changing and the connection with it. How would you sum that up, and how do you see it going?
One of the things that we learned as a shop is not only don't be too precious about your cheese, but don't prejudge your customers either. We found that an awful lot of customers always right is a truism, but actually customers' taste buds vary enormously. If you get pedantic with them about what something tastes like, even as, you know, the individual flavors or what they should or shouldn't like, you will alienate rather than encourage. So we very much took the view that we are on a journey with every individual customer. And what we found was over 15 years we were open, is that where the customers began with us was often down the simpler end of the spectrum, often cheddar-based, that kind of thing. Over the years, they learned in our shop what cheeses were available. And our job for the more mature, I don't mean mature physically, I mean, it's like with the customers been with us a long time, is that we really could take them on a journey and show them stuff. My favorite customers by the end were the ones who walk in and go, Charlie, what have you got? And then I'll go, well, today, and then you're off, you know. But the customers at the other end, we would start the exact opposite. We probably wouldn't even mention cheese. We'd talk about the football or the weather or something. You know, I always remember those ones where the couple would come in and the lady, probably more confident, comes in and starts ordering, and the man would be behind her shoulder, not really sure what's going on, you know. And then you just hand him a bit of cheese, but don't mention it. And then he's beginning to nudge round, and he's come round to the front and he goes, well, what's that one taste like? And what's that one taste like? Uncertainty at the beginning with lots of people's cheese journeys is really endemic. We've got to respect that. You know, we've got to work with it. We've got to be their friend and say, come and play. You know, it's a joy to be here. This is a sweet shop for kids. Let's go.
That community element. And one particular cheese that's really excited you recently, you can share with us?
I have to say, I love the Afternoon of the Year Awards, which was, I can't remember, James, you were there. We had one cheese, which is Mary Quick's February cheese, one base and 10 different interpretations through affinage. And never have I seen so much done with one cheese. It was fascinating to see the sort of the cheese, mostly cheesemongers, but some cheesemakers' expressions of this one cheese, and as they use their own skills, their techniques, their knowledge, and their molds, their bacteria, to curve the cheeses away from the line that Mary took. And we saw, I love that. It was a beautiful expression of cheese skill to see what can be done. And, you know, James was really, really part of that. He had 3 cheeses, 3 different versions of a Mary's Quick. And it was brilliant to see so much creativity and innovation in our industry. I loved it. Loved it.
Yeah, and we're going to interview Perry Wakeman later on about that, the Afternoon of the Year. So very exciting. I mean, yeah, just to show how it really does vary. And Svetlana, I'm not sure if we've got as we open up, we should take you on tour with this. You know, and I think, yeah, but it's not your first language either. It's great that you've done this, but it gives you another power. I mean, that journey of education which you're on, in Scotland as well, as I say, those regular customers that you have, but also enticing new people in. And I'm sure people now know about you, or they're hearing you, and they'll begin to track you down. That must be very gratifying.
I do hope so, yes. As Gemma was saying previously, our online shop also has taken off during the pandemic, and it's keeping going great. So I do hope people will check us out, our online shop and the social media. And I'd love to connect with as many cheesemakers as possible, because that's, like the guys here were saying, is part of what we do. We share their stories, we share them with our customers, and that's what we love doing. Well,
you're very good at it, and we wish you all the very best success. One particular cheese again that you might want us to go and track down?
Well, at the moment, our cheese of the month actually at the shop is Cora Lynn, which is from Errington Cheese in Lanarkshire, and they're just doing fantastic things in Scottish cheese making. So I recommend all of their cheeses, but especially Corlin this month.
Well, thank you very much. And dear, we want it to go to the top of the readers list as well. The Cheese Connoisseur's Handbook, well done. Amazon bestseller, so I've got the sticker on it. Charlie, Big Cheese Turnbull, so lovely to see you. I can't wait to see you in person. I'm very likely to see James Grant more because he lives near me, but well done to you and juggling all of that and the catering business that you do and inspiring the community. The community is what it's all about. You know, we're lucky. But Gemma, you know, it's great, but Real and Prestatyn have got you. And I'm sure, as you say, tourists from all over the place will track you down. But you work really hard, and we really appreciate that. You're four fabulous advocates for the world of cheese, and as ever, we could have gone on for maybe another week, but I'm gonna have to let you go. You've got busy lives to lead. We've got some cheeses to taste. But Svetlana, Gemma, James, and Charlie, thank you so very much. We love you, and thank you very much for doing so much for the world of cheese. Oh, brilliant!
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy yourselves. Best Territorial cheese. That's coming up. Hi, how are we doing? My goodness, that's so welcoming. Emma, here she is. I've just been talking about swimming in the Bay of Biscay with James Grant, and we did just that, didn't we, on the way to the World Cheese Awards in Oviedo. So this is a joy, and gosh, you're a busy person. We've been looked all very good on social media, Cheese Explorer, and everything that you do with it. You really bring it to life. And it's great to see you in person, but I think that's a whole other world that you've introduced to the world of cheese, but made it fun and acceptable. I mean, where we track you down, where are you at the moment?
Where am I? I'm everywhere, Nigel. I'm
literally speaking now, we haven't cloned you that much.
Oh. I'm in Bromley, yeah. I'm in southeast London, based here, but I travel around to lots of retailers and cheesemakers around the country to help them with their sort of business development, and also start globe trotting, so helping open cheese shops around the world as well, which has been really exciting over the last couple of months.
Yeah, it's great, but you've been able to get out and about again. I mean, you're very good at that, very personable, and I mean, and you know a lot about cheese. Lee, we've got there Emma and Russell just getting ready. I can see cheese number one. How many cheeses are we going to have got in this particular section?
We've got 4 in this section, Nigel. So it should be interesting.
Yeah. And Russell, Territorials, tell us a bit about, if anyone's listening, well, best Territorial cheese, what does that actually mean?
So Territorial is cheese that's primarily done to a recipe that's a couple of 100 years old in a particular area, stroke county. So probably 200-300 years ago, something like that, cheese was designated in that locality. So obviously, we've got different ones. We've got Cheshire, Lancashire, Wensleydale, are probably the big ones. And then you've got the double Gloucesters. Cheese Territorials generally are made in that area, but they can be made outside that area as well. So you will find cheesemakers in Cheshire making Wensleydale as an example, or Wensleydale making a Cheshire. So generally, it's for more traditional recipes that follow cheese to be true to form.
Yeah. I mean, for instance, I mean, you can get brie all around the world, but brie de Meaux has to come from that particular part of France. So you know,
it has to be made within a certain locality of Paris. A brie does.
Yeah, and Stilton, and you know, accordingly as well. So thank you very much. Okay, Emma, what's cheese number one that you've got to excite us with?
I believe, Lee, are we on B1?
1024.
Yeah, cool.
Spot on.
This, which is a Cheshire cheese, little wax coated number. So if you can see there, it's a lovely sort of small pocket sized cheese. This one. You can put that in your handbag.
Good for theft, yes.
It's quite well waxed. It's got a good finish. There's no holes in it.
I pre-cut that one, so I didn't embarrass myself on the video. But yeah, sort of very uniform looking, quite a tight looking paste, Russell, isn't it?
Yeah. No holes in there.
Quite interesting. Your two different cameras are actually Emma's looks more yellowy, Russell's, yeah, it looks more a paler version, but they are both the same cheese. There you go. That's the joy of technology.
Let's get in. Are you getting much on the aroma, Russell? I'm not getting a huge amount.
I haven't had a hit of any lactic at all come out of it. So I'm hoping that when I get all the wax off.
What did you think about overall appearance?
So I thought it looked quite good in the wax. It's quite a good finish. It's quite a tidy.
Yeah, I mean,
Cheshire.
It looks great. I mean, it's like I said, pocket size. There's no sort of faults visibly when you cut it open. It looks like quite a nice sort of off-white colour. I think visually it looks good.
So
I'd probably give it a 9. It looks quite attractive.
Yeah.
Couldn't do a lot more.
No, 9's good.
Excellent.
Yeah, earlier on, Emma, Russell was doing a best enhanced, and they had some remarkable cheeses. One of them, which was like it was like something out of a dessert chocolate with chili, incredible cheeses. Some with herb base, but one of those when you opened up a wrapper, whoa, you know, it was like an Aztec hot chocolate.
It was amazing, yeah.
Oh.
So there's a slight lactic aroma coming off here. You really have to get quite close to it. It's not hitting you around the chops.
No,
at all
very
with
easy.
it. It's quite subtle, so probably 7 for the aroma.
6 or 7, yeah, 7's fine. I think it's subtle, it's clean, but there's not really much going on.
Okay, on to texture.
I have it already. Texture, it's really sort of malleable. It's got quite a lot of moisture in it, it feels.
Yeah, I think this has been extruded, hasn't it? And
yes,
a Cheshire is typically a very crumbly cheese.
Yeah.
And this is
Doesn't
not
crumble.
It's not really a crumbly Cheshire. Exactly what Emma's doing. You can manipulate it quite easily in your fingers. That indicates it has been extruded and it's quite fatty in there.
Yes, it's coating my fingers a little bit. Texture, I'm not completely enamoured by. I think it with the Cheshire, you're expecting a little bit more sort of that crumble. So I'm thinking quite a lot lower than the past two on this, maybe like 4 or 5.
Yeah, let's go with 5.
5.
Purely down to it's not true to character in terms of it being a Cheshire, and you'd expect it to crumble.
Exactly. Yeah.
Flavour.
Got quite an enormous bitter flavour around my mouth right now. It's quite astringent as well. There's not.
Sorry, no, Russell's calling up a lung. He's all right. He's back with us. Don't worry. Sorry about that.
Just got it stuck in my throat. So with Cheshire, I'd expect it to be reasonably salty and have some lemon zingy notes in there. As Emma said, it's quite bitter, a little bit stringent in there. Cheshire's quite famous because of a Cheshire salt plain, so you get all these gorgeous salt minerals coming through and into the cheese.
Yeah.
I'm not really getting that, to be honest. I'm just getting quite a lot of bitter notes in there.
Yeah.
It looks fabulous. It's a great idea. Unfortunately, the execution, I don't think it's there. So I'll probably go with a 4 for flavour, and true to character, I'll go 4 again, I think.
Yeah, I mean, flavour, unfortunately, is just not delivering at all. And true to character, like Russell said, it's not got the typicity of a Cheshire. So I'm happy with 4s. Yeah.
Cool. If you want to move on to the next one, we're up to 1001.
Okay. So very different looking cheese. This one's a Lancashire. So it looks like a traditional Lancashire. It has dried out a bit, my piece. I don't know. Oh, I've pre-opened, Russell.
Too organised. Okay, yeah. So mine's started to dry out quite a bit as well.
Yeah.
It looks very old. There's a number of different Lancashires out there. So obviously you get your crumbly, you get your tasty and your creamy. It's mould ripened, so you can see on there.
It's been cloth bound, hasn't it? You can sort of see on the outside it's got a cloth.
I think visually I think it just looks a bit old and tired to me.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. I don't know if you can see. This is I mean, it's a small wedge. Obviously, we don't expect cheesemakers to send us whole wheels, but this one I don't think is at all true to what it should be like. I think it has suffered a little bit from the wrapping and the journey. It has got a lot of drying on it. So visually, unfortunately, it's not quite as appealing as one would desire, is it?
Yeah, I think that's you're honest there. But it's travelled. You're in different parts of the country, and it sometimes doesn't always do it a great deal of favour. So yeah, well done scraping it off and having a look at the interior a bit more.
Right. So what do you think?
I do like how it's been cloth bound and it's a little bit of mold whitening going on there. So
also, if you give it a big scrape, it does look beautiful. Like underneath that, it does look like it would be a really stonking looking bit of cheese. It just hasn't quite survived. I don't know. Where do you want to sit for scoring it, Russell?
I'm thinking 7 or 8. I think.
Okay. I think to be fair to all the other I think 7's fair, just because it does have quite an issue in visuals, but I think it will probably make up elsewhere from the aroma that's already in my nose right now.
It's giving some off there, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
it's letting you know it's got that nice lactic buttery aroma that's coming off. That makes Lancashire really famous.
Yeah, the buttery being absolutely key words there. It's so enticing. I want to put it in my face already. It smells really good. Okay.
I'm on 8.5, I think.
8.5, perfect. Yes, I agree.
And then texture.
Sort of hacking this, put these aside. Texture. Once you've sort of scraped off the exterior and I've done a massive trim to get into the middle of it, just to be fair to it. It's got a lovely sort of crumbles, nice and open.
So it starts to crumble and then it manipulates into a ball, which is exactly true to form.
Right.
So yeah. On texture, I'll be on 9.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay, on to flavour.
That's delicious. Okay, objective. Super buttery, like really rounded, nice acidity to it as well. It's very multi-dimensional.
It's really savoury. It's really buttery. It's got that little zippy note in there, a little bit tangy, but it's not offering any dirty or off notes in there. It's really clean.
Nothing astringent or bitter or any of those. No, it's really a good.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I'd have to give it a 9.
9. Yeah. It's delicious. 9.
And then true to form, it's a 9 all day long, isn't it?
Absolutely. Congratulations.
Brilliant.
Well done, whoever did that.
So your next one is 1142.
Okay, so this is a traditional red Leicester. Very open looking. I don't know if you can see that. It looks like super open, almost like I'm worried it's going to crumble in my hands. Sorry, I'm ahead of the game again.
You chuck in, Emma. It's fine. Don't worry.
All right. Nice orange sort of russet orange colour, isn't it? It's got a lovely sort of even colouring, a bit of fleck as well.
It's very, very typical of a red Leicester. It's like say it's maybe a little bit too open for a red Leicester.
Right. Yeah.
But you would expect to have fishes in a red Leicester. So, do you know what? I think it's pretty good, to be honest. I think that's an 8 or 9.
I think an 8 on that one. Is that fine? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then
And
aroma. Quite muted on my piece.
It's very subtle. It's nowhere near as in your face as the previous one.
No, I'm really having
the one
to.
as you got near it just grabbed you and just pulled you in. Where this is just a little bit more subtle. You have to go looking for it.
Yes, I agree.
Always tricky that, isn't it? That some cheeses which are just that much bigger, you have a worry where you taste them in the order, don't they? That they can dominate a slightly more subtle cheese afterwards, or you have to make a decision, don't you? And think, well, actually, no, it hasn't got as much of a nose in itself. It's a bit lacking in that department.
I completely agree. I think this one might be slightly lacking. I'd expect a little bit more on the nose. Would you agree, Russell?
Oh, most definitely, especially for an aged red Leicester, without a doubt. So I'll probably give this a 7.
7,
6.
okay. Either 6.5.
6.5. Onto texture.
I'm making such a mess.
So I just tell us what you're doing with the squeezing and all that. What you're doing there, Russell? What is it?
Yeah.
When you put it in between your fingers?
So I'm just trying to warm the butter fat in there a little bit, just to see if I can get it into a ball and how much I can get onto my fingers in terms of a little bit of a fat smear on here, and that's a really good indication. But this is really quite crumbly. In fact, I'd probably say it's more crumbly than the Lancashire that we've just done, which is a little bit untypical of a red Leicester. A red Leicester's not typically crumbly, and this just seems perhaps maybe a little bit dry. So I can't.
I agree.
I can't get it into a ball without making a complete mess like Emma. It's just gone everywhere.
Emma's wearing most of hers at the moment.
I am. It's on my face. It's on the wall. It's everywhere.
Nice to get stuck in. It's all right.
So in terms of texture, I'll probably go 6 or 7, to be honest.
6. I think 6.
Yeah. There we go. And then on to flavour.
It's got quite a warming feel, and a really quite dominant acidity. But I do like that flavour.
So it's a nice meaty marmitey umami flavour that's in there, that's coming through. It's not sweet at all.
It's not at all sweet. It is very much, like you said, on the umami savoury notes. It's a super savoury red Leicester.
I'm salivating really bad. It's made the saliva glands really go and start tickling the sides.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really nice, really nice flavour for a aged red Leicester, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I'm happy because on the nose, you didn't really sort of think that there would be as much on the palate, but it really does come through. It's nice and rounded, and yeah, I'm salivating.
It's still going now. It's incredible. I would have to give this 9.5 for flavour. It's just right on the ball.
Yeah, where it's not really shown in other sections, I think it's made up in flavour. I think 9.5 is fair.
Yeah,
that's great to hear as well. I mean, because up till then, you'd have thought, well, how did it get here and what have you? But now it's quite apparent why and how.
Yeah, once you can get past it, there hasn't got much of a aroma and it's a little bit dry. Once you get it into your mouth, oh my God, you're not going to put this down at all. It's superb. Might have a little bit of that on my cheese board later.
Yeah. Russell, true to character, what do you think on that one?
I'll probably score it 8.5, to be honest. Just when you look at it from a flavour point of view, it absolutely delivers, but it's just let down a little bit on my nose.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yep, I agree.
Cool. So the next one then, the last one in this set is 1165.
So this one is a creamery red Leicester. A very different appearance. I need to do that thing.
So it looks super bright, very bright orange compared to the previous red Leicester.
Yeah. I don't know if you can see you can see this one's a little sort of darker, more sort of dense, less of an open texture.
So I've got an end of the block, so you can see this side is all nice and smooth, and then I'll turn it around here, and then that's the end of the block.
Yeah, I've got the same. It looks quite rustic. It's not a. I mean, it's a creamy red Leicester. I'm not marking it down on not being a perfect square, but it has a bit of shape to it.
Being a creamy red Leicester, I wouldn't expect it to have that much fishes in there at all. So it should be quite tightly packed. It looks visually attractive. Let's see if what's inside. So it cut nice and smooth. It's saying it delivers exactly what it says on the tin. So it'll probably be an 8 for me, maybe a 9 for being a creamy red Leicester.
For appearance?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you want to do? 8.5 down the middle?
Yep. And then onto aroma.
So I'm getting more on the aroma on this one than I am on the previous.
Yeah, definitely. You don't have to go searching for it, but it's not whacking you in the face like the Lancashire.
No, it's still more muted than that, but there is much more on the nose on this one than the previous red Leicester.
I can't remember what we gave her. What do we give her on the aroma for the previous red Leicester?
Previous red Leicester was 6.5.
Right.
What, 7.5?
Yeah, that's fair. I've got more of the typicity on the nose of a red Leicester on this one. 7.5. Texture.
It actually fractures like an aged red Leicester.
It does, yeah. You can snap it like a carrot.
Yeah. Whereas I'd expect it to be perhaps a little bit softer, but with him saying it's a creamy.
I quite like that though. I think it's interesting. It's crumbly, but it's reforming, isn't it?
It's not as crumbly as the previous one, but it is still quite difficult to manipulate it into a ball.
Right.
I am getting bits drop off all over the place.
What are you thinking of? Sort of 6 or 7?
I think so, yeah. I'd expect it to be a little bit more softer, a little bit more fatty to enable it to go into a ball.
Yeah.
You want to go 6, 7, or in the middle?
In the middle, I think now.
6.5. Yeah. Right. Taste. Again, it's got a lot of umami. I'm getting a lot of savoury notes and that acidity again in my mouth. It's going up here. I'm not getting loads of sweetness.
I'm not getting loads of sweetness. I'm trying to. Red Leicester's really, really famous for being a little bit nutty. And I'm trying to find it.
I think I'd be putting words in my own mouth if I said it was nutty. I don't find it. But it's a lovely sort of rounded, balanced flavour. Sorry.
I think I'm just getting a couple of calcium lactates in there as well. You know.
Yeah, there was a bit of a crunch, wasn't there? That's odd.
When you do that, you think, "Oh, yeah, I like that, recognise that," you know, but it gives it a little bit of extra texture, or do you think, "Oh, I'm not sure about that"?
Because it's a creamy red Leicester, I wouldn't really be expecting it, to be honest. I'd expect it in, say, like the aged red Leicester.
Yeah.
I'd expect this to be silky smooth and just have some wonderful creamy nutty notes in there. It's a fantastic cheese. It tastes really, really delicious. I'm just not picking up the nutty notes. So I'd probably go a 7 on that one.
Yeah, I agree. 7's good. Yeah. True to character. It's weird because it ticks some of the boxes, but then goes completely off piste on a few of the others. So I wouldn't say it's the most true to character.
It's like the lactate crystals is quite interesting because, again, people who don't know, they always think, well, someone's put salt in the cheese. No, it's obviously just naturally forms there. It's a bit like tartrate crystals in wine. But it's a matter of sometimes when you expect it in a cheese or it surprises you in cheese because you don't think it would be there with that style of cheese, as you just explained, Russell.
So I just need to, so on here, it doesn't actually say creamy red Leicester, it's creamery red Leicester.
Creamery, yeah.
So that sort of puts a slightly different slant on it, that they're not selling it as a creamy red Leicester. It's just come from a creamery. So I think with that in mind, true to character, I think it probably is true to character for creamy red Leicester, but it's still lacking those nutty notes.
I agree.
That we need to have. So I'll probably go a 7 on there.
Yep. 7.
Okay, that was the last one out of this group, and the 1001 was the winner. That was the Lancashire.
Yeah. Amazing. That was really the top cheese on the board, wasn't it, Russell? I'm happy.
That was totally exceptional. You know, even though it's dried out a little bit in transit and whatever, do you know, that was a really good example of what good looks like for Lancashire. It ticked all the boxes. I'll be having that on my cheese board tonight, most definitely.
I'm going to read it now.
Brilliant.
Well, Alicia summarised it really well for me, so I'll catch you up.
Are you happy, Lee? They've summed it up for you nicely.
Yeah, I've got a couple of sentences as they was judging it, and then I've got a nice summary of exceptional, good example of Lancashire, and ticks all the boxes, which I think is a really quite a nice way of finishing that one.
Yeah. Well, Russell, I think we're all going to head towards your Skelmanthorpe cheese board tonight, because it does. Well done. And
sounds nice.
There'll be some real joys and jewels in amongst it to keep you interested, and so that, when you're tasting cheese all the time, it's to come back and just think, oh yeah, that's a great example of it. Particularly when it surprises you sometimes. It might appear one way, but tastes quite a different way.
Yeah, it just grabbed us, didn't it? It grabbed me and Emma, and we were just like, yeah, that's, as I said, something that's amazing that you just didn't expect. And I love it when you find little golden gems like that, little nuggets in there.
Yeah, well, that's enough about me. And and Emma, we're coming back. Best Blue, you're going to be lending us your palette for later on. But
absolutely,
yeah, been a joy. Well done. Well done for Lee for keeping us in order and on time. Fantastic. And Emma, what have you got planned for the rest of the summer? Are you out and about? Any places that you're excited about visiting? Cheese Explorer, we can follow you there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going on an actual holiday next week to Croatia, but I don't know how to do a non-Busman's holiday, so there will be cheese visits there. But I'm also hopefully heading out to Singapore in the next couple of months to open a cheese shop and see what's around there. But Croatia, I'm excited about. Lots of island cheeses, yogurts and cheeses in animal skins, and some really traditional sort of.
Well, very beautiful, and we're going to get back with you with the blues later on. Russell, well done. Morrison's lucky to have you. You're a top man, and thank you very much for lending us your palette today. It's much appreciated. There you go. And Lee, you can relax momentarily. Best British Artisan hard cheese. Woohoo! Here it comes. Hey, how you doing? Nikki, hello. Chris, nice to see you. Absolutely. Cara's running the show for us as well. Well done to you. Have we tracked you down, Chris? Are you in Twickenham?
I am in Twickenham today, yes.
Yeah. Good.
Working from home.
Yeah, well, good. It's a very valuable, young master that you are, that you've got behind you as well. Looking back, looks great. You're well set up there and ready to go. As well done. Obviously, Waitrose, where you originally were, M&S, lucky to have had them in the last few years and lending your very fine palette as well. And Nikki, are we in Dunmow?
Certainly are in Dunmow, yeah.
Essex finest, well done to you. Harvey and Brockless, good branding there. I like that as well. Nice and minimalist, but well done to you. You obviously went there straight from school on day release. You've been there 20 years, so and still for one so young. But well done. Good category, and I know Cara's just keeping us in order. Just let us know which are your first cheese, and then what also, Nikki, what you're looking for today with these cheeses, and in the best artisan hard category.
I think we're going to see quite an array of different milk types in the category, so that should be interesting. But yeah, we're just looking for some, nice wow factor in the cheese, aren't we, really, Chris? Something which is a bit special. which
yeah.
is what we're going to find in this category.
I think.
Chris has gone a bit stretchy on us.
Yeah.
Nothing personal.
Oh, he's disappeared.
Yeah, but the team will be just massaging him back and just giving, and plugging his different bits into different bobs. But
Hello.
Here he is. He is looking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yeah. That's
Okay.
fine.
So yeah, I'm really excited to find what's going to be the best hard artisan cheese this year. As Nikki said, we're looking for a wow factor cheese, something that's really typical of its type, but that's really going to excite and delight the palate. And we've got a wide variety of, milks to taste here this morning. So it should be really, really interesting.
Which one are you starting with, Chris?
Cornish, we're starting with...
You're going to say that, are you?
We're starting with F21214. And it's a beautiful looking specimen here. Very well presented. What obviously gives it away is the beautifully placed nettle leaves on the outside of the coat. They have been, it is an immaculate example of what this cheese should look like.
So everyone can see.
That is a beauty, isn't it? Absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nikki.
So this would traditionally be a kafili recipe, but it's actually made in the deepest heart of beautiful Cornwall. Yes, it's a modern British classic, this cheese.
Okay.
And what are we going to give it for appearance, guys?
Yeah, Cara, how many cheeses have we got in our little section?
We've got 6 cheeses in this category, yeah. So if we could just give that one a score for appearance, please.
Personally, I think I should give it a 9, Nikki.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I think a 9
I think it's excellent presentation.
Yeah, looks beautiful, doesn't it? And this is obviously, it won the category, which was with made from milk from their own herd, wasn't it? So a complete round story, isn't it, really?
It is. It is. Can we move swiftly on to aroma, guys?
It's mild, it's milky, it
nice
smells
milky.
clean. There's no off flavors at all coming from the, again, I would give it quite a high score. I would say probably an 8.
Yeah, I'm happy with an 8 on that. Yeah, it smells lovely, doesn't it? Very milky and creamy.
Brilliant. And how are we going to go with texture?
The texture is quite nice. It's got quite a nice bit which is broken down already, Chris, hasn't it? On the exterior, and then slightly hard, yes. Slightly firmer in the middle. But yeah, it looks perfectly matured.
It's quite, yeah, as you say, crumbly in the middle. Again, I think quite typical of this cheese.
Yeah.
Another 8. Would you say?
Yeah, I'd say another 8. Yeah.
I think we're all waiting for you to dive on in and tell us how gorgeous it tastes.
No, it's nice. It's nice, lemony.
I was going to say it's rich, it's creamy, and it's got a lovely salty twang to it that just wants you to go back and have a second piece.
Yeah, it's really well balanced, isn't it, Chris?
Very, very nice.
Yeah,
really
that's another one of those. We'd like to grab some of that. Just go in and have a bit of that. Thank you. You've sold that one in well.
I'm thinking, Nikki, probably an 8 for taste.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. If not, potentially a 9. I think
you can do halves.
8.5.
Let's go 8.5 then.
Let's go bold.
And I think probably overall score comes in at 8.5.
Really nice.
Not looking at that. Could we go true to character, guys? What would you give it out of 10?
I've said 8.5, 8.5, I think, in terms of its total score.
Yeah, so it would be 8.5 there on that as well then. Oh.
Fantastic.
But I have to say, it's set a really high standard for the beginning of this class.
Excellent.
But it's obviously in good nick as well. That's the point, isn't it? As we all know, with any cheese on the given day, you know, what's it like? How's it travelled? And that looks robust, and you know, the cheesemaker will be proud of that.
It's held up well to the whole travel experience.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's been cut yesterday, and we're tasting it today. You know, or you could have bought it in a cheese shop this morning. It's so fresh and clean on the palate.
Great, thank you guys. If we could move on to the next cheese, then, if it could be
F4 1093.
Yeah. Correct.
Yep.
So we're going on to a hard buffalo milk cheese now, Chris, aren't we? Quite different.
Correct.
Looks like it's quite mature. It's got a nice coloration, actually, hasn't it? It's quite gold on the outside.
Gold on the outside. Although on the bottom, I've got quite almost like a moon crater texture.
Yeah, likewise.
It almost reminds me of mimolette, you know, where you get the cheese whites going across. Yeah. So for me, the texture or the appearance slightly lets it down. I would probably score this as 6.5 because of that.
Yeah, I'd say 6 or 7, somewhere around there. Probably for most. Yeah.
Yeah.
7,
Going for 7 for appearance, then, guys.
In terms of aroma, it's got a wonderful caramel aroma coming off. You know,
very
clean, rich,
fudge-like, isn't it?
You know, the aroma promises a lot, and I'm really interested to try this in a minute.
It's got a lot of sweetness coming off it, hasn't it? You can really smell the sweetness.
I'm thinking in terms of aroma, at least an 8, maybe an 8.5.
Yeah, agree. The 8 would be good. I think it's giving off quite a lot, isn't it?
Nikki, what about the texture of this one?
It's quite heavy, quite pasty. It tastes quite different to I think what we were expecting, Chris. I've just tasted a little bit.
Really, I haven't tasted yet. It's quite a sticky texture.
It's quite sticky, quite fatty, quite heavy, I'd say as well. So I don't think the texture. I mean, I'd say sort of more middle of the road on the texture, wouldn't you, Chris? Sort of around the 6 or 7. 6 perhaps.
6, yeah. And it doesn't taste like the aroma would leave you to believe. It's
quite farmy.
Incredibly farmy. And it's almost, you got that coal tar flavour coming through. For me, I'm getting coal bunker, I'm getting buffalo tail, walking onto the farmyard. It's disappointing because it promised so much on the aroma, and I think it detracts from the appreciation. Yeah. For me, this is probably a 4 in terms of flavour because it's so dominantly farmyard.
Yeah, I'm probably not in disagreement with you. I think, very, very farmyard. I think that's all.
Overpowering it.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't really taste the cheese because you're just tasting that earthiness and that sort of farmy taste. I'd agree with you, Chris.
It's sad because when in previous rounds to get here, you know, that would have been a much better cheese. I think this is a really good example we talked about with the first cheese is that on the day for cheese in great condition. It's the cheese maker would have really appreciated it, and somewhere on the journey that one has certainly got past its best, which is sad.
It's a shame because it did promise a lot.
So the final one on that, guys, we need a true to character score.
Oh. It's hard. Well, it is a hard artisan cheese. I don't think you can knock that. I'd say we're probably 6 or a 7, Chris, on that. 7, perhaps?
I think 6. 6.
Okay, we'll go 6.
Thank you, guys.
Have you got? We're on now.
1016.
106. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So we're on a used milk cheese this time, Chris.
Right.
Looks quite dry, doesn't it? Matured quite a long time.
It looks nice. It's a nice, dry, even rind. It's obviously been cut from a much larger cheese. I don't think anybody would be unhappy to have that on their cheese board.
No. Obviously a cheddar-styled artisan cheese, isn't it? So, I mean, it does smell. You can smell the used milk, can't you, Chris, from it?
You can, and you also get the smell of damp cellars, where it's obviously been maturing over the last X number of months. But it's not unpleasant. It's that pleasant damp cellar aroma that you get. And yes, the cheese itself smells really inviting. And I'm expecting quite a rich taste coming from this cheese.
Yes, I guess appearance. You think?
What are we saying? 8?
I don't know. I don't think it's quite up there with the Arg. I think the cheese one. Probably more a 7, 7.5, perhaps. We go in the middle. Just because I think it's looking quite dry around the outside. I think 7.5. You're happy with that, Chris? Well, have we lost him?
I think we may have lost it. Can you hear us, Chris? I think his Wi-Fi may be playing up a little bit, but I'll put it down as a 7.5 and we'll revisit it when we get Chris back.
Okay, aroma.
Yeah, 7.5. 7.5 is fine.
Thanks, Chris.
So aroma. It's giving off. It's just we haven't got any of the sweet notes or other notes that we've seen on previous cheese. It smells quite one-dimensional to me. But what do you think, Chris?
Okay, what, 7? 7?
Yeah, I think 7 would be good. Yeah.
Yeah, fine.
So moving on to the texture, if we can, guys.
It's very crumbly, isn't it?
Crumbly and a little bit dry textured.
Yeah.
Which could be a reflection of its age or maybe lower moisture.
It feels quite powdery as well, doesn't it, Chris?
It does. So I think we'd score that down because it's falling apart on my fingers here.
Yeah.
I'm thinking 6 or lower,
6.
Do you think, Nick?
I think 6. Yeah, 6 would be fine. Definitely get the powderiness come through when you taste it. And it's got that nice sort of sheep's milk, nice balanced flavour, but there's quite a lot of salt in it as well, isn't there, Chris?
Yes, it reminds me a little bit of a pecorino. You got that salty twang at the end. You have got that sheepy flavour coming through, but it doesn't really build into any crescendo of flavour. It's just a very pleasant eat. No off flavours at the end. Pleasant without the wow factor.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of cheese. You wouldn't be upset if you had that. It's got a nice creaminess to it as well, hasn't it? There is a bit of creaminess to it. So, but yeah, I agree with you. No wow factor. I think, yeah, just middle of the road. So, Cara, what are we missing on our?
So we are missing the flavour score, Nikki, and then following that with the true to character. So
I'm guessing, Chris, we're probably at a 7. Are we on the flavour?
I think tops would be a 7, maybe even 6.5. I just think it's under delivering on the flavour.
Okay, yeah, 6.5. Good.
Thank you, guys.
And true to character. But it is an Artisan hard cheese, and it definitely delivers, I guess.
I think probably a 7. I think overall score 7.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. The next one I have on my list is F81007.
Now, this is not really a hard cheese as such. It's more semi-soft liquid. It almost reminds me of a halloumi.
Yeah, I was going to say it looks like it's a halloumi. There was quite a bit of way that it was in the liquid in the packet, wasn't there, Brian? So yeah, it certainly looks that way.
If I didn't know better, I'd say it's in the wrong class, but I'm sure it has to be in the right class.
So appearance, it's a white block of cheese, isn't it? So they've got, I guess, if it's type, it's in character, isn't it?
Yes, you get quite a lot of the creases because it's quite a relatively soft hard cheese. I think appearance-wise, 6.
Yeah.
You get milky notes on the nose.
Yeah, very much milk.
And not much else really. Again, not unpleasant smelling, quite pleasant.
It smells like it'll be quite creamy, doesn't it? Got quite a creamy, milky flavour to it. So
Chris, can you hold it up to the camera?
Can
you just hold it up to the camera a second? Yeah, just a bit nearer, and then just let it focus in on that. Just hold it there for a second, up a bit. So just to give us, thank you. Just to basically see how it looks, how closely textured it is, and thank you.
I'm thinking, Nikki, about 6 for aroma because it is very much on the mild side.
Yeah, 6 or a little bit lower, yeah, around that mark. So, would you be happy with 5.5?
Yes, no, that's fine. And then obviously the texture, as Nigel said, it's very close textured. It's a very tight, curved structure in there. And then when you break it, you get a slight crumbly chicken breast look and feel to it.
Yeah, it's very much a halloumi sort of style, isn't it? And it tastes that way as well. It's got quite a nice creamy aftertaste, hasn't it? Quite creamy, quite nice.
Creamy and a nice salty tang to the end of it. But in terms of texture, are we saying a 7 in terms of how good this is in terms of its type?
Yeah, 7. Good.
And what about flavour, guys?
Again, you wouldn't normally eat this cheese in this format, I don't believe. I think you would normally grill it or fry it. So we're just judging it on its raw state as opposed to how a consumer would probably eat it. So
I think it's got to be a 6, perhaps, Chris.
yeah, no, go with 6. And then overall, it would probably get a 6.5. You know, it's a pleasant eat in its current state, but it's not something that, you know, you're going to be wowed by. But I genuinely believe you wouldn't eat it like we're eating it here today. You would cook it.
It does seem strange that it's in the category with things, doesn't it?
So the next one is F81196, guys.
Okay, so we've got another hard goat's cheese this time. Got the, hold it up so everyone can see it. We've got a nice sort of maturation that you can see is taking place around the outside. There's still parts of the cloth is still on the outside, which normally the others have all been cleaned back, haven't they, Chris?
Yeah, I don't think it's not putting me. It's not putting me off because it's actually quite a lovely coat, you know, with lovely coloration. I quite like the appearance, I have to say. It's an artisan cheese, you know, and it looks well presented.
Yeah, I think it looks nice. It looks matured nicely through. So I guess 8.
8, I think absolutely. You know, on the nose, it's got classic goat and matured goat. But again, it's very appealing. You know, it's I'm looking forward to tasting this cheese.
Nikki, can you hold it up to the camera for us? Just thank you. Just hold it there for a second. Thank you. Just gives you again a bit of an idea of the texture, the grain. You know how tight. Looks lovely, actually.
Yeah. It smells sort of quite pecorino-like, doesn't it?
Yes.
Parmesan-like.
You know, it's been matured for quite a while, but being a small cheese, it's going to mature much more quickly than the larger cheeses. So in terms of aroma, 7, Nikki?
Yeah, 7. Yeah. Texture-wise, it's initially quite breaky, but it still seems to be coming together as it warms up.
Yeah, it's very creamy in the fingers. It's breaking down nicely. So for texture, I think 7.5.
Yeah, agree. Yeah.
Sadly, the flavour isn't as good as I think the aroma was promising it to be. It's quite sharp and acidic, and there's a slight burn there at the back of the throat.
Quite a bit of burn at the back, isn't there? It's quite punchy on flavour, isn't it? Very full flavoured. Don't think it's got that nice sort of balance that you would expect. You're certainly not getting those creamy notes through, are you, Chris?
No, and it's
I think the flavour lets it down.
It's slightly farmy, and just at the end of the palate, it's just drying out. There's that twang to it.
Yeah.
I was in Glastonbury or down in Somerset on Tuesday, and I had a cheese board on in the evening, and there was Glastonbury Twanger on the cheese board. And this, for me, has reminiscences of a twanger at the end of the palate. It's just not what you're looking for, really. It needs to be cleaner and slightly sweeter and more rounded.
Yeah, it's definitely not a clean, rounded, balanced flavour, is that?
So my view in terms of taste, that no more than a 4.5, 5.
5, I think. Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
And overall, I think because of its quite predominantly strong, punchy flavour, no more than a 6 for its overall score.
Yeah, I think that was really disappointing, wasn't it? That's a good promise, but unfortunately,
it looks such a good cheese on the cheese board, you know, and you'd have no expectation that you're going to walk away with that twangy flavour and think, ouch, I need something to refresh the palate. It's a shame because it's a well-made cheese by the look of it.
Yes, it looks artisan, cloth bound, looks really enticing.
It ticks all the boxes, Nigel, from its appearance.
No cheesemaker will be disappointed the way it's ended up.
So if we can move on to our final cheese in this category, guys, it's F101067.
Okay, so we've got something completely different to everything else, sort of more of a Dutch style. This looks really promising.
Definitely like a Howder style.
This is going to be full of flavour, I think, isn't it?
You got the classic plastic oat rind on the outside. It smells wonderful. It really is rich caramel, toasty, sweet toffee. So I'm really looking forward to trying it. In terms of its appearance, the outside is very, you know,
I think it's
just
like a nice cheese.
Sorry, Nikki, I didn't get what you said there.
I said I think this looks like a really nice cheese, doesn't it? It looks well aged. It looks, yeah, I think it's got quite a nice appearance. So, I mean, I'd say,
9?
Yeah,
9 maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And it sounds like you're scoring the aroma quite high as well.
Oh, Christ,
Personally, I think based on the aroma, I'd give this a high 9.
Oh, look at that! It's just breaking apart in the carton.
It smells wonderful.
Yeah, it smells like it's going to be quite sweet, doesn't it? No, it smells lovely.
So, are you happy with a 9 for aroma, Nikki?
Yeah, I'm happy with a 9 for aroma.
Great.
Texture,
please.
Next up. So, this is solid, isn't it, Chris?
It's certainly aged. It's a vintage. I'd almost think this is vintage style.
Yeah, it is. Texture-wise, very crumbly.
I was going to say, if this was a cheddar, I'd be calling it quite flinty, because I think it's got a very flinty texture.
Yeah, it's very crumbly and very flaky and flinty, yeah. So texture, what do you want to go with for Chris on texture? I think it's probably up there, isn't it, in the higher realms?
8.
Yeah.
I think the texture might have just gone over the top and down. It might just be a little bit too old from a texture perspective.
Oh, it tastes quite burnt, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's very burnt.
It's quite
kind of
strong.
Almost like it's gone over the top, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think there's a really strong afterburn there, and you got that.
Yeah.
I think maybe three months ago, it might have been a very different cheese, but it's disappointing because I was so excited from the aroma. I was thinking I was going to have this incredible wow factor experience.
Disappointing. So I think it's going to get marks back heavily on the taste, isn't it, Chris? So unfortunately, disappointing.
That is sad, isn't it? Because it promised so much. So, yeah. And
Yeah.
you know, it will have had its zenith. It would have been whenever that was, when it was really, but you know, when it was cresting on the top of the hill rather than going down the backside of it.
No.
And it's got quite a burn now and bite at the back of the throat.
Yeah, it's got quite an aftertaste, hasn't it? It's not a balanced aftertaste where you'd go back. So
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
What score do you want to go with, Chris? Are you thinking around the sort of 6 mark, 5 mark, somewhere around there?
I'm thinking 5.5. I think it's
okay.
It's not anywhere near the second one, which was just pure farm.
Yeah.
This has got more positive characteristics, but it lets it down. So 5.5 tops, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, and then finally, true to character score, please.
Well, I guess it is quite true to character. It's a hard artisan cheese, isn't it? So probably 7.
Yeah, no more than 7. No more than 7. It's the flavour, which would carry most marks, is the one that's letting it down the most.
Yeah.
Which is a real shame, because I'm sure on a good day, this cheese is outstanding.
Yeah, agree.
I shall make a note of that, guys. Thank you. So the results for the best artisan hard cheese category, sponsored amazingly by Neil's Yard. Thank you, Neil's Yard. Is F21214, the very first cheese that you tasted, which we've kind of given away. I think what it is, just everything is ticking their boxes. But if you guys wouldn't mind, I've got the notes that you said for this cheese are beautiful looking specimen, well placed leaves, immaculate example of this cheese, a modern British classic, milky, mild and clean to the taste, perfectly churned and crumbling in the middle, rich, creamy with a salty tang, well balanced, and has travelled exceptionally well. It could even taste like it was cut yesterday. Is there anything you would like to add to that?
I'd say congratulations, Catherine Mead, and your excellent cheese making team.
We're not really allowed to say that, Chris.
Well, everybody knows if it's Cornish Yard where it comes from. It is an outstanding cheese today.
Thank you, guys. Much appreciated.
Yeah, well done to you. And going to be back as well. I know that Chris has got Best Cheddar at 1:30 and Nikki's with Best Blue at 2 o'clock. So it's a busy old time and lots to see and do. But we've got a moment's break here to interview someone very special. I'm delighted that she's with me. So let's find out who we're going to be doing the big interview with. It's coming up now. Here she is. Well, welcome, and welcome for being patient there while we were just going through some of those cheeses. It's quite interesting to see, Caroline, cheese being tasted virtually. I don't know if you were able to watch that, because that's what's given us. You've judged a lot, World Cheese Awards, lots of different cheese competitions, but also to actually hear the judges' thoughts as they actually talk us through it. It brings out. I didn't think it would work originally, but 3 years on, we've proved it definitely does. And it really, there's a guy called Nigel Pooley who was the guy. He said, "No, let's listen to what the judges have to say," and it really is instructive.
Yeah, it's really interesting hearing from them, and also when you've judged yourself, it's interesting to think about the language that we're using collectively and together, and seeing the cheeses, the pressure that must be on the judges doing it live as well. That's an interesting added dynamic. Judging cheeses it requires so much experience, and for you to be present in the moment to experience the cheese as it is, and then to be able to articulate that as well. and put a score to it. It's a real specialist thing to do, is to judge cheese. So.
Yeah, and I think maybe it's a bit like politics as well, where it's not only being a great judge, but now, as we're proving, there's a whole other element, a bit more theatre to it, where people are holding it up to the camera, they're talking, about it, which, without making it too theatrical, but also it just gives it more layers of interest.
Yeah, that's the challenge. We're waiting for technology where you can smell and feel texture, right? Because smelling and feeling texture is so important to judging cheese.
Scratch and sniff cheese tasting. I mean, that's the way for. But again, with you judge the World Cheese Awards as well, to then get together with people who are making cheese, or they're selling cheese, or cheesemongers, whatever they are, from different parts of the world. That's fascinating to see what different palates people are looking for.
Yeah, and the expectations from different countries as well, where maybe particular types of cheeses are specialities of that country, and you always learn a lot as well at the World Cheese Awards. It's a great experience. Yeah, definitely learning from other cultures.
Yeah, and for us today, the Virtual Cheese Awards, just to see the judges going through the process all around the UK, it's amazing. It's rather than gathering in one place. If any good things did come out of the lockdown and pandemic. Have we tracked you down at Lichfield Grange? Where are you? Where's your location? I can see all your accolades behind you.
Yeah, I'm in the offices above the cheese room on the farm at Shepherd's Purse. So,
and just before we get into Shepherd's Purse, talking about it, obviously there is tinged by great sadness, because sadly the founder of Shepherd's Purse, your mum, our great friend Judy Bell. The announcement was made on the 15th of March of this year that she'd gone to the great cheesemakers in the sky, and it was a sad loss. I don't think any of us quite believed that he was going to depart from us, because he was the original Duracell bunny, with massive energy, and everything went with it. So much missed. But the great thing is that her legacy will continue, because these fantastic range of cheeses that will be tasted, all around the world, and what a great legacy. Tell us a bit about the business. People who don't know, what you do there, how many of you are involved, and just give us a little insight into Shepherd's Purse.
Yeah, so Mum founded the business in the late 1980s, and when I was old enough to go to school, there was 4 of us. We grew up on the farm. We're 5th generation farmers on this mixed arable farm. But when I was old enough to go to school, she felt like she needed something more of a challenge, I guess, to do. Bringing up 4 children wasn't enough. And she, a few factors came together around sheep milk, and she decided that to start experimenting, making a range of sheep milk products would be a great option for people that are intolerant or allergic to cow's milk. So she just went and bought, her and my auntie went and bought 6 sheep and cracked on in true Judy Bell style, and turned up back at the farm with the support, to be honest, of my dad and my granddad, and began experimenting with milking sheep. And there's lots happened in between. She built that flock up to 400 with my brother as well. And we were milking sheep on the farm and making a range of cheeses. The first ones being Yorkshire Feta, as it was then, Old York, and we did a sheep smoked Wensleydale at the beginning as well. And one of our first customers, actually, I was there on Tuesday to celebrate their 175th anniversary as a business, which is massive. It was Booths.
Wow.
So a customer in Clitheroe asked for some sheep milk, and my dad used to drive over and drop the milk off directly to the store. And then we built a relationship and started selling our cheeses there too. In the mid 1990s, we started buying milk in as well as the business grew. And once we started buying sheep's milk in, we understood that we could potentially start with cow's milk and water buffalo milk as well, because we'd developed a process, and we're becoming known more as artisan cheesemakers than we were for just the alternate milk product side of the business. And that's when if we were going to do a cow's milk cheese, we wanted to do something a bit different. And at the time, there weren't many soft continental style blue cheeses available in the UK, British ones. And that's where we set about developing Yorkshire Blue and what would become Mrs. Bell's Blue as well.
So I love about it. It's a range of the different milks that you've been really successful in. I always think I always say there's you there's Roger Longman at White Lake, did Shepton Mallet as well. I mean, I always think the sign of great cheesemakers is the one who can use different milks and still produce great cheeses and award-winning cheeses. As you know, your Buffalo Blue is a cheese that I don't know, I could be buried in it. It would just be, it's a stunning, different cheese. It's lovely and creamy and interesting. But again, I suppose the biggest problem is occasionally getting enough supply to make sure that you can make it and keeping that longevity going.
Yeah, and it is a specialist milk, and we've got a fantastic supply, a fantastic quality supply. And actually, one of our customers who runs a restaurant this week posted he'd taken 10 kilograms of Buffalo Blue with him to Borneo. He posted a picture of 10 kilos of Buffalo Blue and a bottle of gin in Borneo. So yeah, it is loved by many people, that cheese. Yeah, we've got a great team here. There's about 35 of us now. Katie and I, my sister, have run the business since 2012, but very much under the watchful eye of Mum, keeping us right. So yeah, but the team have been fantastic and amazing, and I've no doubt that we're going to continue. We've got lots in the pipeline, and we're absolutely determined to make it even a bigger success than ever. We're very driven, but with Mum's inspiration, she'll always be with us.
Yeah, for sure. And what's the breakdown? I mean, I know the last 2 years have been strange, and we'll maybe come to that, how you managed to pivot the business. But in a normal year, how much of it would end up on trade, restaurants, hotels, etc., bars, pubs, as opposed to directly with the public?
Yeah, we probably wouldn't have been able to tell you that until the pandemic, because of the wholesalers that service food service also service some independent retail as well. So it's harder for us to see exactly where it all goes. But now we can probably estimate that it's 30 to 40% of our business is hospitality, or was. So, and that obviously took a huge hit at the beginning of the pandemic. Thankfully, we do have our retail side of our business as well, and that really ramped up thanks to all the work that was done, and partly due to fantastic things like this virtual cheese awards, raising the profile of British cheeses. And that hasn't gone away yet. So I think it's really important for us to keep up the momentum and keep shouting about all these great British cheeses that are available, and all the hard work and passion that goes into not only us cheesemakers making the cheeses, which demands and requires a tremendous amount of passion and hard work, but the farmers as well, producing the great quality milk, because without that great quality milk, we don't get great quality product. And the pressures on farming at the moment are intense. So it's more important than ever for us to pull together and really support and shout and bang the drum for the great quality product that we make in the UK, starting with our farmers and coming through our cheesemakers, and the great job that retailers, specialty delis, restaurants are doing, choosing and selling our cheeses. So
yeah, and you think during the years that Shepherd's Purse has been on the go, how you see the change in the image and the profile of British cheeses, where people maybe slightly sniffy about it and thought we just had a few territorials, the cheddars and the Stiltons, etc., but not a lot more. That has been debunked, but there again, a lot more people have been getting involved in it as well. And the quality, again, you must have seen that. Your involvement in the business, the actual quality of cheese making, has improved, and the techniques for the sanitization, the care that goes into it. But it's still very much an artisan, handmade product, but using modern technology to make sure that you can replicate that the quality on a regular basis.
Yeah, cheese making is almost impossibly difficult. It's really simple to make a great cheese, but to make a great cheese every batch, with the same characteristics, there's where the huge challenge lies, and that's where great skill, experience, attention to detail, process, and that's what Mum was very, very, very much really instilled that from the beginning. She had a pharmacist background and to be honest, scared of harming anybody. So we had the highest of hygiene standards right from the beginning, and that's something that will always get commented on visitors to our dairy, and it's something that we certainly continue to this day. And then it's about just continuing to pay attention to all the little details involved that deliver a world-class cheese.
Yeah, I don't think people really give it that much thought. They think how the milk can vary at different times of year, depending which animal, are they on pasture? Are they inside? Are they out? What are they eating? What's happening to the reproductive cycle? All the different elements that will affect the flavour of that cheese.
Yeah, yes, and then the cheese as it matures through its life, and we make it those soft blue cheeses can be quite temperamental and sensitive to any change. So we're very well aware of every kind of complex, even the environment in which the cheese is made, the air quality, the water, everything, every tiny little detail can have an impact on cheese making, and that's what makes every cheesemaker unique. You couldn't just pick up our dairy, move it somewhere else and expect to make exactly the same type of cheese. It just wouldn't happen. It's very much grounded in where we do it, as well as who's making and our particular dairy. So that's what makes that. It's similar to wine. It's what makes every individual cheese very special. And I also think it's what makes our community so collaborative and supportive of each other, because it's you can't copy. You've got to do your own unique thing. It will end up being unique whether or not you like it or not. So so it's supporting each other and helping and sharing best practice is the very least that we can all do to help make the whole industry better.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know, because Mum was very much involved with the Great Yorkshire Show as well. I always thought it was a really sad day when the Royal, our own Warwickshire-based show went, because I've worked at the Royal Welsh Show and up at the Royal Highland as well. And again, to get that cheese community, when you can get out there and taste your cheeses and the public can sample them, again, that everything tastes better with a great story. And your cheeses definitely have great stories behind them in their genesis as well. But the fact now we're opening up again, and the Great Yorkshire, where people can go and really see the cheeses on display and compare them to other ones.
Yeah, I'm really honoured to be able to take the Great Yorkshire Show Cheese and Dairy Show onwards with the fantastic cheese committee team that we've got. And it will be happening again in July. We do need all the support that we can get to fill Mum's shoes, who was chief steward, and she was definitely doing a lot in the background in the run up to it. But there'll be 140,000 consumers visiting that show, or visitors to the show. It's one of the biggest agricultural show in the UK, and the support from the Great Yorkshire Show has been fantastic. And yes, to get the community, that's what we're focusing on this year, is just bringing everybody back together in person and celebrating the great cheeses that we make and having the show, because it'll be extra sad. It's not just Mum that we've lost in the time that the Great Yorkshire Show hasn't happened. The last time we ran the Cheese and Dairy Show at the Great Yorkshire Show, David Hartley was with us as well. So we'll be remembering David Hartley and Mum at this year's Great Yorkshire Show. It'll be a moving event, I'm sure, if I can hold it together.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you can. Well, there will be someone just looking after you from on high, without doubt. And you talk about Yorkshire again, and then within the UK, but what about overseas as well? Exports is, gosh, I mean, the complications of that market at the moment, does that suddenly put you off and think, well, maybe now's not the time to look at that? Or are you always looking for more interesting markets, or are you getting approaches from other people?
Yeah, we'll always look. We have a challenge with the life of our blue cheeses being soft and young and having a shorter life. It makes them expensive to export further afield. But we do know that our cheeses are exported, and it has become way more difficult. Hopefully, that's one of the things that we can solve with the numerous challenges that are facing us over these next few years. We can hopefully carve some paths and make some elements of the business easier. There'll be some opportunities that arrive, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, certainly with Delicious Yorkshire, which Mum was involved with for eons, it's just giving that artisan food and drink community a collective body, a feeling that they're not on their own. They can, if you're having a bad day, for people you can speak to, if you want to expand your business, how you can go about it without, jeopardizing yourself financially. All the things that your Mum was very, very, very good at, because she was a great listener. I'm sure she did say, we got 2 of these and 1 of these, but so it's the best form of talking to someone is to listen and she was great advocate and helper for people setting up, not just cheese businesses, but many others. And I think, again, that level of input that she brought to was amazing.
Yeah, I think choosing to actually create something and do something it's hard. It's always going to involve hard work. So to be an encourager of people who are giving it a go and are trying is absolutely vital. And I think that Mum really benefited. She had some encouragers herself at the beginning of the business when she was doubting probably whether or not she could do it. And then I know that she said that if she could do it, anyone could do it. And that was definitely a driving force for her, being such an encourager and inspirer for others. And yeah, I think it's more important than you realize, giving people support and in-person support and encouragement. And as you say, listening and sharing experiences is so valuable, more valuable than what you can Google or get information from a specialist. Getting information from other people who are treading or who have trodden the path is just so valuable.
Yeah, I mean, Les Lambert of Fountains Dairy, who revived Coverdale cheese, was a great source of information and energy for your mum. But similarly, we saw that at the Deliciously Yorkshire Awards when Mario Olianos, Sardinian cheesemaker, who found English and love in Yorkshire and now is in Otley, making his fantastic pecorinos and frescoes and ricottas. But it was great that he was on stage with your mum, and from the heart, he looked at her and just, a huge thank you. And there were tears rolling down his cheek. And because, again, it was just the information and coming from overseas to set up a business and how to survive and to all the pitfalls that can easily take you down. And I think in any business, that's a huge inspiration. And Judy Bell was definitely there. Just, if people don't know, just tell us, I know you've got a few in the range, but give us a little brief snapshot of the range of Shepherd's Purse that you've got at the moment.
So our best known cheese now is probably Yorkshire Blue. So that's a cow's milk blue. And we also have Harrogate Blue, which we launched in 2012 and has done really well since then, won some really big awards. We have our sheep's milk blue, Mrs. Bell's Blue, Water Buffalo Blue, very imaginatively named. We have
I'll tell you.
Northern Blue, which is a slightly stronger cow's milk blue. We have Blooming White, which is a blue mold ripened. It doesn't really fit in a category. It's an odd one, but we absolutely love it. It's blue mold ripened, really, but we don't spike it. So it's really soft and creamy on the inside. It's a real favourite. And then we have our fresh white cheese. So we have Yorkshire Fettle as it is at the moment. I was very close to being able to announce what we're going to have to change its name to, but I can't quite announce it yet. I was hoping to be able to, but we're not quite there. But we're very excited that we might have got a solution to our problem of the naming of Yorkshire Fettle. And then we still have Old York, which was one of our first cheeses, and we do another mum inspired cheese, which is the Katie's White Lavender, which was our Yorkshire Fettle flavoured with lavender, because one of the team suggested it and we tried it and it was different and worked. Mum felt it worked and we've kept it ever since.
Yeah, but that's again typically innovative. And Katie Matten as well. And and Nigel, your dad, we wish you the best for farming background, and Justin, and obviously the great inspiration from your departed brother Jonathan. Again, I'm actually in Liverpool, and we're going to be doing the Northwest Family Business Awards tonight. But what's good to know is that later in the year we're going to be doing one in Leeds as well for the Northeast Family Business Awards. And if ever a family was typified, of the importance of pulling together, and you are it, and the fact that you employ 35 people as well, and still allowed your mum. She went off to watch you and Katie play a lot of sports. You're both very good rugby players as well. I mean, the human dynamo, and she was gardening and all the things that went with it. But I love the fact that when she used to go around the Dales in a bright yellow sports car, but her grandchildren used to call it Grandma's sexy car, and I rather love that. Put a spring in a step, and she was all those things. But Shepherd's Purse goes on and lives on, and you and Katie, it's just great that you are doing it, and it's a privilege just to have a chat with you. You're a great company to be with. You're very talented family, but also the crew who work for you. And I know you're a real inspiration to your staff and them to you. And that's a really big empowerment, I think, during lockdown, to appreciate the people around us who we work with, to make work fun wherever possible. You know, it's hard work, but it's a great product. And we salute you. Shepherd's Purse, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go out and taste some of it. It's absolutely fantastic. Caroline Bell, it's a joy. Thank you for your time.
One last thing to mention there. Katie, my sister, has just been accepted for the London Marathon. She's never run a marathon before in her life. So once we will publish as soon as she's got the Just Giving page to raise money. She's going to do the London Marathon.
And does she know who she's raising money for yet? Or
she's doing it for bowel cancer.
Good. Absolutely. Well, we wish her all the best, and I will definitely support her and back her.
And just to say, for our team, at the beginning of the pandemic, everybody pulled together. We had an amazing spirit here of how we all looked after each other and how they've looked after us through this period.
Yeah. No, from the heart as ever. And what a great note to finish on the crew who work with you. Shepherd's Purse, Caroline Bell. Send the love to Katie.
Thanks, Nigel. Thanks to the World Cheese Award, to the Virtual Cheese Awards as well. Thank you for all the support, and thanks for inviting me on today.
No, you're welcome. And thank you. Take care. Love to Yorkshire. There you go, in Thirsk. Of course, at Leachfield Grange at Newsham near Thirsk. Now, we're going to meet the crew who have put the Virtual Cheese Awards together. I'm not sure if we've got a roll of drums or we're going to come up, but less of me, more of them. Let's meet the crew who have made today happen. Hey team, all right. Thank goodness.
Hello.
We talked about, Sarah, earlier on. You were in Leeds, you were in the Nerve Centre, North PR, where it all happens. But there you've got the founding father, well, actually mother even, next door to you as well. Sarah, thank you very much. Vicky Rogerson, hello, Vicky. Well done, you.
Hello.
Which is remarkable because it is quite stressful putting something together like this. It's tough enough as it is, but to do it online. But at the moment, touch wood, we're on schedule and it's going all right.
Yeah, it's going well. It's quite stressful, but we just want to make sure the event is just perfect and that we're representing all the British cheese producers in the best way. So it's stressful in the sense that we just want to make it really good. But I was just going to say, like, we've got like a Shepherd's Purse here, but I fangirl after Caroline and I love her so much. And she's gone through such a hard time, but that interview was brilliant. She made me cry about 4 times, can I just say. So my mascara is totally run.
Yeah, well, yes. And Jeremy Bowens has run a bit, I noticed as well. But well done to you, Jezza. Nice to see you. Last time we were together was Farm Shop and Deli Show. Obviously doing a lot with Le Gruyere as well at the moment. You're busy boy.
Wait a minute, I was running around. You weren't, because you were legless, Mr. Barden. You were 100% legless. And also, can I say, Sarah and Vicky, it almost looks like you've got a halo around your head with the sunlight coming. Are you is it a religious experience today, this sort of Virtual Cheese Awards? And then Cara,
Queen and Princess,
stoic and in charge in her own special needs way. Marvellous. Are we a great team?
Yeah, no, well done. And with the dog and the support. And well done. We've got all the Butlers pinnies on. Thank you very much for their Lancashire's finest. Jill's going to be on later on, but really good. There you go. Thank you, Cara. But Cara, as well, as it's been going all right. I know you've been in front of a camera some of the time and then backstage as well, just mentoring and collating and stewarding. All good so far?
Yes, to be honest, as Vicky said, it's been quite an emotional day. I can't believe where we are today compared to our first awards. It's just come on leaps and bounds, and thank you to the support of everybody who's been involved, and especially the cheese makers who've joined us and our wonderful sponsors and crikey judges. You are phenomenal this year. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, originally Nigel Pooley, who's worked alongside Vicky and came up with the awards, said, we must see other judges at work. And I have to say, I was really sniffy thinking, well, it's not going to be that interesting. But actually, it's proved it's fascinating to see the judging process. And when you've got judges as talented and as erudite as the ones we've got, that certainly helps. But it made it really special.
We really do champion. You're right, Nigel. It's inclusive, not exclusive. And that means is people can see what's happening. And we started off with the category of cheese that we did. We celebrate all cheeses, and that means is all cheeses. And the cheese, as we know, is only as good as the cheese on the day.
Yeah, for sure. And well done, Vicky. I mean, well done to you working it all together and doing putting it together, putting the running order and us sticking to it. But Sarah as well, 3 years on, gosh, you crazy youth. It's staggering. It was a great idea out of lockdown, but it really has. We have got a very interesting USP, and that's proven the more we put it together and run days like this.
Yeah, I mean, as we said earlier, we continue because of the great feedback, because the makers want to actually see and hear and have that experience of the live kind of judging, and then it's videoed so they can go back and back. So hopefully everyone's got some great feedback today. Yeah. And yeah, the kind of quality of the judging is amazing. So thank you very much, everybody. Taking the feedback is key. Yeah, and the feedback is key, but also we've got different categories coming up, but then special awards for our young cheese makers and innovation, and then we've got the regionals and we've got the Supreme, which will be a 3-2-1, so we'll have a top 3 in the Supreme. So someone's cheese life is going to change today. A few people will, but well done. I salute you, Sarah and Vicky, Jeremy and Cara. Thank you very much for your drive and energy and for making the Virtual Cheese Awards happen. And it's a joy to be involved. I've got to move on. We've got Best Cheddar coming up. So there you go. Well done. Woo, they're back. Brilliant. Well done. Lee's in charge. Chris is there in front of the young master, or the young master in front of an old master, and Tanny there, and he's got his press SWAT jacket in there as well, looking good in Scotland. Well done, team. Best Cheddar. Now, that in itself is a title, is it not? Because there's some fabulous cheddar coming out of the UK. Let's hope that the ones that you've got to try live up to it. Lee, how many do we have?
We've got 4 again in this category, Nigel. So nice and short and sweet, so we should have some interesting facts come out of the judges.
Yeah, your time to have a go. There you go. Tanny, what are you going to lead off with? Give us some numbers. Hi,
Chris.
Yeah,
hi,
Tanny.
We're going to start off with cheddar A1172. Traditional mature cheddar.
Right.
And looks lovely. Nicely presented. You see, interestingly, the cracks, if you can, on the pate is very, very interesting. It's the pressing or the style of pressing, and how sometimes the pressing can be slightly uneven, which can leave these cracks, which is perfectly fine. And often, sometimes you can get a bit of blue molding in it, which is just totally fine. But looks lovely, looks really nice. Nice aroma, grassy aroma to it. Chris, do you think?
Again, this is a classic traditional cheddar. You've got the open texture because it is made using farmhouse starter cultures, and it's pressed in a very different way than the commercial 20 kg blocks. The appearance, it's a very clean coat, so it looks as though the muslin has been removed from the outer of the cheese. The actual cheese itself, it looks really clean. There's no blue mold ingress there. So from the appearance, I think it should score quite highly. I'm thinking around an 8.5, Tanny.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Chris. 8.5 is good. Yeah, that's good.
I think in terms of the aroma, it's got the classic damp cellars, the traditional, cheddar maturation store. It's very pleasant aroma. And again, looking forward to trying what the cheese will taste like. So from an aroma perspective, overall, I think it's probably about an 8, because there's not a huge amount coming off the cheese. It's milky. It smells as though it's going to be creamy. No particular off flavors at this point. So I think 8 for me for the aroma.
Yeah, I'm happy with 8. Also, it's got a lovely kind of that, as you say, the cellar smell, almost the wet grass, kind of the wet, fresh grass coming through, quite fresh and clean. So really nice.
Texture, I think, again, the appearance is really strong. If anything, I think the texture might be slightly soft-bodied. I expected it to be slightly firmer than perhaps it is. But it does break down nicely between the fingers.
It does.
I'm thinking about 7.5 from the texture.
Yeah, with you on that. I think also probably the fact that the pressing may not be hard enough to make it more firm or drier, but yeah, I'm happy with the 7.5 from that, Chris. Nice kind of buttery, quite savory notes coming through on it.
I'd say very savory, very grassy, some creamy notes coming, slightly prickly at the end. I think it promises more up front, and then the flavor dissipates more quickly than I expect.
Yeah. Depth of flavor short, yeah, very short. Yeah.
So it's, I think this cheese would really benefit from a bit more age. Appreciate it's a mature cheddar, and they've chosen to put it in as a mature cheddar.
Sure.
I just think it's got more to deliver than what we're perhaps seeing here today.
Agree with you on that, yeah. So you're saying taste-wise about 7.5, 8?
7.5, I'd say.
Yeah, happy with you on that, yeah.
What about true to character?
And then in terms of true to character, I think you're looking at an 8.
Yeah.
I think it's overall it scores that level.
Excellent. Do you want to move on to 1088?
So again, here we have another traditionally made cheddar. If you can see, we've got the classic rind at the end. The cheese looks well made. It looks you've got that slightly open farmhouse texture, and this cheese does feel firmer than the previous cheese that we just looked at. The coat looks fairly clean, as you would expect, having had the cloth removed. It looks like it's going to be a nice cheese to eat. My feeling in terms of appearance, 8.5, 9, Tanny?
Yeah, with you on that 9, I think is good. You can see the natural rind of stock pound on it once it's been undressed. It's good, yeah.
Again, I'm getting a little bit more aroma than I did on the previous one, which probably reflects that this is a slightly older, more mature cheese.
Sure.
8.5 for the aroma.
Yes, 8.5 is good, yeah.
And as I was saying earlier, I think texture-wise, it's a much firmer cheese, reflecting the age of it, but it's still breaking down nicely between the fingers and getting quite smooth.
Yeah, I mean, you can just feel it straight away through the body.
You know, when you break the cheese, it's slightly flinty, which is what you would hope to see in a slightly older cheese.
Sure.
So I'm thinking in terms of texture, 8.5.
Yeah, with you on that. Or even more, maybe 9, because it seems quite nice. Really kind of, you can feel it's going to have a good bite on it.
Do you want to go up to 9, Chris? Or
Yeah, I'm happy with 9. Yep.
Wow. Nice flavor.
It's a very, it's rich, it's savory. There's a hint of sweetness coming through there, but it's very much in balance with the rest of the cheese. I'm even getting, Tanya, I don't know if you had any, a bit of the calcium lactate crystals.
Crystals coming through, yes. And talking about its age, and I
Which
like
gives
you
it
said,
a lovely texture to the cheese. You know, you've got the smooth, creamy cheddar, and then you've got the crystals.
and all in all, quite nicely balanced. The texture, the body on the bite, you know, the aromas that we talked earlier, and the taste. Really nice, clean finish, keeps your palate nice and fresh after the finish. Really.
And I think the other really positive thing here is the really lovely flavors that you're getting at the beginning and the middle part of the palate. I keep on going on. You know, there's quite a strong positive memory left on the palate, which is really lovely to see.
I like that positive memory where it wants you to go and have a bite again just to get back going. Really nice.
It's always a good sign. I find that it's always a really good sign when you're tempted to go back for more. You know, it's always got a slight hint of umami coming through. Really good, really good. So, for me, I think the flavor should be at least a 9.
Yeah, 9.5, or I'm happy with 9 very much. Yeah,
I go with 9, Lee. I think it's very good. And overall, I think we should probably give this cheese a 9. I think it's a very good example of a traditional cheddar. I think it's well made. There's a lovely balance and flavor to it. You know,
and it fits
really
the extra mature category very well.
Yes, because it's always difficult to take these traditional cheddars beyond mature, because you increase the risk of blue mold or other off flavors coming into the cheese. And this cheese really demonstrates that it's well made, well balanced, and lovely, lovely flavors coming through.
Excellent. Really good.
Okay, so the next one's going to be 1089.
Again, we got another traditional farmhouse cheddar here. This particular one, I think, is a vintage. Again, it's cloth bound with the cloth removed. I don't know if you can see that.
The rind, yeah.
You've got the open texture from the farmhouse cultures and the way it's been made.
Almost those kind of grassy aromas coming through when you kind of get the first glance at it, like the first cheese. You know, nice moist cellars.
I think in terms of appearance, I'd probably say it's not quite as well presented as the previous sample. So I'm going to go for an 8.5.
Yeah, happy with that. Yeah.
And I'm thinking in terms of the aroma, it's slightly, there's something there which I'm not quite sure about. I almost get the impression there might be a slight twang to this. It doesn't feel quite as clean as the previous sample. So from an aroma, I would probably go no higher than an 8.
Yeah, happy with you on that. You're right, because the more you smell, you're still trying to get to that comfort of it, but you're almost kind of getting lost with it. You're not getting there. No. Wow, texture looks good, feels good, really nice.
The texture is really good. It's it's definitely a well-made cheese. It's got really good body and good resistance, but it's breaking down nicely. It's not too dry. It's very supple between the fingers.
Really, it's really clean. It's not kind of quite greasy.
And again, I think similar to what I said on the last cheese, it's got a nice flinty texture. So I'm thinking about an 8.5 there, Tanny, for texture.
Yeah, you're doing that way. Nicely done. I'm getting those crystals, calcium crystals coming through as a vintage cheddar. Nice kind of meaty, lovely kind of meaty, savory notes coming through. Caramel, slightly caramel.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of that butyric acid coming through. I think on the palate it's slightly more claggy than the previous cheese. It's slightly dirty. It's not as clean or as well balanced as the previous one, and I'm not enjoying it as much.
I think I see a point. I think the finish is not clean, so that's what is slightly pasty. It lingers on the palate, and which gives that, interestingly, that slightly dirtiness to the palate kind of a feeling where you need to wash it with something or cleanse it with something. But I see your point there.
Exactly. So for me, I think I would lower the score slightly to reflect the fact that it's not as well balanced or not as rich and as complex. And you've got some of those slight off notes coming through the back. I think at most a 7.5.
Yeah, happy with that, 7.5. And
I think sorry, Tanny, you mentioned the tartrate crystals, lactate crystals there as well. But that's, again, with a cheese like this, you're quite happy with that. That's something that just gives an extra dimension showing its age.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a vintage cheddar, so it's a good way to really understand that if you're eating a good, well-matured cheese, these are the characteristics that come through. Typically, these is a lot popular with cheddar, but it's a classic one with continentals like Gruyere and Comté. You want these crystals and happily pay the premium for that. So, no, really well made. So far, 3 cheeses amazing.
Yeah, I think customers really do like the crystals, Nigel. It's something that they go out and seek, those cheeses. And it's lovely when you do find it. It's never guaranteed in a cheese. And it's a real science for the cheesemaker to create those crystals. Sometimes it happens naturally. Other times the cheesemaker can influence it to have a higher probability that crystals will appear. Overall, Tanny, I'm thinking of a 7.5, 8 for the cheese.
Yeah, true to character. I'm with you on that. I think 8's a good number.
Okay.
Brilliant. So the next one then will be 1170.
1170.
Tanny, just hold it up to the camera, will you? Thanks.
Sorry. Yeah, just looking at it, Not sure if the camera is doing justice, but you can see slightly a sheen of wetness on it coming through.
Yeah, the sheen does come through. I can see it now, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just
I think that's the free moisture, but you can also see quite a bit of what looks like the calcium lactate crystals have appeared on the outside, and those are the white specks across the cheese. And some customers think that can sometimes be mold, but obviously, we know that older cheddars, particularly creamery style cheddars, tend to have this style of white lactate deposited on the outside of the surface.
I think you can. I'm not sure if you can see a bits of those white.
Yes, you just hold it still. That's fine. Just for a second. No, you can do it. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, there. That's very, very, good point there, Chris. I mean, present appearance-wise, it looks fine. It's a block, assuming block cheddar that's been cut and sent out. Looks good. Quite nicely formed together, pressed well. Chris, any points on those?
Again, it looks like a well-made block. For me, I always love seeing calcium lactate crystals on the outside. Again, that promises that the cheese could be potentially very, very good. I'm thinking of about an 8.5 here.
Yes, with you on that, yeah. It was interesting to see the moisture coming out, but that's fine. That's totally fine as long as we can see the characters of the calcium on this rind.
Yeah, that can sometimes be because there's quite high moisture in the cheese, but we'll see that shortly when we taste it. Certainly on the nose, you're getting bagfuls of sweetness. I think it's fair to say that one of the starter cultures in here would be Helveticus, which is used extensively now by modern cheesemakers, particularly in the cheddar industry. And that's really changed over the last 20 years. We've gone from savory cheddar to more sweet-based cheddar. And I think this is what we're going to see when we come to taste it. It's very much a sweet-based cheddar, very, very different from the 3 traditional cheddars that we've seen earlier.
So for aroma, would it be 8?
Yeah, I think 8, because I'm a tad concerned it may be one-dimensional in flavour, just based on that aroma, because it is overtly sweet. And I think, a really good cheddar should be a balance of savoury and sweetness, as opposed to totally savoury or totally sweet.
Interesting texture. I thought it would be a lot more firm. Seems almost kind of, just without tasting, it seems quite kind of soft and pasty to me.
Yeah, I think for me, this is quite a high moisture cheddar. If I didn't know that it was a vintage cheddar, I wouldn't know that from the texture. It's quite weak bodied, and it goes into like a putty very, very quickly in the fingers. It's very smooth, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's just there's no resistance in the body. So for me, I'm a bit concerned about quite how soft it is for a vintage cheddar. I'm thinking about a 6 because I don't think that should be true to type.
Right. No, I'm with you on that. And it's very interesting because the earlier points you covered about the texture, the appearance, the calcium coming out, and the flavor we particularly talked about, and which is very true. It's easily we forget, but those aromas coming in, we knew the caramel, the sweetness going to come through. It's quite pasty on the palate, so not really helping the flavor also, because the texture has not been that great.
I think, sadly, on the palate, it's a bit one-dimensional. It's that overt sweetness coming through. There's a slight cooked caramel note at the back of the palate, which is quite typical of aged cheddars with a lot of Helveticus in it. And for some people, they'll really enjoy this cheese. You know, it has its place. And many customers like a very sweet cheddar these days. But I think if we're looking for the best artisan cheddar in the UK, I think it should be a better balance of savoury, sweetness. And I think this is a little bit too one-dimensional.
True, agree. Taste-wise, I'd go for a 7.
Yeah, 7. 7's fine.
7, happy with that. Yeah.
What about the character then?
True to character. It's a creamy winter cheddar.
I think for me, it's a 7, Tanny. I think
I agree with you, Chris. I'm with you. I think I'm happy with that, totally.
Okay, that was the last one of this batch. The winning cheese was 1088, which was the second one you tried. Do you want to give me a succinct couple of sentences so I can just type something down so we can share that with the winners?
Over to you, Tanny. Just, yeah.
Yeah, so the winning cheese, a fantastic example of an extra mature cheddar, keeping, even in today's times, keeping the traditions of making, maturing, and presenting it. I think as both Chris and myself unanimously just kind of moved towards it because it ticked all the boxes of savory, the sweetness, the texture, the body, the flavors, and the cleansing of the palate after finish. Fantastic. So we couldn't not choose it.
Brilliant. That's excellent.
It's certainly the best. It's certainly the best cheddar that we've seen today. Beautifully balanced, really well made. Some lovely complex flavors coming through with that umami Moorishness, which is what you're always looking for in the best cheddar class. I can't wait to find out who this cheesemaker is, because I think they've done a superb job here today.
Chris, I'm just going to ask you as well before you go, 16 years with Waitrose and then more latterly with M&S. Tell us a bit how the cheese making and cheeses available to you have varied in that time, and also how maybe the palates of the consumers have changed in that time. You must have seen a lot going on in those, nearly 20 years. Chris, did you hear that? I was just asking what you thought of during the time, how you've seen the availability of cheeses available to you, the overall quality, whether it improved, whether the variety gone up.
What we've seen over the last 20 years, and I think the availability and variety of British artisan cheese.
Oh, it was just in full throw then. Sorry about that. I'll come back to it. But Tanny, can I just find, and Clark's, we don't know. Tell us a bit about what you're getting up to. And if we don't know more about them, we would like to. Chris, just come back to you in a second. I'm just going to throw something to Tanny.
So, yeah, we are food wholesalers based up in Scotland, just south of Edinburgh, and champion artisan cheesemakers across the British Isle. Of late, we've seen a huge resurgence in Scottish cheesemakers. We have over 70 different Scottish cheeses from the Highlands to the borders. And again, as a message for everyone coming to Scotland, when you do travel in the different remote parts of Scotland, try to eat the local cheeses, because it does give a great example of terroir, the wilderness of the west to the cool dryness of the east. sweetness of the highlands to the ruggedness of the borders. So, as you know, the geography of Scotland, Nigel, it can be quite in a small space. It can be quite different from the height altitudes to the lowlands. So it's been really fantastic for us in the last few years.
Yeah, and great to see some fantastic retail as well. We had Svetlana, the cheese lady, on earlier on, and it's great. You know, go to Scotland, taste great food, great cheese as well. Well done. Thank you very much for lending us your palate today. Have I put Chris off into the online ether? Have we lost him completely, Lee?
It looks like it.
If you're there, Chris, but he was just full throat. Oh, he's back. Good.
Hey,
Chris. Sorry, I cut you up. You're back with us. It was just how the different cheeses in that time. You'd seen the changes. It's ironic, isn't it? We're up there. Tanny's up there, and he's somewhere near Orkney. He's not really, but whatever. And Chris is in Twickenham. And we're having more problems with his internet than anyone else's. But there you go. But we'll maybe get it back to him later on. But thank you very much, Tanny. Lee, we've still got a bit of stuff to get on with, but well done. Good session. Alive and Well is fine cheddar. And coming up is Best of Blue. Yes. Hi, welcome. Familiar faces now. That's rather good. Thank you very much, Emma and Nikki. Thank you very much for sticking around this afternoon. We really appreciate your palates, and Cara as well. In your different parts of the world, we've got Emma in Bromley, and we've got Nikki in Dunmow in Essex, and we've got Best Blue, which again, just even the mention of it, has just got me salivating. Cara's looking very sanguine, but I'm sure she's got a big stash of blue cheese hidden away under the table, because well done to you. How many have we got, Cara?
We've got 4, Nige, but I was just thinking this is kind of like fabulous girl power, which is why I was sitting there smiling to myself and just wondering what Spice Girl you would be, Nige.
I would be Spice Girl fruity, because I've got all colourful. Kiwi fruity, I think, is on the shirt here, but I feel very honoured to be with such a triumvirate of girl power, and honoured and jealous. Well done, you. Thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. And ladies, it's so lovely to be moderating with you today. I'm just going to take the opportunity, Nige, to thank Butlers for sponsoring our lovely pennies, and the amazing South Carnarvon Creameries, who allowed us to send everybody their cheese boards and everything. So thank you to you guys.
Jill Hall's on with us, the Future of Cheese panel at 3:00 with George Bay and Mike Longman.
Fantastic. So we have 4 amazing blue cheeses to go with today. The first one is C11188. Whoever grabs it first, if you wouldn't mind holding it up to the camera so we can have a look at that gorgeous bit of blue.
There you go. So this is Best Stilton category, right? So absolutely sort of beautiful, even distribution, quite generous distribution of blue in that. I can't do this backwards thing. There you go.
Yeah, it is. The blue is really all the way through, isn't it? It's beautifully done. Yeah, it looks like a really, really nice cheese, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. The colour of the cheese itself around the blue as well is a really nice sort of ivory colour too. And I can already smell it without putting it in my nose, so that's a nice thing.
Yeah. That nice aroma that you get.
Yeah. I think it looks lovely. I think it's sort of like around an 8, 8.5. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it looks really, really well distributed on the veinage and the colour. So yeah, I'm more than happy with an 8. Smells good.
Just out of interest, guys, what would make it a 9? So what's it lacking, just for everybody who's watching?
I think it probably could have come with the veining a little bit further here.
Yeah, there's a bit of, a tiny bit of discoloration as well, if we're going to be really pernickety on the paste itself. But yeah, I think it's very good. But I think if it was the rind is beautiful. It's got a nice mottling and it's perfect. But slight discoloration and a tiny bit more bluing around the outer edge, maybe.
So we're sticking with an 8 or an 8.5.
8.5, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, 8.5. Go on.
The aroma's delicious. It's really quite heady. It's got a lot happening. It's got some nice cereal notes, your typical blue Stilton aromas, but it's pretty full on. You don't need to go too near to it to get those aromas, I don't think.
It's not overpowering with the sort of blue, is there? There's a bit more complexity to it than that. There's a bit of sweetness coming out of it, a bit of creaminess coming out of it. It's not, kind of knock you completely out, overly blue, is that?
No, that's true. It's a shout also. There's no ammonia. You can tell it's a blue, but it doesn't have that sort of overpowering ammonia smell to it. It's really balanced and it's got loads of really enticing aromas to it. 9.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. Texture's
nice.
Yeah, cut nicely. Nice creamy and crumbly.
Yeah.
I mean, the texture's delicious. I think that's really high as well. I think
you probably go 9 on that as well. I think it's nice, really nice texture.
Agreed. Right, flavour.
Go on
then. It's really nice. So it's got a lovely sort of buttery taste to it, but it also has those nice cereal notes. It's got a sort of digestive biscuity kind of flavour to it. It has got bluing and what you would typically want from a Stilton, but it's still balanced, isn't it? It's not
very balanced. Yeah, the creaminess is kind of balancing it out, isn't it? There's a tiny bit of saltiness in the middle, but that kind of gets overtaken again by the flavour, doesn't it? Which sort of rounds it off on your palate really quite nicely, doesn't it? It's a really nice piece of cheese.
It really is.
I would say.
Absolutely. For flavour, I'm in sort of 9.5 land.
Yeah, agree. I think 9.5. I think it's really nice. Really nice Stilton.
It really is.
Really good representation.
And true to character as well. I mean, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, spot on. Yeah. So I don't know. Do we want to go all the way to the top, or could be dangerous?
I mean, I don't know what's not true to character about it. So if we're looking at it the other way around, I don't know what would make it more true to character.
Is it perfect, guys? In your eyes, in a true to character, is it perfect?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty close to it, isn't it, Emma?
I think 9.5.
Yeah, 9.5.
Yeah. Okay. It's a very good cheese. Great start. That's exciting.
Yeah, that is a very good start. That's going to be a cheese to beat, I would think.
So the next one is one of 2 soft blues that have been put through because the judges couldn't separate them in the classes. So it's C21173 is the first one of the blues, please.
So that is quite a skinny
piece. This looks really exciting. I mean, it's like just covered in blue. I don't know if anyone can see, just back to the camera.
It is. It's like marble, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like marble all the way down. It's really quite a pretty cheese, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks stunning. Really enticing. Invite you on, lovely.
It does, yeah, and the rind as well. The rind is very uniform. It's not got anything to fault on. It's a very enticing looking piece of cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could probably score that one probably up in the 9s as well, don't you think?
Yeah, I think visually it looks really beautiful. I'm happy with 9 or 9.5.
Yeah, so it's kind of comparable, isn't it? So 9.5, I think it looks really pretty. So aroma. It's surprising. It hasn't got as much smell as the Stilton, has it?
Not to, I was thinking exactly the same thing. It's got a nice aroma, but you do have to try harder to smell it. It doesn't just sort of stay, it doesn't waft around. You have to really put it near your nose.
Yeah.
So, it almost feels like it's heated.
Yes, I think probably not as high as the we lost Emma in the mix.
It's interesting that the ones that nearer London had the worst Wi-Fi. Yeah, so Chris and Emma, I don't know what people, in the Highlands or wherever, we're fine. Weird. There you go. Nikki, you're sounding good. Over to you, Nikki. On you, yeah. Over you.
So I think, what we were saying was that I don't think I could really score with that, Emma, but I think, it doesn't. There's nowhere near the sort of aroma that we were getting from the last product. So I think we'd probably mark it down probably around the kind of 7 mark. I mean, we'll have to check with Emma when she gets back. I think that would be sort of where I'd go on that one.
I'll put it down to 7, and we can revisit it when Emma comes back.
So it looked good, but actually just didn't really deliver after that. That's unfortunate. Emma, over to you, Nikki. That was so. Yeah,
Emma, I've scored it as 7 on aroma. I hope you're okay with that, because I just think it wasn't anywhere near where we were. Is that okay with you?
Yeah. Am I still freezing? I don't know what happened. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. It's fine. Yeah, don't worry.
I can hear you now.
Cool.
So where are we at? I guess we're on the texture now. So, I mean, the texture was quite nice. It's quite creamy. It breaks down. It's got a nice paste to it. I don't think it's as good as the one before, but it's still not that bad. I would probably mark that in the sort of 7, sort of 8 category.
I think 8. Yeah. I mean, it's a very nice texture, but it isn't as enticing as the last one.
Okay, so have you tasted it yet, Emma? Have we lost Emma? Can you hear us, Emma?
I think she's dipping in and out. We've got Flex is at full extension.
Sorry.
Doesn't matter. That's fine.
Fine. We can work through it.
Have you managed to taste it? No.
She's gone. So taste-wise, it's actually really, really quite salty. That's probably the overriding taste, which is taking over the blue as well, actually. And it's also got a slightly farmy taste in the background as well. So I think, it's not as balanced, and it's quite salty. So I think we'd probably mark that in the 7.5 category as well. Yeah, Cara, if that's okay.
Yep. I'll pop that in.
It's quite grainy on the mouth. The mouth feel is quite grainy, which I'm guessing is coming from the mould in the veining.
You want that to be as high as 7.5 then, or?
Let's go. 7.5 will be fine, Cara.
Cool.
What have we got left to?
The overall true to character, please, Nikki.
As a blue cheese, it is very true to character. So I think we could probably say 8 on that.
Okay. Hopefully we will get Emma back and we can go back and revisit that. But in terms of true to character, do you want to add anything to the notes on that?
No, I think what's really laying it down is probably the unbalanced flavour profile in the mix.
Okay. Thank you. In that case, I don't know if you want to pop that one away and dig out the next one, which from my list is, oopsie, I'm looking at the wrong list there. C2 1116.
Okay. Okay, so we've got quite a different cheese now. I've got a soft blue cheese, quite small, if everyone can see that.
It looks like it's got some give in it. Yeah.
Yeah, quite soft. It's got covered mould from the rind. I don't think it looks as nice or as appealing as the two we've seen previously. I think they look much cleaner. And that, but I mean, that could be partially down to travel and X, Y, Z, and its wrapping. So I think we're probably. I assume everyone. Do you want me just to carry on without Emma?
Yes, please, Nikki.
Yes. Yeah, don't worry. And we can always get her on the phone or something. We can always just check the scores.
Yeah, we are trying to get her back.
Yeah. But yes, it's a film show for the time being. There you go.
Okay. So I think on the appearance, I think we'll mark that a 7.5.
Yeah. Can you show it to the camera again? Just a quick, so we can just hold it there for a second. Okay. Yeah.
So it's not got as much bluing right across it.
No.
Yeah, and it
Not
just
consistent, is it?
Clean as appearance wise as the other two we've judged. So piece off and smell that. There's very little aroma to it at all.
Hello, sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay.
Yeah, not bad.
Where are we?
Cara, do we want to go back?
Yeah. Can you recap the scores, Cara, just for the last cheese?
Absolutely. So Emma, for the first soft blue, I think we lost you just around the texture side, which we gave an 8 to, which you were happy with. And then flavour, you guys were saying it was taste-wise, it's very salty, overtaking the blue with elements of farmyard slightly taking it off balance. So we were looking at a 7.5, Nikki was suggesting. Would you concur?
Yeah, 7.5 or 7. Yeah, 7.5 is fine.
Lovely. And true to character, we went with an 8 on that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fantastic. So then we've moved on to the next soft blue, which is C21116.
Cool. All righty. Have you done any of this yet?
We've
I've marked the appearance.
Okay.
Which I'm sure Cara can confirm the numbers on.
It's got a wet bottom.
Soppy wet bottoms.
Yeah.
How's your bottom, Nikki? Is yours less or similar?
Yeah, mine's less wet. Mine's more even, but I did an appearance, so it's less veined. Yours looks like it's got more veins in than mine.
Yeah, can you show yours to the camera?
Yeah,
I've got quite a lot of veining in mine. So maybe it's a different cheese.
Well, True and Artisan are quite different, aren't they?
It's definitely the next cheese because
I think visually, I'm quite intrigued by the appearance. I quite like the sort of dark rind to it, and mine does have a lot more bluing in it. So I wonder whether we go on this one for the appearance instead of yours.
Yeah, that probably makes sense because I marked it down on the veining on mine.
Okay. What do you think? What did you mark it as without the veining?
I think I marked it as 7, didn't I, Cara?
You marked it as 7.5, Nikki.
I think we can raise it up to about an 8, just with the extra veining and the suggy bottom, unfortunately, is a bit distracting, but I think an 8 with the extra bluing, if you're happy with that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
okay.
Okay, so I've marked it.
Cool. Okay, texture. Oh, aroma, sorry. Ooh. It's a very different aroma to the last two we've tried, isn't it?
Oh, geez, you get much more of that.
It's not my phone, I can tell you that. It's Cara's.
It's not mine.
Emma.
No, not me. I don't have a landline.
It's my phone. It's my phone. Nobody ever calls it. Of course, someone will call it now, won't they?
Hello, yeah.
So on this one, I'm getting
£700,000 pick up now. Sorry, I'm taking some keys.
I'm getting a lot of ammonia on the nose on this one. The main thing that's coming through is ammonia to start with.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, that's overtaking everything else, isn't it? The ammonia.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think we'll probably mark it a little bit down on that, won't we, Emma?
I think for aroma, it's unfortunately going to bring it down quite a lot. So I'm sort of thinking around a 6 for aroma. There isn't ammonia plus other aromas. It's very dominantly just that on this piece, or on my piece.
Nothing else coming through, guys.
Nothing else at all. No.
The texture feels nice. So the texture, it's got quite a nice sort of high moisture to it. So it feels like it's going to be a lovely soft texture in the mouth. It's almost a bit springy, isn't it? It bounces back slightly.
Quite rubbery, yeah.
I wonder whether I want to know the texture in the mouth as well before scoring that. Have you eaten it?
Yeah, go for it, Emma.
I've gone for it.
That's a different texture, isn't it? I don't quite understand it. It sort of sits in between a lot of different styles of cheese for me in that texture. It's sort of bitty with the blues coming apart, but it's got a very soft, I don't know how to describe it. Nikki, help.
I don't know how you do. I was just thinking, how can you describe that texture, right? It's almost like Play-Doh-ish when you touch it, but I think it's got quite a bitter aftertaste. I don't know if you're finding that.
I am. Yeah, it's got some really.
The ammonia is really sort of taking over, isn't it? At the end,
it is. Yeah,
giving it that bitterness.
It has also got some really nice sort of quite unique flavors in it too. So I'm getting something like really like almost rye bready, something like quite dark, and I think maybe like rye.
Kind of bit of a toasty kind of rye sort of taste at the beginning. So there's a few things going on at the beginning, isn't there? But then it kind of gets overridden with the bluing and the ammonia and the kind of saltiness, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. So what do we need to do texture, don't we, Cara?
Yes, please, guys.
6.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I'm not particularly keen on the texture, I have to say.
No, it's got a bit of a I think 6 is fair. It doesn't quite sit in any category, but which is interesting, but it also doesn't quite gel as to something new. It sort of doesn't quite know where it is in its texture, I think. Flavor wise, I think maybe about a 7.
Yeah, I don't think any more than that. I think it's it could do with just being a bit more balanced, couldn't it? A bit more of a balance between that sort of sweetness and that to balance the bluing out a bit.
Yeah. Okay. And then true to character is quite an interesting one because this is unique. You can't categorize it really. It's not like you put it into a Stilton category or a continental blue category. So I think it's a very
Pardon? We're categorizing it as soft blue.
Soft blue, fine, okay. It is soft and blue. Nikki, what do you think?
Well, I think we're going to. I mean, the flavour profile is what's going to knock it back slightly, isn't it? I mean, if we look at it on paper, that's what probably is going to knock it back. So I think probably a 7.
Fine. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I think it was a really interesting cheese, though. I'd like to see it again, maybe with slightly different texture, and the ammonia might be from its aging. I do think it could be a really, really interesting cheese. Just
Yeah.
at the moment it needs a little work. Yeah. Cool.
So can I just double check the scores on that one with you guys, because we were going backwards and forwards quite a lot. So appearance, we gave it an 8.
Yeah.
Aroma a 6.
Yes.
Texture 6.
Yep.
True to character 7.
Yeah.
And flavor 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. If we can then go on to the final cheese in this category, which should be C31014, and it's hard blue cheese.
This looks lovely, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? It's got a really lovely sort of white colouring, which makes me think it's not cow's milk.
Yeah. It looks really nice.
Yeah.
Very clean. Yeah, very white. Nice blue all around it. Yeah, I think it looks like a really nice piece of cheese.
Emma, just hold yours up to the camera, please. And then, okay. It's great. Again, just to see, I mean, the bluing looks really attractive. Hopefully, maybe we've saved the best till last. So let's just see if the appearance will lead on to an aroma and taste to match.
I think in appearance, Nikki, I don't know if you agree, but I'd give it a 9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Straight away. Yeah. And with a 9.
What about the rind, guys?
So the rind is it's like a sort of a Roquefort style, so it's slightly tacky. It was foil wrapped, wasn't it, when we got it? Yeah. So I mean, the rind, I don't think it's a hugely integral part of this cheese, Nikki. What do you think?
No, agree. It's that Roquefort style, isn't it? And the foil growth. So aroma then, I guess.
Yeah.
Nice milky smell, isn't it?
It is. It's got a bit of a nice sort of sweet milk smell, hasn't it? I definitely don't think it's cow's milk.
I'd like to be tasting that and trying smelling that at 2:29 on a Friday afternoon. That looks amazing.
It really does smell great. It does have a lot of sort of blue and a tiny bit of ammonia in its aroma, but it's balanced out by everything else. So unlike the other one, which was just ammonia in its aroma, this one has got a lot happening, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
I like that aroma.
I think it's really nicely balanced. It kind of leads you to believe we've got something with probably quite a complex flavour.
Yeah. What do you think on that? Like 8.5?
Yeah, or a 9. 9 if you're okay with that.
Let's do it. Texture. So it holds together really nicely. So it looks like quite a firm textured cheese, but it's got a nice sort of butteriness when you pudge it, when you push it together. It's got a nice smooth paste.
Yeah, looks like it'd be nice and creamy, doesn't it, from how it's broken up.
There is a lot of blue in it, which gives it a slightly granular texture in the mouth. I do like the texture, but I don't think it's its defining feature. I think that might be slightly lower than the others so far, so maybe about a 7.
Yes, agree. Yeah, I think that you are getting quite a lot of that powderiness, aren't we, from the blue coming through? Probably much more than we've had in other cheeses. It's quite strong, actually, flavour-wise, isn't it? It's quite
really is.
It's not just a punch. It does pack a punch, and it's a mix of sort of saltiness and blueness and creaminess all sort of wrapped in together, isn't it, Emma?
It is. And if you see, so if you look at the cheese, there are, really is quite punchy. You can see lots of pockets of blue, and if you get just a pocket of blue, it's pretty full on. But when you take a slice and you have it distributed with the not so blue pieces, it does mellow out. I think the bluing is very spicy, but that's the style of cheese it is, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. So I guess texture. Did we mark texture in the end, Cara, or not?
No. Not yet. You said not as high necessarily as a couple of the others, but
did we not give it a 7? Did I?
I thought we gave it a 7.
We mooted a 7 and then we kept going. So
okay. Right.
7.
I think 7. Yeah.
Commit for a 7.
Yeah.
Lovely. And flavour?
It is hugely spicy and big and bold, but it does have a lot of complexity to it. I do want it with something, whereas other cheeses you just want to eat on their own. I do want a vessel or a lovely drink of some varietal, something slightly sweet or sherry-like or something alongside it, and I think that would make a really nice pairing. Where do you sit with flavour, Nikki?
I think it's probably 7.5 or 8, somewhere around there, don't you think?
Yeah, I think 7.5 I'd be more comfortable with, if that's all right.
Yeah, no, great. 7.5.
Cool. And then true to character, I think it's a really interesting cheese. It is supposed to be sort of like really nicely spicy and blue and full on, but also creamy. I think the texture is the one thing which I think is slightly letting it down. And I wonder whether with a bit more age it might break down a little bit more and make it slightly more creamy.
So should we go in the 7.5 mark for that then?
Yep. Good. Alrighty.
Okay.
Alrighty. So I can announce that the winner of the blue category is the very first one that you tried that blew you away quite a lot. C11188, the best Stilton.
I'm happy with that. It
Yeah,
was
I'm very happy with
really
that.
tasty.
Really.
It was rounded, it was balanced, it was complex. The texture was delicious. It was, I would happily eat that like an apple. I think it was a very, very good version of itself, and it was delicious. I'm happy.
Yeah, no, me too. Really nice piece of cheese, really good example of Stilton, and looking forward to eating some more of them.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you, Nikki. Well done. Thank you, Harvey and Brockless, for branding behind you, but doing, hanging on to you for as long as they have. Lucky them, and well done you. It's brilliant, and it's great for you to lend all your expertise. And Emma, now you see your broadband's fine. It's just
sorry, I don't know what happened. It looked fine on my end.
We will be exploring the Cheese Explorer to find out where you're going to be this summer, Croatia and more. Singapore and all the exotic places, but have a great time, and thank you so much for your lending us your palettes. We really do appreciate it, and I'm glad you found a winner out there. And Cara, thank you. We've got one more category which is coming up in a moment, and it is best artisan soft. We've tracked them down. Well done. They're in Cambridge, and they're in Somerset as well, in Mells, and well done. Go and check out the Newt. And of course, if you don't know about Run It and Rind and their award-winning Athenera of the Year, well, we're going to be interviewing him in about 20 minutes. But firstly, he's going to be actually that's the end of the Future of Cheese panel, so it's at 3:20. But in the meantime, Perry and Ruth, you've got a bit of tasting to do. Best artisan soft, and Lee's in charge of us. Hi, Lee. Thank you.
Hi. Thanks, Nigel. We're doing 5 cheeses in this category now. So you want to grab the first one, which is 1225.
And Ruth, you've moved slightly. You've moved around in the room.
I have. The sun was hitting a car, and it was extremely reflective. So yes, I've moved around.
Lovely. Yeah. Little goat log, ash covered. Obviously a little bit of geo there, a little bit of kind of powder, a little bit of kind of mixed malts on the outside. Pretty cheese, maybe a little bit too heavy for a goat log. Do you know what I mean? Like in terms of size, like thickness. But I think that's a personal preference. And,
I think the girth is fine.
Yeah.
I think it is a really attractive. I think it's a really attractive log. I think it's been wrapped well and travelled well. It's been out of my fridge for a really long time now, and it's not sweaty. It feels nice. It feels healthy, and I'm looking forward to eating it.
Yeah, I love that kind of the grey, obviously, ash that it has, and the kind of the lower contrast it has on the outside to the in, you know. And we've got like a tiny little bit of breakdown kind of happening just underneath the rind, which is atypical. Yeah, it looks really attractive.
Yeah.
Pretty cheese, looks really well made.
Yeah, there's a little bit of breakdown, but it's held together really, really well. It's still like one complete cheese. It's not two different cheeses, one in the middle and one around the edge. So that's great. Smell?
Visually, I'm kind of like sitting at an 8.
Yeah, me too. I think it's lovely.
Yeah.
Is that for aroma or appearance?
Appearance.
That's for appearance, yeah.
That's all right then.
Keeping me on track, Lee. Well done.
So I need to get the numbers in the right box.
It's all on track. Lee says it's Christmas. I'm singing carols.
Aroma.
I'm struggling with the aroma a little bit.
Yeah, it's not
hard.
It's a little bit biscuity.
It's really delicate, delicate. You've got that little bit of kind of typical goat that's there, maybe mixed with a little bit of kind of like floral that's there. But it's not revealing too much. It's not bad. I just kind of feel like it could be a bit more, right?
Yeah.
So I'm angling around 6.5 for the aroma.
Yeah, I'm happy with 6.5. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
I think we're all
sorry, go on.
with like lemon and whatever, and citrus and that lightly, slightly acidic goats, but that's not delivering, is it? It's not as aromatic and enticing as it looks.
It's like, yeah, go on, Ruth, sorry.
I was going to say not quite as lively as you might expect.
Yeah.
There's not so much citrus there. It's definitely a bit sweeter and surprisingly unlactic smelling.
Yeah, it feels like a subtly curt, like it's short, sharp, the aroma, but it just feels like there's just not enough that's there.
Texturally, though, it's cut very well. It's held together very well. It's like cuts a beautiful disc, perfect for a cheese board, really good for kind of versatile. It's quite big enough so you can do canapes. It's a versatile cheese to work with, I think.
Yeah, I mean, texturally, like you said, cutting is just perfect with it. It's got a mousse that's like claggy texture that kind of gets stuck and hangs and really satisfying. I think texturally that's very, very good.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying that.
Where would you like to be texturally?
I'd be happy with a 9 for that. I think it's really good.
Perfect. Yeah, the same as me. 9. Perfect. And then flavour.
It's delicate, but that is not a diss. It's delicate, and as you said, kind of moussey. And I think that goat's milk flavour is coming through without any kind of soapiness or bitterness at all.
Yeah, that's the bit I love, the clean goatiness, not the soapiness, I suppose.
Yeah.
That lemon, what we're kind of expecting to be there. I kind of feel like it could be dialed up a little bit. And I think that maybe matches the aroma that we were getting, that subtlety that's there. And a really pleasant cheese. I'm loving the texture more so than its flavour, I suppose.
Yeah. I think you could give that to someone who says they don't like goat's cheese and they would really like that. Which
100%.
Yeah. So what about flavour then? Do you reckon 7?
I think 6.5 for me. I think if that's okay, we could go there. And there's nothing particularly wrong with it. It's just the visuals are striking. The texture is amazing, like a 9.
Yeah.
And it just kind of doesn't balance up. And I suppose in terms of true to type, there's a ash-covered Artisan soft cheese made from bone and herd. Is that the one? Yeah. I think that's pretty much bang on, right?
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's ticking all those boxes.
Yeah.
So probably a 9 for that then.
Yeah, okay, let's go with a 9. Yeah. Good cheese.
I think this is going to be a really strong category.
Yeah.
Looking
I'm
at my
excited.
board.
Yeah.
We shall know in a second as we start the second one, which is 1009.
1009. So a pot, all right?
A pot. Yeah.
Very way. Oh. So a little bocconcini. Oh, okay. Ooh. All right. Okay. So I've got some in there which are kind of falling apart. You know, this one I fished out perfectly. It's a little kind of egg of buffalo mozzarella. Kind of inconsistent on that, and obviously I will pull this one.
I've got different. One is actually mine are mainly all together. There has been some sort of leakage into the whey there, but they're mainly holding together.
Yeah. So I've got one that isn't. One that isn't.
Yeah, I've got one
another one that's pretty delicate. So
yeah.
And then the other one is a little bit inconsistent in shape and size as well. So visually, trying to look at them as a whole, you know, this one I quite like the egg shape, I suppose, and I would be at 7, but for the one that's obviously falling apart, that's not pretty good at all. So I'd go down to maybe 5.5 for me.
Yeah.
Too harsh, Ruth.
I think. Well, no. I mean, I think you've got to judge it as a whole, haven't you? And if you were to buy it, you know, you might be disappointed that some were a bit falling apart.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess 5.5.
Yeah.
But I agree, the ones that are intact look really pretty and egg shaped. This is my God, it's slippery. This is my best one.
Clean whey, slight buffalo.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
Yeah. There's not huge amounts going on, but you don't really expect that from a mozzarella.
Yeah.
It smells like inside. It's quite grassy.
Yeah, it's got that grass element. For me, you know, I kind of would like a little bit more buffalo, right? Yeah, a little bit more animal in there to give it a little bit of character, I suppose. But it's kind of the bocconcini and kind of those styles that I've had. It's kind of in that realm where I would normally have, and I'd say a 5.5 again for aroma for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Just gonna...
Texture's nice though.
Yeah. I'm just getting maybe a slight bitterness in it.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. Okay. So
chemically or astringent somehow.
Yeah, and it lingers as well. It's very chemical actually on the palate.
Yeah.
So I think we'd have to look at we're on flavour. Is that correct? Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
We still need texture as well.
Texture. So I think the texture's okay. I'd go 6.5 for it.
Yeah. For the ones intact, 6.5 is good.
Yeah, and flavour, that chemical thing that's kind of on the end, I'm sitting at 4, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think it's got to go down for that, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then I suppose true to type for what it is, I maybe think just through to the normally more circular, and I don't want maybe a 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that one. We're going to move on to 1080.
One 1080. Yeah. So obviously you can see it's a white square or brick. While Perry gets this out, it's got some really pretty markings on the rind, really sort of pillowy exterior, with a little sort of blush coming through the white as well. So it looks very pretty.
Cool, yeah, I like the texture. It's got a little bit of character. You've got some sort of typical bloom that's going on there, and a little bit of kind of that bloom is dying and aiding breakdown, hopefully flavour. And it's got a bit of character that's there as well. I think that's visually appealing as a cheese. Yeah, I'm kind of like 7.5 maybe on visual, Drew.
7.5 for appearance. Yes, yeah, I think so. I think it looks really good from the outside. Yeah, and I guess where it's more of a texture thing, but it is. I kept mine in the fridge for longer than all the others because I could feel it was very soft.
Got you.
Which might impact on flavour, but texturally it's going to help it. But it is quite runny already around the outside.
Yeah, so we've got that kind of rind slip happening. I've always liked it. It can be just a clever play. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, maybe at a high temperature we might be in danger of it shooting out, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
Again, it's a really delicate smell, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't smell that at all. I might have to get a test.
I'm getting like sheep yogurt, very, very slight, sort of fleecy, kind of hazelnutty. But it's really, really delicate.
Well, I'm really happy to take your lead on this one because I'm getting like literally zero, like no milk, no nothing, which is really fascinating.
Well, given that cheese should smell, I think perhaps we should go for a 5 because if mine is nice but delicate, but yours is not smelling, then in the middle.
Yeah, that's kind of elusive. And mysterious, actually. Maybe that's the intention.
Maybe.
But yeah, it's not there for me, so I'm happy to go with 5. That's cool.
Okay. It's very pretty inside, really white, sort of pearly white, not ivory.
Yeah. Oh. I like that though.
Yeah.
Those sheep notes are there. The salt balance is a little bit, where the middle is, just a little bit above it. That's bringing out more complex flavor. It gets a little bit peppery. That savory element is there. Really wholesome.
Yeah. That tastes the way it smells, and with a bit more liveliness to it. Yeah, I also really like that. I think it's obviously, it's a sheep's milk cheese. It's quite delicate, but it's got a lot going on.
Yeah, I like that. That kind of works, doesn't it? So texturally on the palate, I like it. It dissipated kind of in a really even way. So I'm like 7.5 on that. Texture.
Yeah, I think 7.5 I'd be happy with. I think the fattiness around the edge is really, really pleasing and is carrying the flavour well. And I think the rind.
Okay, you're going to, sorry, 7.5 on texture.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then flavour, I'm kind of up there.
Yeah. 8 or 9?
8.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Split the difference. Yeah, it's really nice.
Really nice. Nice surprise that actually. I was kind of concerned with the aroma. And in terms of true to type, yes, it's bloomy. Those indentations are nice, indicating there's a breakdown underneath. The rind slip, maybe it's a bit too much, but I think that texturally adds to it. So I'm kind of sitting at an 8.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I think it's a really nice example of a bloomy cheese. I think it looks unusual. It's an unusual shape, which is always quite nice to sell or give as a present and put on the cheese board. So yeah, I think it's happy with that.
Okay then. Brilliant. If you want to move on to 1119.
A little cute small cheese.
I remember this one from the first round.
Cool. I love the look of it.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, the look is really good. It's very delicate. You think if you could see how sort of enticing it is, you could see that the rind is very delicate. There's a few kind of damp spots where the cheese is just trying to come through, and that just makes me quite excited. I just really want to eat it.
Yeah, you kind of got that sagging that's kind of happened, but I think it adds to the character. And that brainy kind of rind that's there, and this kind of ivory color that's kind of coming through. Really pretty cheese. In
your wildest dreams, you would hope that rind is thin but got a bit of a chew, and that's really, really adds to the flavor. It's not anything that you would ever dream of cutting off. It's just gonna be a lovely addition. The smell is fantastic. It's
visually really pretty cheese, enough character with the geo that's there, and to be attractive and interesting to people. So I'm sitting around an 8 for visual appearance.
I would go 9, I think.
Cool. Should we meet in the middle on that one?
8.5.
Yes. Yeah. Let's go for that.
Excellent.
That one definitely has a smell, doesn't it, Perry?
Yes. Yeah, that's very like croton, right? You know, it's
it's a real sort of barn gate, goat gate.
Yeah. So a nice sweetness there as well that's at the back. It's kind of telling you what it is in kind of a really nice, pleasant way. And I'm curious about what the flavor's going to be like, but that's a good aroma, I think. You know, it's kind of knocking on the door of that goatiness, and I'm happy with that. So an 8.
Yeah, I think an 8 or even a 9. I really am enjoying that sort of. Well, we spoke off air. We spoke about opening up the paper and getting that waft of cheese, and that for me, when you open that and you really get that sort of farmyardy goat smell, but it is coupled with sweetness, and I think that is just lovely.
Okay. Yeah, let's go with a 9. Texturally, that's great. It's so light. Like looking at the appearance, it seems like a really compact, dense cheese. And texturally, it's just so delicate. It just kind of evaporates.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, with like a really a fine glass of English sparkling wine or something that would just really lift that mousse, and it would be incredible. I think, that texture is just great.
Yeah, I'm a 9 for texture. That was a nice, pleasant surprise. My eyes were tricking me, and on the palate, just incredibly, light. It's great, which I think, so I'm happy with a 9 on that.
Yeah, and the rind is what you would really hope for, which is just a bit of a chew, but really well integrated, and just giving even more kind of intense flavor to it. It's very well balanced. It's not too salty. It's quite intense. But yeah, it's just a lovely, lovely little cheese.
Yeah, that's a dream for kind of goat lovers. That's incredibly well balanced, but lets you know what it is up front. Plays around with that kind of element of goat and farmyard that we particularly don't like, but goes near that and just brings warmth. Gives you a little bit of that pepperiness kind of at the back, but actually doesn't deliver on that. Just kind of teases you. That's a lovely cheese. Yeah. 9.
What were we on that for? 9
flavor, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, flavor.
I think it's great.
Yeah, 9. Okay, and then true to type for a small lactic croton style. Yeah.
Again, like we've done before, like we had in the first round, it's quite an unusual style to have done like this. It's quite small. It's not in a log. It's quite unusual in this country. I think it's a fantastic example of that cheese type. Yeah. I'd be happy with like 9 again.
Yeah, 9 again. That's where I'm at with it. It's a lovely cheese. That is.
Yeah, I was excited when I saw that one come through.
Fantastic.
Cool. The final one for this round then is 1112.
Perry.
Oh,
Look who's back.
another crack of the whip.
We judged this one in the last round.
The last one, but we will judge it completely independently. So it's a longer style with this kind of vermiculated rind that's on the top. Good geo, good crowning that's kind of there. Really pretty cheese. Obviously, in the spruce, which we were discussing, that it's just so cool to see these kind of cheeses go kind of ham. It's a beautiful one doing here.
Good one to unwrap. Peel there, Perry.
Yeah.
I noticed, Perry, you've got a specific way of. I never have done that with a Longra before. I've just always plopped it out, and is that the way you're supposed to do it?
Smacks it on the bottom, out it comes. Yeah, well done.
That's gonna be in cheese counters up and down the country. That is as the weekend. Yeah, it's really nice revealing it like that, actually. Yeah, so really stunning cheese. Character, a little bit maybe too wet on this one. But,
this, funny enough, my one is also much wetter and looser than the one we had this morning, even though we're judging them separately.
Yes.
That said, you have to judge what's in front of you, and it's not, because it's sort of flumped apart, because I did take my one out. It has lost some of that shape and some of that lovely texture on the cheese rind. So I probably would not go quite as high as we did previously for appearance.
Yeah, so I'm kind of around 7 for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
is really pretty, but there's some structural kind of problems with that. It's a bit lopsided, and yeah, obviously the case will cover that, but it's just slightly more wetter than usual. Yeah. Okay.
Spoon again.
Yes.
You learned. Well done.
I tried.
The spoon.
Because this is a joy to kind of to behold. Oh, okay, maybe. Yeah,
that's proper. You'd want your kids to have that to school lunch, wouldn't you? They never will, of course, but you would hope they would. Looks fantastic. Well done, Ruth. But, gosh, just want to be in there with you. I want to get my Speedos and jump into that.
This is a real end of the night cheese,
Yeah, look at that.
One to really linger over and then not snog anyone.
Yeah. So aroma, this is like a little bit more like fermented.
Yeah, it's not as yeasty and brothy as the other one. It's
okay. Yeah, there's not a level of kind of complexity that's coming through. It feels a little bit more one-dimensional.
Yeah.
But really, it's like still great. But just there's just a little kind of mix that's going on there, which is just maybe a different batch or something like that, or the breakdown that I'm having.
It's not quite delivering on that sort of pungent washed rind cheese smell.
Yeah. So I'm sitting at like a 7.
Yeah, I'd say 6.5, 7.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we do what would that be? 7.272.
6 3/4.
Yeah,
I can do 6 3/4 if you want it.
Oh, you should
go 7. Let's go 7. It's Friday.
7.
The texture is, my one is running away. It's so fatty and silky. It really is lovely. So mouth coating, and it has completely fallen apart though, and I'm covered in it. But that doesn't really matter if you're enjoying it to that level.
Yeah, texturally, love it.
Yeah,
that really just so enjoyable. So velvety, silky, just coats the palate, and that payoff with the bark around the outside just to contain it is just great. I love texturally. I love that. That's still up at a 9 for me. Texturally.
Yeah. Mine is really quite sloppy, but the actual texture of the cheese is so enjoyable. That silkiness is just lovely. So I'm happy to stick with 9.
Yeah. And on flavour, like you said, it's there's a bit of salt at the end, which kind of really does overpower and kind of tips into that beefy, gravy area, which is just a little bit more oversalted than you would want.
It's
But
like
still,
it's been concentrated somehow, the flavour, like boiled down and concentrated. So it's got a real whack of flavour. But yeah, it is salty. I'm not sure how much I could eat of a whole one. Probably quite a lot.
Yeah, probably quite a lot. Texturally amazing, right? I mean, that is like so good, and it's hard to separate them, isn't it? I suppose.
Yeah.
But it is, the saltiness is a little bit too much in this one.
Yeah. Would you? I think for flavour, I'm still like 8.5, 9. I still think it's really, really good.
Yeah. So 8.5. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
True to type, a longer style, made in the UK with a nice little drying colouring on it. Looks distinctive. You would know what it is. The breakdown is great. The walls and the wetness I've got problems with, so I'm thinking around 7.5 to 8.
Yeah, I think 8. I think it's just such an interesting, fun cheese. I think 8 for true to type. I think it's a really good representation.
Yeah. Lovely cheese.
Interesting. There you go. Best speciality before, and then best artisan. So you can just show subtle differences between artisan cheeses, different batches. Just slightly maybe a different batch, or even time of day that we're eating them or something. But they are distinctly different than the one you tried this morning. So that was interesting.
It just shows the variability of cheese, and obviously our every cheese is different. And when you do find that cheese that you love, it's like that moment in time, isn't it? Still a remarkable cheese though.
Lee, do you have enough to be going on there?
Yeah, we've got a winner. The winner was 1119, so the last but one cheese.
Yeah.
If the judges want to give me a couple of sentences, I'll make a note of them just to summarise it for them.
I'd say for me, this cheese is the reason why someone like me or anyone that runs a farm shop would judge these awards. I don't know who makes it. I don't know where it's from. All I know is it's absolutely amazing, and that I would definitely stock it and I would definitely buy it.
Yeah, great to see a crottin style made in the UK that seems to have really the pinnacle of maybe what our counterparts are. The kind of the breakdown, the geo, the flavour, the fact that it wants to give you a little bit of goat. That normally turns goat makers off because that's not a popular flavour that's coming through the UK. But to be honest, it just does it so well. Really great cheese.
Great.
Brilliant.
Well done. Thank you very much. And Perry will track down Rennet and Ryan, of course, in Cambridge. You're back in about 15, 20 minutes. So we're going to be talking about your Affaner of the Year. Congratulations for that. And Ruth, well done. Made your home. I mean, Somerset, again, not a bad place for making great cheese. Well done. But you did the hard yards and did nothing to prove as you came out of London. But great that the Newts are appreciating you in Somerset. But well done. Thank you, Ruth and Perry, for lending us your palates. Lee, thank you for looking after us so much. Brilliant. Well done, guys. And here we go. It's the future of cheese. We've got our expert panel. Here they come. Here we go. We've got two at the moment.
There's Roger.
Yeah, well done.
I'm always last.
Yeah. Welcome all. And what's good, I'm looking about it, all of you come from agricultural farming backgrounds. I mean, George, that's the family, farming, dairy farmers in your part of the world as well, in Somerset, obviously. And then you've got the culinary background, working in kitchens, Michelin-starred ones. I also know quite a few of those were at ski resorts that you managed to do, and also in Corfu. So, I can see where you were going for a while.
You've had a little stalk of the LinkedIn profile then.
Yeah, I had a good old stalk through that. Well done. Uncle Rog, touched by cheese-making genius right across the board, all the different styles. 3 years in a row, unprecedented Supreme Champion British Cheese Awards, and all with different styles of cheeses. Pecorino, the Sheep Rustler, and the Pave Cobble. Well done to you. I was lucky enough to be handing over those accolades, and you can see how much it meant. Well done. Shepton Mallet, where I used to go, I work on a dairy farm there, at one strow between Frome and Shepton Mallet. And then Lancashire's finest, again, third generation of cheesemakers, but farming as well, based at Wilson Fields Farm. Interesting times during lockdown for all of you. We'll find out more in a moment. But of course, from Butlers, it's Jill Hall. Jill Hall, George Lang and Roger Longman, welcome. And Jill, it was an interesting time for you in lockdown. We're talking about the future of cheese, but for a while you must have thought, well, what is our future of cheese in that first week or two? Thinking, okay, I think they call it pivoting the business. That's a term we never heard before, but we do now.
It was absolutely crazy. So all of a sudden, people realised, didn't they, that cheese was the easiest of meals to make. But so the retail side of it went really, really crazy for hard cheese. There's nothing better than Lancashire for cheese on toast. But of course, the wholesale side dried up. So if you can't get cheese, then how can you increase the sustainability of British cheese? So that's when we started doing Butler's Larder, and very soon letterbox cheese, to get cheese directly to consumers. And that's still going today. So that was done in one weekend in March. And considering that lockdown only started on the 23rd, we had it well and truly up and running by the 30th. So it was a real quick, what do you call it, pivoting on a sixpence.
Yeah.
And Butler's Larder then served all the way from Gretna Green right down to Shropshire and across to Merseyside, not just with cheese at that time. We did actually collaborate with local butchers and bread makers and other cheesemakers actually, and take lots and lots of goodies all around for people who didn't have access to it.
Yeah, and Roger, again with you. Once the on-trade suddenly dried up, but it's amazing how resourceful people were at getting their cheeses to market, with different ways, different routes that they discovered.
Yeah, and I think we did the same thing with set up an online shop. But actually, what really impressed me was the businesses who got off their backside and parked vans in car parks to sell stuff out the back of a van. We were selling bags, 1 kilo bags of flour, because one of our customers was taking 25 kilo bags and putting them in 1 kilo bags. And we had some people just ordering 6 kilos of flour, no cheese at all. So, yeah, it was a scary but very exciting and interesting time. And I think it shows how adaptable British, well, not just British, but any business people are in business. That's how you survive in business. And, there's always threats, but there's always opportunities. And I think we got plenty more of those coming towards us.
And George, there was a certain responsibility there that goes with it, because, you're representing, all the farmers who supply either their milk to you or their cheese to you. And you didn't want to be drying off, sheep, goats, cows, to making sure that you could flog their cheese.
Yeah, exactly. I think for us, it was an incredibly tough time. Those first 2 weeks, certainly, we had a few hundred restaurants, certainly all in central London, close the doors on us overnight. So we had to adapt quickly. We had our, stocks were full, fridges were full, and we also had cheesemakers that we had orders in with that we didn't want to try and cancel those, because ultimately, it would affect them. So, I spent about 2 weeks solidly on the phone, just creating partnerships with other wholesale businesses that, were doing different things to us. And we just found different routes to market. And I think, obviously working with Roger as well, I think that we stayed pretty consistent with our orders, and I don't think our orders sort of went down. I don't believe, and I think they went up. So, that was a big thing for us, is that we were trying to find that other routes to market, and it was just 2 weeks of just very much pounding the phones until we found sort of routes to market. But and it pivoted our business as well into a more retail focused business that we are now.
Yeah, and absolutely, that seat of the pants stuff. Where you are now, and looking at the future, whether people have got more, are more accustomed to eating cheese, certainly a variety of cheese, but also the techniques that are involved to the future. I mean, with Jill, you talked about one of your USPs is Lancashire. You still feel there's quite a long way to go with Lancashire cheesemakers from strength to strength, but using that as a brand, making the fact geographically very important where you're on that side. So you've got the agricultural image, but also, you're running a dynamic business, very much of the moment.
Yeah, sustainability is basically about doing things in the old-fashioned way, isn't it? It's doing things right for the long term. So looking after that end to end and having regard for your sense of place, I think that feeds into the sustainability agenda as much as anything, really. And I think customers buying local and wanting that provenance and really having the trust of a true farm to fork control chain, I think is really something that is resonating with consumers today, and certainly something that I think regional cheeses can benefit from, because it is just amazing that Lancashire cheese has been around. Or we're on our 90th year this year, so we've been around since 1932, and still a lot of people haven't discovered what is the best cheese for making cheese on toast. And we've got a long way to go. And even though there is 1,000 other varieties, all in the UK, there is still some of the traditional ones undiscovered. So I think the whole buy British thing has actually a long way to go. And really there is a big opportunity to me for a retailer to get behind this and only do British, really support buy British. And that would really turn the dial like nothing else.
Thank you for that. That's absolutely right. I mean, Roger as well. And we talk about meat being grown in laboratories and everything like that. I'm not sure if any people have come at you from quite left field about the process of making cheese, whether it's still very much it was, or they're just looking at different techniques, some of which, might be quite outlandish.
Yeah, I mean, we do a ridiculously large range of cheeses because we love to experiment. I love going and seeing other cheesemakers around the world, seeing what they're doing, thinking, right, what can I learn from that? What can I bring back? What can I do in the UK? And 10 years ago, there weren't many of us doing such a variety, but now the variety of British cheeses is spectacular. And I love nothing more than a good farmhouse Montgomery or Westcombe cheddar, but actually I've been watching some of the judging, some of the stuff that's on there. It's like, oh, I've not seen that. I need to go and find out what that was. That looks really interesting, exciting. People always want new. They like tradition, but people love a bit of new. That doesn't always work. We've had plenty of failures in our experimenting. Luckily we don't let anyone else taste those. But it's an exciting time to be. I think there was an article in the Times and Telegraph the other day about new renaissance of British cheese makers. I think which was a lovely article. Apart from the bit, and he said, well, cheese making should be done by the professionals and not the farmers. And I'm thinking, well, I kind of disagree with that. There's plenty of good farmer cheesemakers, and there's plenty of good, new exciting cheesemakers who have no farming experience, so they're coming with no regard to history or rules or whatever. And I would, Renegade Monk, I think, is an absolute barking mad cheese, but it's fantastic. And I love the fact that he's, he doesn't care what's happened in the past. This is what I'm going to do, and hopefully people are going to like it, and they clearly are. So yeah.
Yeah, I thought that's a good example, Renegade Monk as well, because the next cheese that they won the Virtual Cheese Awards with was Fresco. It was a completely different style of cheese, a bit like you. It's just showing, you can do, if you make decent cheese, you can make it with lots of different milks and in styles.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, well done to them. I mean, George, also, I mean, how are you quietly confident about the future? I know you don't want to curse it or anything, but generally,
quite. No, I think we are. I think it is really exciting. I think kind of going back to what Jill was saying, I think that, during the pandemic, hopefully it sort of spurred this on. I think, when certainly some of the supermarkets and things like that were struggling to get, getting product on the shelves and things like that, and people were having to find produce around the corners and actually finding local producers that they never knew that were down the road from them, and actually discovering all these new cheeses. And people also probably had a bit more money. They weren't going out for dinner, they could go and spend a bit more and actually buying some really nice local cheeses. And actually I think that people sort of felt a case of supporting British farmers through and producers through this tough time. And I think that sort of renaissance of supporting British is hopefully kickstarted. And like Jill said, hopefully we're at the beginning of something great, and we've got a really exciting time ahead of us.
Yeah. I mean, are you, Jill, are you, say confident, the team, you think, yeah, it's going in the right direction? I mean, you're pretty innovative. You certainly had to change things, your style and style as well. You are, you're good with the marketing of it all. I've seen all the gilets and all the stuff that goes with it as well.
Yeah, I think as Roger said, innovation is key to keep the interest and to keep things relevant for today's consumer. So you've got what we've got in this country is a fantastic quality. We're really good at the quality consistency and looking after it. It's something that probably the people on continental Europe can only aspire to, things like salsa and BRC.
Yeah.
So we have got that world best in quality. So if we then innovate on top of that and do things that to keep it relevant, like burger slices, for example, that is taking cheese to people in a format that they want to eat it, because everybody should have the opportunity to eat really good cheese. We're making all this really good cheese in Britain. And I think it's sort of, I remember it after the millennium, there'd been a real surge towards buying British. And that's when the chefs in particular wanted the continental style, but they wanted it made in Britain. And that's when we launched Black Sticks Blue. And this time it's Brexit that's done that. So there's been another move to buy British. They want brie made in Britain. So it is a real opportunity for British cheesemakers to satisfy that demand.
Roger, how many different cheeses did you currently make?
Good question. Changes quite a lot. I think it's about 26, but there will shortly be another 3 coming on the market, and building a new cheese room. So next year there'll be a host more. So watch this space. But yeah, I love it. I can't help it. My advisors keep telling me you make too many different types of cheeses, and I'm going, tough. That's what I love about this business. It's great fun.
Well, that's the joy of it. You can do what you want. You prove that you're successful at it, and as you say, Gandalf of the culinary world. Doing the stuff that involves. But more power to your elbow if you want to do that.
But I'm very keen to help other people.
Yeah.
Do what they want to do with other cheesemakers. So Juliana, who runs the old cheese room, she used to work for us. She's set up and doing a fantastic job. And I love these new people coming into industry. I want them to not go through the pain we had to go through when we were learning how to do it. So that I'm very keen to try and form some sort of, not alliance, but help desk almost for them to ask questions of the industry, because we're all very helpful towards each other. I can show anyone exactly what we do. They're never going to be able to do what I do, but it's a tremendously sharing industry, which is unusual for a lot of industries. But I think that's the farming background coming into it.
Yeah, on that note, I was speaking to Caroline Bell before, and if anyone epitomised that, it was her mum, Judy, who, she got great support in the early days, when she was setting it all up, the guy who set up Coverdale, he advised her. But Mario Oleanos of Deliciously Yorkshire Awards, he basically just eulogized to her face and burst into tears because she had given him so much advice over the years, and it was just brilliant.
And he is a passionate man.
Yeah, indeed he is, and a great cheesemaker. And that's the thing as an industry. George, you'll see that because also you're representing a lot of these cheesemakers. They're the ones, and some of them will have better business acumen than others. Others just want to make great cheese. Other ones will probably be more involved in the business side. But you see all of them. As we mentioned, that does come with a certain responsibility. But you've got to, you're getting their cheeses to market.
Well, absolutely. I suppose that's partly our job really as a distributor. We are the wheels and we're also the sales. And that's ultimately why we build that relationship and really understand a producer. When we start working with them, so we can kind of sell that story to the chefs, the buyers that we supply to, because ultimately, we want to be that echo of what those producers are doing and the amazing things that they're doing. So, and it does come with responsibility. Obviously, they're relying on us to kind of be that sort, source to market really. So, it is a huge amount of responsibility. But, when we do take on, and whether it's a new supplier, a new cheese, we really make sure that the team understand that product before we take it to market, and we know, and we're very clear with that producer of what our forecasts are going to be, where we're going to be, so that we don't leave anyone sort of in the dark and get them too excited that can completely affect their business potentially. So there is a responsibility, but there's a balance with it as well.
And Jill, do you think, ironically, because of COVID and lockdown, with it, people have actually reaffirmed their connections to agriculture and to cheese and the artisan and the regional cheeses as well? Maybe they've stopped to appreciate and reevaluate things.
100%. There is such a desire to support British agriculture and reduce food miles, because it feeds into the carbon agenda as well. So the fact that we can match up this great quality cheese with customer needs, with the whole trend is not a fair word really, but the whole agenda of carbon and doing the right thing for sustainability, I would say that we're in about as good a place as we could be as an industry. I know there's huge demands at the moment on prices, but if we can do that end-to-end collaboration and really looking, it's something we're doing with the farmers at the moment, looking to maximise milk to cheese by looking at the feed and which fields give the best grass for cheese making and that sort of thing, where we can get the best casein from. If we can actually optimise that whole chain, I think that supports the carbon agenda, as well as feeding into all this knowledge that we now have to make the quality of cheese second to none. So for me, it's an exciting ground for my sons, Matthew and Daniel, who are just taking over the business. We're just going into 4th gen. They have this to inherit, and it's a good time to be coming into the industry because it really is all to play for.
Yeah, I think the expertise that goes with it. Again, if you can harness all of those, because I know, George, one of the things you were looking maybe at selling some younger cheeses, weren't you? That maybe didn't need quite so long to mature. Is that one of the things you're particularly championing, or not? Have I got that wrong?
Well, not necessarily. Yeah, I mean, we have sort of looked at it to a certain degree, but yeah, not necessarily really. I mean, I think when it comes to sort of getting that kind of sustainability, I think it just comes down to a lot of education as well. I think that what our producers and farmers are doing as well, they're doing such amazing jobs, and also a lot of what they're doing is benefiting the environment just in their day in, day out. And I do believe that it's just a lot of it is just down to communication, that is getting that across the customer, and actually understanding those practices that the farmers are doing day in, day out, and they've been doing it for generations. But it's communication to the end user that they don't understand it, and they see it, and they see it in bad light, and it's not necessarily bad light, and it's just understanding. So I think that that's a big thing, certainly to the end user, of that understanding of farming practices.
Well done, you. Well done. Your culinary backgrounds have underpinned it, come out from a different direction. Jill, I mean, championing all those different elements, but as you say, for the future generations, utilising good farming techniques, but with also equally excellent cheese making. And Roger, may you can keep making lots of brilliant cheeses, and many of them, don't listen to anyone else, they're all bloody good. I've tasted so many of them. Tor is one of my, I will be buried with that in my coffin. And by the way, just to give me, it was Les Lambert of Fountains Dairy who revived Coverdale and was such a big influence on Judy Bell, bless her. And the legacy she leaves for all of us. But Shepherd's Purse, what a great way to go, where people, when you've gone, they can still taste your cheese. That you've made. I think that's a fantastic thing. So, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate that. Virtual Cheese Awards. Who would have thought it? Year 3, but well done to all of our 3. Jill, George, and Roger. Thank you very much. Now, in the wings, we've got our Affaner of the Year. Perry Waitman awaits. The Cat in the Hat is back. Oh my God.
Hey, how you doing? Bit of change of setup,
Two very contrasting styles there. Well done, Affaner of the Year. That's the inaugural one as well. Just tell us a little bit about the competition, how it was set up, and at what stage you got your hands on the cheese.
Yeah, so essentially it was set up with the Academy of Cheese and Quicks, and we all received a Quicks cheddar when it was 3 months old, so pinging around to different parts of the country. And then we had to hold on to them for 12 months and try and use, our skills as affineurs, people that mature cheese, to change the path of it to give the best outcome you can.
Yeah, no, but fantastic. And these, you had them up to what, 2 years, didn't you?
So we had them for 12 months. Yeah, 12 months. So we got them in when there was 3 months, and then 12 months. Did some kind of ideas on, so we all had a big meeting with Mary, and she was telling us about the profile of a cheese, where she thinks it's at, and then essentially, from there I set out like a hypothesis of what I wanted to create, and what I would hopefully think the end result would be. And I guess we got there.
No, you did. Fantastic. And it was brilliant. I mean, I think there were 10 different entries. We spoke to James Grant earlier from number 2 Pound Street was one of them as well. I'm here. And you're even honest enough to say what would you have changed about the whole process if you had, because we had to reduce the temperature of our maturing room around the end of December due to the threat of another COVID outbreak.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd have kept the temperature and the humidity at a higher level.
Exactly.
Why don't you sit down?
Yeah. So essentially, we kind of Mary kept on saying that there's high acid in this cheese, and when I mature cheeses in this room and I give them a process, I call it like escalation and applying more time to them to mature. I kind of always look at the acidity. So I thought, do you know what? This cheese looks like we can convert the acid into some complex flavors, amongst other things. And essentially we set off, and we did it around about 3 to 4 degrees higher than Mary would keep her cheddars. So we started off around about sort of 11, 12. We stripped back the humidity to really attack the kind of the rind on the outside, kind of knock Mary's biome from the rind of the cheese as much as possible out. And then we gave it an aggressive scrub on the outside to try and open up that side. And then the biome, hopefully from these rooms, which we've been working on for years, would penetrate the cheese and create our cheese characteristics. And when we got round to Omicron, as everyone is in the cheese industry, particularly, people that are making and maturing, it's that fear. If we went into lockdown, we'd be left with a lot of cheese, and that heartache that happened, 2 years ago. So we just thought we'd get through the wave and we'd have to slow everything up, and applying temperature and pulling that down would do that. So like affinage is the same thing. You've got to react to the elements, normally react to your local environment, not so much the external environments of the room, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, I've lost you there. I can't quite hear you.
No, that's me. My fault. How long have I been doing this? Yeah, but Operation Priscilla, I was rather hoping it was, something to do with Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. It wasn't quite as exotic as that, Terence Stamp. But tell us about, the name and what and how the operation itself was brought together.
Yeah, so with naming cheeses, I'm just a bit of a weirdo, to be honest. I think when you emailed me the other day, how did I come upon Priscilla? I name a lot of my cheeses in here, and I think we've got a Don Draper, who talks the talk and doesn't walk the walk, and a Kevin. I'm guessing Kevin Imperia, stroppy teenager, and Priscilla. There's no reason behind it. I just literally walked up to her. I think it really helped, actually, and it must help, because I've loved and cared for her for 12 months, giving her what she needs and just changing, depending on what was happening on the outside, changing brushing techniques to just kind of hopefully get there. And then, 24, I didn't crack into her at all. So 24 hours before the event, I decided to take the plunge.
Yeah.
And
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was a scary moment. And there was a moment like for half a second where there's a real dull flavor. And I was really concerned, and then it just kicked off, and I was just really happy to present a good to great cheese amongst so many amazing affineurs like Neil's Yard, Paxton's, Buchanan's, Heritage Cheese, Brindisi, covered theirs in paprika. I was just happy to do my profession and put something out there that was edible and people would enjoy.
Well, I'm lucky enough. I've been watching everyone eat cheese today, but I'm lucky enough to have some of Operation Priscilla, the Quicks here. and I'd already tucked into it. It was so good. I was hungry, but also I loved that there was cheddar elements there, but there's lots of really, considering its age, lots of really young ripe fruit there as well. It's complex and yet it's not overly mature. You know, it's got much going on. I can see why it won without doubt. It's got so many layers of interest, and it keeps giving.
It's that longevity that really surprised me, and also the aroma. Like it was that was, I think, the one thing I put in my hypothesis, and you know, you can see that online if you go to www.rennettandwine.co.uk. Go to that area and you can see the whole presentation. That was the one area I said I think we're falter on that. So when I cracked into it and tried it, and that aroma is very atypically cheddar, I was really happy with that. I was a pleasant surprise, but the main thing I'm happy about is just the longevity that it has, and yeah, so happy with it.
Yeah, it's just a really beautiful, complex cheese. I'm gonna taste this on BBC Radio London a week today, and I can't wait because I know that when Robert Elms has it, it just makes you think, because it comes at you in layers. I mean, it's disappearing down, but it's a long, lingering finish, and you don't need a lot of a cheese like this to have a massive impact, you know. And as I say, it's not overly mature, but well done. And as you say, until you ironed into it, you didn't really know what you were going to get.
No, thank you. And I think it was just, if you see the video online, it was still a surprise to me when it was announced. But, you know, a lot of people say, one, you know, affinage, maturing cheese is a dark art. Some people say that it's a lot of old fluff, to be honest. And there was two separate judging panels that happened. One behind closed door was like Patrick Wigan, who was looking at technical elements and going really into detail. And there was another competition going on with 150 people in the room and tasting that cheese. And Priscilla won both categories. So it shows that affinage, one, works, and two, it translates on a technical point of view to kind of normal cheese-loving people, which is amazing boost for like affinage. And the competition, all the cheeses were so diverse, visually, flavorly. So it was really, really, really interesting.
Yeah, well, I could talk about this for ages because it really does show, you know, what that aging process, how important it is. Just before we go to our supreme panel judging, just tell me briefly a little bit about your time in France, which is pretty remarkable, and what you learned when you were working there.
Yeah, so I was over with Mons, and some people in the industry may know the famous Susan Sturman, Hervé and Laurent Mons, and they kind of gave me the fundamentals that I needed in affinage. And then I had that basis and then just slowly built up over the years. And it was a phenomenal process. I mean, affinage is second nature over there. It just happens all the time. And it's such a great thing for cheesemakers. I think Roger was saying before he's working with Juliana, and essentially we're freeing up maturing space for her. You know, she can make more cheese and essentially make more money, right? To keep on doing what she loves. And we're freeing up, you know, storage on her shelves to mature it ourselves and look after the cheese, you know, as she would with a couple of little twists in it. So hopefully it becomes more commonplace. And it's just really nice to receive, you know, some like recognition for what I do. Is amazing.
Yeah. So that's, I mean, it's a beautiful looking thing, certainly the trophy, but the cheese itself. And bear in mind, was it 27 kgs?
Yeah, 27, 26. I had the weight.
I mean, that's a big old chunk of cheese.
Big old chunk of cheese, you know, changing the brushing, turning techniques. I mean, and the temperature, that's completely alien to cheddar makers. I mean, you know, Mary, it seemed like it wasn't definitely like going to work, but we're applying more time to that situation. And, you know, that's the thing. The key marker for me is kind of acidity when I try cheeses in here. And I kind of got this internal clock, and I'm like, okay, I think that acidity level can go a bit further. But we were time limited to 12 months. So the way that you can speed up maturation breakdown is applying a good, consistent temperature to it. And so happy how she came out.
Well, there you go. I mean, look at, you put the science to it, the humidity, the temperature journey, it's all here. I can see why you did well in a great competition, Affineur of the Year. The first one to get away, and that's you, Perry Wakeman, you crazy youth, Rennet and Ryan. Well done, the cat in the hat. Massive congratulations.
Thank you, Nigel.
What a great year. Well done, you.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. And have a good show. It's 5 hours live.
Yeah, we go. Supreme judging, here we come. But Perry, thank you very much. Best of Supreme jumping. Jumping. Hello. Been a long day. Supreme champion. We're going to go to the live judging now. Aha!
Aha!
Okay. I think we've got 2 out of 3. At the moment, we're just waiting for Terry Hudson to join us. But Bronwyn, welcome. Yeah, we'll have to. Where have we tracked you down?
I'm in my dining room at home.
Yeah. And where's that? I mean, without giving us the address.
Oh no, it's in East Ham in London. So yes, city cheese judging.
Yeah, well, great. I mean, it's been some day, but obviously you and Alan and Terry are going to be trying out some of the finest. Alan, booze, presumably you've got a suite at the Inn at Whitewell or something like that, or you're ferried around the Lancashire area. But you're based near Preston yourself?
Yeah, so live and I'm based in Preston, so I'm at home today again, just in my lounge. So that's where I am.
Yeah, 35 years for one, still so young, with booze as well, and in cheese for a decade. So a great palate. And thank you very much for lending us your time and your palates with the Supreme judging. Cara, how many do we have for our final taste off, for our Supreme?
So for the Supreme final, we have the winners of every single category that we've judged today. So that's 7 amazing cheeses for you guys to taste. And I think it's important, Nige, to reaffirm that we think Alan, Bronwyn and Terry, when he joins us, are amazing. And from feedback from following years, these guys haven't judged any of the day's cheeses, so they can be completely impartial, haven't been talking to other judges one way or another about these incredible cheeses. So they've been brilliant, guys. You're in for a real treat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and what's the joy of it? Of course, we're doing it, online. Is that we can hear your thoughts as you taste. Normally, you're in a judgely huddle and just whispering away. But today, you're going to share that with us. So we're really delighted, and thank you for giving us your time. But we're now getting to the business end of the day. So we're going to be deciding, who's won what, the Supreme, and that's going to be 3rd, 2nd, and 1st as well. And then we've got the category winners and the regional winners as well. So, Cara, where are we going to go to first?
Okay, guys. So when you're ready, we're going to go with the best enhanced cheese, which was D for Delta 2, 1066.
And if I suddenly disappear from screen, it's nothing personal. It's just my pelvic floor isn't what it used to be. So I might just I'll get back. I know, Alan, I know, Bronwyn, too much information. But we'll be back with you very shortly.
Well, I'm impressed to see that we're jumping in with both feet. Starting with the flavor enhanced cheese. I opened this up and sort of was amazed, even by the experience and the aroma that jumped out at me. And it blends right in with the cheese board, so that's another plus. Just to confirm, are we breaking this down in terms of points?
Yes, Bronwyn. So we're going exactly as you very kindly judged in the classes. We're judging out of 10 for appearance, aroma, texture, flavor, and how true to character the cheese is.
Great.
Equally really surprised with this, as that's the first choice to jump in with a flavor added, really. But here we go.
That's what it means to be a professional.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I think in terms of the way that we're judging, this is really about how it stands up to what we would expect of a cheese of this type. And I think from an appearance perspective, to me, it looks very even. The additives are very evenly stirred through, so there aren't clumps in one area or another. It looks like there's some little red flecks, as well as an intense chocolatey aroma. But I guess I'd give it pretty high marks on flavor, even if it's unlike any cheese, or on aroma, or sorry, on appearance, even if it's pretty unlike any cheese I've ever seen before.
Yes, it is very, very unusual, as you say, very even right throughout the cheese. Looks not unlike a black pudding, I think, but yeah, look forward to tasting it.
Okay, so guys, can I get your scores for aroma and appearance?
Sure.
In terms of appearance, so it is a blended cheese, so probably a 7 from me, Bronwyn.
I would agree with that. I think it's even, and it looks absolutely fine. So yeah, I would say a 7, solid 7. And aroma, I find it very pleasant. I mean, definitely the chocolate is what I smell the most, more than any sort of cheese.
It was very, very, very pleasant chocolatey aroma. Probably a high on that, 7, 8, possibly.
Yeah. Again, chocolate and cheese is a new one for me, so I might go with 7. I think I'm still getting my head around this idea, and the combination's a bit sort of surprising for me, so I might go with a 7.
That's fine. Happy with that.
Happy with that, Alan?
Yep, absolutely.
Great. And so texture and flavour, whichever you want to go with next, guys.
Just going to assess here, and then I think it's important to include mouthfeel in the texture assessment. So I think we should go ahead and taste it if that's okay with you. Wow. To be honest, I can kind of see why this cheese is scored highly. I think it's very pleasing. It's like eating candy, to be honest. And then there's the heat, which sort of balances out the very sort of, I would say, very forward sweetness within it. What do you think, Alan?
Yeah, I certainly think that it is quite a strong tasting, a couple of strong tastes. The chocolate is very strong coming through, and then you get the chili hit as well. So I would describe this more as a confection rather than a cheese, really. I'm not really getting a lot of cheese flavors in there at all. So yes, very strong on chocolate. It's hot. In terms of texture, it's quite smooth. So it's very desserty, but in terms of cheese, I'm not a fan, to be honest.
I agree. For me, it's a candy, and it's not really for people who like cheese. It's not about the cheese. I guess in terms of texture, I might give it a 6. It's impressively not too sticky, too pappy. There aren't wet kind of patches within it. It's correct. I think on the flavor, I'd probably have to rank it a little lower, maybe like a 4.
Yeah, or 5. I would give it a 5, I think. Okay. 5, I think, yeah.
I mean, it is truly interesting. But
yeah, it is, and it is very, very sweet, so it does appeal. But flavour add is a great way to introduce people who are not particularly fussed on cheese to cheese itself, and can lead on to trying other things. So, yeah, happy with that, really.
There's a lot of innovation in that sector, I guess. So, great. And in terms of true to character as an enhanced cheese, how would you score this?
Again, I think maybe I might mark it down a little bit because it's not so much about the cheese. And so I might give it a 5 just because I can't taste much of the cheese within it.
Yeah, a 5 or a 6, perhaps. You know, it is a bowl chopped cheese. And as you say, texturally, it does work. But again, not a lot of cheese coming through there. So great flavors in terms of innovation. So very happy with that as an innovative product, but not necessarily as a cheese. So 6 possibly.
Okay, that sounds good.
Do that, Bronwyn?
Yep.
Amazing. Thank you, guys. Okay, we're going to move on to the next one now, which was the cheese that won the best speciality cheese. And it is code E for Echo 21113. So it's in a little tub. Yeah. Can you hold your one up to the camera a little bit, Bronwyn, so people can see?
It's got a nice wooden box and what looks like to me like a wash, but also geo rind nestled in there. And yeah.
Well, if you are both ready, let's go for appearance.
I really like the appearance. I think it looks like an artisan cheese. I think it looks really, it's not too uniform and it's not too perfect, but at the same time, it's not too grizzled either. It strikes a really nice balance between those two poles. So I'm very pleased with the appearance, actually. How's yours looking, Alan?
Mine is a bit fallen in appearance, so, and looks perhaps as if it's been in transit for a bit too long. Very ripe.
Now here's a question. Is it supposed to come out of the box to eat it, do you think? Or do you think we're supposed to scoop it out from within?
To be honest, it was people unfolded the box around and one person used a spoon, and it's entirely up to you guys.
So you're not telling us we're already doing it wrong?
No, I'm not telling you anything.
Well, as I'm taking it out of the box, it has a very nice sort of pudgy texture to it. Should we go with appearance first and go ahead and rate that?
That would be great. Thank you, guys.
I might give it an 8 or a 9. What do you think?
Yeah, I think an 8. As I say, mine has fallen slightly. I think it's possibly a bit overripe, so a bit longer. It might be completely collapsed, but I'd be happy with an 8.
Sounds good. And we've got Nigel, perhaps on his way.
Yeah. Well, let's see about Terry. Sorry, here he is. Aha!
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that technical problems.
Where are you with us now?
Yeah, I've got one other problem. Nobody sent me a list of the cheeses in the final, so I need to leg it downstairs to get the samples.
Okay.
Terry, I'll make sure that Sarah sends you that now. Guys, if we can continue with judging this, and I'll just message
when he's ready. Perfect. Okay, so were you saying an 8, perhaps, Alan?
8, absolutely. Yes, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah.
Okay. And then aromatically?
Really interesting.
Yeah.
I would describe that. I mean, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I would describe that as just nectar. You know, it's got that fragrance that sort of fills the room, draws you in. You would really want to try this.
I agree. It's got a really interesting, complex, sort of slightly phenolic barnyard aroma, but not in a way that's off-putting at all, in a sort of delicious, real cheese kind of aroma.
No dirtiness at all, is there? No, very nice. Yeah, very nice.
So what do you
think? So I would give that a high score, 9 even.
9?
8, 9, yeah.
Let's go with 9. I think it's really good.
Okay.
All right. So.
I think I might get a plate for this one.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to be tasting it for the rest of the...
In the earlier rounds, they were using a spoon. You can understand why, can't you?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just ready for this.
Yeah.
This is just...
This is its day. Today is that cheese's day, is it not?
Yeah. This is just like...
Yeah.
It's like clotted cream.
Yeah.
Got a really lovely stretch as it pulls apart.
We scratch and sniff interaction. That's what we haven't got. But by goodness me, are we desperate for it now? So
Not yet. It's on its way.
Your plate there, Alan.
Anything further to add texturally, guys?
There was a moment of just pondering going on there, which is great.
The taste buds are firing. I think it's very smooth, like as it appears when it's being cut, and quite pleasant. The rind with these styles of cheese, sometimes I can find quite bitty or distracting in my mouth, and I don't have that problem with this cheese. The rind is really sort of, it's part of the cheese, and it isn't too crunchy or bitty. So I would give this very, very, very high marks on texture. What do you think?
Yeah, the inner paste is just like clotted cream, very smooth, very creamy. You've got those unctuous flavors coming through, not overpowering, no sense of bitterness at all, but very, very smooth, very complex, tasty, delicious. Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, strong but not too strong, not obnoxious. Really I think, a cheese that would be a real crowd pleaser if it were presented to an audience. I mean, again, I would probably go 9 with texture and 9 with flavor just on that basis.
Happy with that. Happy with that.
Great. And then the overall, sorry, Karen?
Yes, please. So if you could rate it as true to character for me, that would be great.
I mean, to me, this looks like it's setting out to be of a style that's sort of like a long, a French cheese. And to be honest, if you put this next to one of those styles of cheese from France on a cheese counter, I would have a lot of trouble telling the difference. So I would say 9 to 10 on that front.
Yeah, it is just perfectly right, just ready to eat, absolutely delicious. Yeah, I would again say 9. Very happy.
You can give half marks as well, just as you go along, by the way.
Yeah,
just so you know, so.
Yeah, this is impressive.
Yeah, very much so.
So we're giving it 9 for flavour and 9 for overall, or did we say 9.5? Just clarifying.
I would give it a 9.
Yeah, let's do 9.
Okay, thank you guys. So the next cheese is the Artisan hard cheese, which was number F for Foxtrot 2, 1214.
Yep. Thank you, Bronwyn, for showing us that. Very good.
I think I have a future as a spokesmodel.
Yeah. Very good too.
Very attractive in terms of appearance. Nice. Can we see that breaking down close to the rind there? Very, very appealing.
The finish is beautiful. Everything looks like it's carefully and methodically done. Very even curd texture. There are openings within it, but they're evenly spaced. And the cheese itself is in really good condition. It feels like it's quite fresh. And so yeah, I would say that's a very good first impression. Appearance, I would say 8.
Yes, or even 9. I mean, I think that formation on the rind is very, very attractive, very appealing. Yeah, 8
Great.
or 9. I'm happy with either, really. 8.5.
8.5. Sounds great.
Great compromise, guys. Aroma, I know this one's tricky.
Very fresh on the nose, creamy.
Quite, for lack of a better word, a real dairy aroma. It reminds me of walking into a dairy where they're making this style of kind of British, very lactic-driven cheese.
Fresh curd, yes, yeah.
Yeah, really nice, really clean, very, yeah, like a hug. So I would say high marks on the aroma as well.
Do you want to lead on that one, Alan?
Do you think 8 on that, Bronwyn?
I think, well, my one, like, it's very hard to compare the aroma with the aroma of the cheese we tasted before. It's much less complex, but it's appropriate for the cheese.
I think so.
I think 8 because it's doing what it's setting out to do.
Are you happy with that, Alan?
I am, yes, absolutely.
Lovely.
Contemplation is a very fine art, and I think that's the point. That's it's just it's a good-looking cheese. It beckons you on in its appearance and on its nose. How does it deliver in the mouth?
Yeah.
It's very interesting looking at the way it crumbles when you break it, and also feeling that texture on the palate. This style, again, this sort of British territorial style of cheese is extraordinarily difficult to make in a balanced way that retains that sort of crumble, but at the same time doesn't end up feeling really rough and birdseedy on your tongue. And I feel like this cheese has achieved that balance really beautifully. The overall impression is one of smoothness and lightness, and at the same time, you have that fluffiness. So I give it very high marks on texture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After that.
Okay, it's all right. Have a quick gargle. Thank
you. Yeah, so I just love the way that it's got these sort of nearly 3 different types of textures there. So you've got the fluffy and the curdiness in the middle, and the way it's breaking down, and then very, very soft close to the rind. So I just love that texture, really. So I would give that an 8 or a 9.
Yeah, I think I would give it. Let's go 8. I think.
Okay.
Roman, can you just hold it up to the camera again, just so we can just see what Alan was talking about there? Yeah, and you see the different colour, and then just look at the rinds, just to see that the artsy side that went with it. Yeah,
and you can see how nice and thin that rind is as well. There's no kind of incursion or it's very thin, which I think is appropriate and right for this cheese.
It's a beautifully made cheese. I mean, at this level they should all be, but that was great. Well done. Very consistent. Very
expert. And in terms of flavor, I think it delivers very much what it promises. There aren't any surprises there. It's very good, very dairy, very lactic, a nice element of butteriness. Again, I think it's a very accomplished, excellent cheese. I feel like in terms of the complexity of the experience, I wish maybe that element of it was turned up a little bit more. So I might give it a slightly lower, like still very good score, but maybe a slightly lower score than we've been giving out thus far. Maybe a 7.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I mean, in terms of flavour, it's doing what it's supposed to do. It's a lactic cheese. You're getting all those notes coming through. It's buttery. You're getting that freshness, those dairy tastes coming through. So I'm happy with a 7.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, thank you. And the overall score for true to character, please.
So, I mean, again, I would give this. I mean, this is sort of an original cheese. It's made in the style of a very familiar cheese to those of us who work a lot and closely with British cheeses. So it's kind of a hard question to answer. I would say I would give it a 7.5, maybe. I think, it does lean on the nettles for some of that character. And I feel like, I think it's very good. It's its own thing. It's hard to compare something with itself. So yeah, I don't know. Where are you with this, Alan?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of character, I think it is true to character. I think it's a good example. It's a crumbly cheese. I think the piece we have here is probably optimum maturity. You wouldn't want to let it go much beyond that, really. So in terms of delivering any greater complexity, it is a mild cheese, but very palatable, very pleasant. I'm very content with it. I would give it an 8.
Let's go with 8. I think that sounds good.
Fantastic, guys. Thank you for that.
I think one of the things about all of these cheeses today, they're all finalists, really. So we're nearly splitting hairs when we're making any comments on any of these things anyway, aren't we? So that they are all to a high standard so far anyway.
Absolutely. Very impressive so far.
Fantastic.
So, Sarah, how many down are we? How many have we tasted? 3 or 4?
We're 3 down. We've got 4 to go.
Okay, so we'll let Terry catch up with some of the others at the end. But if we just crack on so he knows which one we're going for next.
Okie dokie. So we are going for the Territorial. That is B Bravo 2 1001. Thanks, Bronwyn.
Complete 360. Now, I'm going to just go ahead and jump right in and ask my other fellow judges. This piece of cheese is not in great condition. There
No, mine
is
isn't either.
a fair amount of surface mold growing on it, and the edges are very, very dried out. So, Cara, how would you like us to deal with that fact as we're should we knock down points because we're judging what's in front of us, or should we try to correct for it and see the best cheese that might be inside?
I would go for going for the best cheese that's inside, please, Bronwyn.
Cool, that's good to know. All right.
We want to do the best we can for the cheesemaker, and I think that's the best way forwards.
In that case, I'm just going to give this a good trim.
Maybe I can jump in, seeing as I haven't done an awful lot so far. So sorry about that, guys.
Welcome, Terry.
Right. So it's obviously should be a tasty Lancashire. So it's a 2 or 3 day curd mixed. Should be marbling, but you're quite right. It looks a bit dried out during its transit or something, but it is very dry, isn't it?
I've taken a good sort of 1/8 of an inch off of every surface, and it's looking a lot better within that. So I think we are going to get a core of something that we can do justice to. So I guess jumping in and saying appearance-wise, I think it looks good. There is a little bit of that marbling, which is consistent of the Lancashire style cheese in a, for lack of a better word, traditional way. The rind is very, very thin. You can tell it has a natural rind. There's some evidence of mold growth around the outside. I like the look of that. What are other people's thoughts?
Yeah, you're quite right. The rind is good. It is drying out on the surface, but it's like I say, it is a tasty Lancashire. I've just popped a piece in my mouth. It is quite pungent. It's typical of a traditional tasty Lancashire. And you're right, inside, if you cut away the surface, it is quite smooth and buttery, which is very nice and very typical of that variety. And I think the flavour's good myself.
Yes, so as you say, you know, the piece of cheese is not in particularly good shape. It is showing signs of not managing well in transit, perhaps being stored in packaging for too long. But inside you can see the curd, the combination of the curd inside the cheese. So the paste that looks good from this perspective. I'm not sure we can score it that highly on appearance because of the way it's arrived, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just in transit, like you say, Alan, which is unfortunate. It's probably a very well-made cheese.
If we were to give a corrected score based on the heart that we have sort of revealed, I would probably give that an 8. But I feel like if you guys feel strongly that it needs to have a lower score than that, I'm okay with that.
No, I'd agree with an 8, Bronwyn. I perfectly agree. If you cut away the dryness and inside, it looks as if when it left its home, it was a very good cheese. So I'd agree with you.
Alan?
I possibly think that's a bit high.
Okay.
7.5, do you think, or
you could talk me around to 7.5, no problem.
Yeah, fine. Okay.
You think so? Okay.
Again, aroma, I think, is very, it's very interesting how this aroma projects quite strongly in a way that, more similar maybe to the second cheese we tasted, the very soft cheese. There's a real butteriness and a slightly acetic, almost vinegary aroma that maybe, a slight yeastiness as well. I really like it. I think it's complex and interesting.
Yes, I agree. I do like the aroma, and as I say, it's typical of a tasty Lancashire, and the mixed curds. So I do like it. It is very complex. No off flavours or taints.
Yeah, so in terms of aroma, you're just getting that lovely buttery buttery aroma coming through very well. And yes, you can tell it's a very well-made cheese. I'm very happy with the aroma.
I think it's quite special. I would maybe even go up to 8.5, but if you guys feel differently.
I'd be happy with that.
Yes, and me, Bronwyn, yeah.
So then texture-wise?
Texture, like Bronwyn said, if you cut away the dry surface and get to the inside, it is smooth and buttery. So I think the texture's good and typical of the type.
Yeah, balls very well.
Yeah. And it also has a nice crumble, and sort of you can feel that the particles, the curds, have knitted, but they're not, it hasn't turned to smush.
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell that there's nice curdiness within the piece, and also it's retained the some moisture in the cheese as well, which is very good. So texture, I would score highly on.
Yeah, I would go 8.5 on the texture. Don't know what you think.
Yeah.
Me 3. Yes.
Yeah, fantastic.
So flavor-wise?
Flavor, I really like the flavor. I would go for a 9 on flavor. That's my personal preference, because it's very complex. There's lots of good flavors coming through. Savory and sweet flavors coming through. So I do like it. So I would go for a 9 on flavor.
I agree. There's a lot of complexity and like a lot of length to the flavor, which again, I think sets it apart from a lot of other cheeses of this style. Like I can still taste it a minute later. And it's a very even like balance between the dairy elements and some savoriness that's just starting to come through. I think it's really, really Moorish and delicious. So yeah, I'm all for that.
Yeah, there's really great longevity of flavor to that one coming through. So I'd be happy with a 9 too.
Perfect. And then
Lovely.
the last,
So true to type, please, guys.
I mean,
it probably just loses a bit on the sample we've actually got, which has probably happened during transit. So maybe loses a point or 2 on that. But I would go for 8.5. I don't know what the other guys think.
Yeah, 8 or 8.5 based on the condition that it has arrived in. Possibly an 8, to be honest.
Okay, what about Bronwyn?
I'm fine with 8. I think it's very Lancashire, but yeah, let's go with 8.
Okay.
Great, thank you, guys. Moving on to the next cheese, which is our best cheddar, and this is code number A for Alpha 2 1088. Would one of you be kind enough to hold it up to the camera so people can have a little look? It's great, Bronwyn. Thank you.
Of course. Now, unlike the last one, this looks like a sample that's in great condition. Mine has really traveled very well. Has quite a downy texture all over the cut surface, which I think just it feels like it's retained all of its original moisture and just looks and smells lovely. So, great. Appearance. I would say,
in terms of appearance for me, so it's very very uniform. You've got that golden cheddar-y color to it, very even. I think it's impressive. A nice an attractive rind. I mean, there's not much of it there, but attractive as it is.
I agree with you. I think the rind is notable because there isn't really the sort of rind. I mean, it looks like it's a cloth-bound cheese, but at the same time, I can see the imprint of a cloth in it, but it hasn't grown the kind of mold and it hasn't got the kind of finish I would expect from something that had a natural cloth rind and was matured for a long time, which if this is extra mature, it would be. So that's a bit weird. I'm not quite sure what to make of it, but I might knock a little bit on appearance there. I don't know what you think.
I mean, there's a bit of openness of texture on mine as well, but I'm happy with that.
Yeah, it's nice and close. It's smooth. It's not mottled at all. There's no acid spots. It's nice and uniform colour.
So appearance-wise, I would say maybe 8.
No.
Yep.
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
And then the aroma.
It's got those sort of grassy notes for a traditional cheddar notes, farmhouse cheddar, which I quite like myself.
It's just beautiful and savoury on the nose, isn't it?
Absolutely. Just a hint of something a bit cooked, like cooked milk, which I really like, and a very clearly cheddar. So.
Yeah, I think that's got a really good aroma to it.
9?
Yeah, I'd go quite high for that. Very nice.
Yes, I would agree to that. That's good. It is the aroma of meadows, isn't it, really?
And texturally, it's interesting. It's not wet at all. It's not pappy. It's got a really good sort of spring to it. It's not sticky, which often, you start getting as cheddars start to break down if they're not made particularly correctly. They leave that kind of filminess on your fingertips. I'm not getting any of that with this. It just feels like, even though it's 2 years old, it's still got some structure to it, which I like.
Yeah, it hasn't gone brittle at all. It's it is a little bit flinty, which is good, but it breaks down. It's nice and smooth and buttery in the fingers, so that's superb.
Firm and really good resistance to it as well, isn't there?
And how are we going to measure this on texture, guys?
I'd go for a 9 again, because I really like it. It's obviously a very mature cheese, but it's retained its smooth body and texture. I don't know what you guys think. I'd go for a 9.
9 suits me.
Yeah, fine with me. I think it's impressive.
Great, thank you, guys.
And then from a flavor point of view, again, very impressive, very even flavor, delivers right up front. It's quite a direct flavor, but sometimes with cheddars, you taste them at the beginning and the flavor you get at the end is a whole different experience and not necessarily in a good way. Whereas I feel like this is like, it delivers and it stays the course without, there are no off flavors. There's nothing that makes me worried there. If I were going to be super critical, I might say it's a tiny bit one note, but that's like with my ultra hair splitting sort of hat on.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant. Myself, it's got longevity on the flavor. It's this full flavor, very complex. There's lots of flavors keep coming through, which is brilliant. And I can still taste it now. It has got longevity, which is good. It's not one-dimensional at all. So very good, I'd say. I'm not picking up any sort of yeasty or off flavors or anything at all.
None. No. Yeah, it's a really good length of flavour. It's quite tangy, the cheese, quite complex, and just keeps on and on delivering on flavour. Really love this one.
Great. So it sounds like a really high score to me. I mean, are we talking 9? Are we talking,
Definitely. Yeah, I'd say 9, maybe 9.5.
Yeah, definitely at least a 9, 9.5. I could be pushed to 9.5, and that's delicious. It really is.
Yeah, because it's difficult to find fault with it, really.
Let's go 9.5.
9.5, it is.
And then overall trueness to type, the only thing I'd knock with it is that rind. I want to see a sort of buff colored rind with more evidence of like it being dry, like the rind having dried and been formed by the molds before having the cloth peeled off. It's just the rind looks a little bit the rind looks a little bit either suffocated or artificial to me. So again, beautiful, like real cheddar flavor, tasting great. I might give it in terms of trueness to type, I don't know, 8. You could argue.
You'd like to see more of a developed mold garden on there, would you? Okay.
Yeah, like not puffy, but just, they have that beautiful kind of natural canvas feel when you get a real cloth bound cheddar and you pull the rind off, and it's just like there's a rind that's formed underneath that cloth that I just think is part of what it means to be a real cloth bound cheddar. And I'm not getting this here, and I'm not saying that it detracts from it being a delicious cheese, but in terms of being a British extra mature cheddar, I don't know. That's just my thought, but I talk me around.
Yeah, I'd go. I probably wouldn't be as mean as you. I'd go 8.5.
I could. Yeah, I'd push to 8.5. I mean, it's not unattractive. So you're right. There isn't that same mold garden there, but it has been cloth bound. The cloth's been taken off, but it does look attractive enough to me. But 8.5. I'm either way, really.
Okay. Bronwyn, you decide.
8.5 sounds good.
Are you happy with that, Bronwyn?
Yeah.
Every point counts, guys.
Good diplomacy team. Well done.
Okay, we're heading to the best blue next, guys. So the code is C for Charlie 1188.
Is that 2 more to come then, Carol?
Yes, we've got this one is the first, and then we have Artisan Soft after that.
Looks like a lovely piece of blue Stilton. Obviously.
That's very good veining as far as the one I can see in Terry's. Pretty uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, and I really like the color of the rind, how it has that sort of rosy pink with the mold growing through it. I think that's very characterful and promises interesting flavors within. So I'd go high on appearance for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's got a nice. There's no cracking on the coat, which is good. Sometimes they do tend to crack during storage. There's light staining. We call it staining around the edges. Sometimes that can get a bit too heavy, but this is very well presented, and the veining is excellent. It's a lot of veining all the way through the cheese. I don't know about you guys, but I've got either a top or a bottom of the cheese, so it's got a bit of the coat on the side and the top or the bottom. But that's not a fault. I mean, that's just explaining. Sometimes you may get a little bit less bluing, and you can see where the needles have pierced the cheese. But overall, I think that's an excellent piece of Stilton.
Yeah, same with mine. Beautifully developed mold there. Very even bluing right throughout. Lovely creaminess there, and nice breaking down close to the rind. I would score that very highly. It looks very impressive, this one.
Me too. Yeah, I mean, higher than 8. Would you go 8.5, 9?
I'd say a 9 myself.
8 and 9. I'm happy with 9. Yeah.
Cool. That sounds good to me.
Aroma, guys.
Can't wait to taste this and smell it.
I mean, already without cutting into it, you're getting that very pungent aroma coming through. It's quite sweet on the nose, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite pungent. It's got the typical Stilton aroma. Lovely. No off flavors or taint. Sometimes you can pick up a yeasty note in blue cheeses, but there's nothing at all bad about this one.
I mean, if I were to be super picky, I might say that it's a little bit ammoniated on the rind. Obviously, it's a blue cheese. There's loads of protein breakdown. That's where ammonia comes from. A certain amount of that would be expected. It may have been exacerbated by the fact that it was in a plastic wrap, probably for a few weeks before it reached us. Again, I would give it a high mark.
Okay, so where are we on the aroma? 9 again?
I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, all right. 9,
Okay.
8.5, 9. I feel.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a really good piece of Stilton. I'd go for 9.
Go for it.
I would. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Can we go with texture next, guys?
Texture very smooth, creamy, buttery. Again, I can't really fault the texture. It's the sort of cheese you could spread on a cracker quite easily.
I agree. It's got a super texture. It's very, very smooth. I think the descriptor buttery is very apt. There's no like graininess or sandiness around the blue, which can be quite off-putting in this style of cheese if it's not right, but that's spot on. So yeah, really good.
Very, very smooth, very, very creamy, and holds together very well.
9?
Yeah, I'd go for a 9 again on texture.
Yeah,
Don't know about you guys.
It's very impressive. To me, that's a standout element of this cheese is the texture. It's really, really good.
What would have made it a 10, Bronwyn, out of interest?
Even more sort of lightness, and even like when you cut it, the surface looking like sort of shiny marble, you know, that beautiful, almost glowing appearance. Sometimes if you get a Stilton that is just absolutely spot on, it's almost like got this really luminescent marble-like surface. And I feel like this is almost there, but it hasn't achieved that.
And it is difficult because at the end of the day, we have a 200-gram piece here that has been in transit and it's been wrapped in plastic. So it is tough, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, plus we've got other cheeses and you always need a little bit in reserve in case you get something mind-blowing.
True. So flavor-wise?
Flavor, please.
Obviously very flavoursome. It's probably a mature type Stilton, which is good, just the way I like it. Nice sweet and savoury notes.
Maybe you're
very well balanced.
I was going to say, maybe you're going to accuse me of liking to eat my Stilton too old. I think it's a really, really nice, it's a good flavor that I'm getting. To me, I want, it has almost a little tiny edge of that, like, it's not bitter, but it feels like it's not totally broken down to the point where it's getting the sweet, syrupy, caramel, roasted flavors that I associate with Stilton when it's really at the peak of its ripeness. To me, the taste is just a little younger, a little bit more acid, a little bit more correct, but maybe not as like absolutely dry. I would, again, not faulty in any way, but just maybe held in a little bit more than I'd like in my like ultimate Stilton.
Yeah, it's creamy, it's well developed, it's optimum maturity, but there are some harsh back notes to that I'm finding, which I was surprised about because I was expecting more sweetness, more fudginess really, which is not there really, but a very mature Stilton, very nice.
Yeah, it looks like it should be delivering that really mature profile, and then it doesn't, and it's a little bit like dissonant from that perspective. Again,
Yeah. I'd agree with you, Alan. Now I'm picking up those slight harsh at the back of the throat. I think the upfront flavour was very nice, but it tends to linger with a slight harshness at the back of the throat.
7?
So 8.5 on flavour.
No, well, I would go with Bronwyn on that 7.
7. Oh, right. Okay. Right. I missed that because I had to go and plug my phone in. The battery was running out.
So what are you gonna? It's what do you? If it was 2 7s and an 8.5, what do you think? What do you think there, Cherry? 7, 7.5.
7.5 is fine. I don't know about the other guys agreeing with that.
I'd go to 7.5. Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. What we're going? Yeah. Do we have any more on that one, Cara? Any more?
So we need to go true to type, Nigel.
Yeah.
I would say it is true to type. So it's got that evenness, it's got the look, it's got the rind. It's up to maturity or whatever. I would score it highly on being true to type.
Yeah, I think all round it was a really good cheese. Gluing was very good. It was all over the cheese. The crust was light. It wasn't cracked at all. Light staining. So I think apart from the slight back note on the flavour, I think it's a very good piece of Stilton. So true to type, I would go 8.5.
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got one more, Cara, haven't we? One more cheese.
The last one is the Artisan soft cheese, and the number that you should have with you is F for Foxtrot 71119.
Okay. So what we're doing, thank you very much for that, is that because we're slightly behind time, is that Terry can taste the 3, but he missed afterwards, but we won't do it on camera. And Cara or Lee will just tell him the points that we've given already been allocated and see if he agrees with those. Because after this one, I'm going to then interview Bronwyn, and then we're going to get on to the first of the Recognising Excellence Awards. So this is the last cheese we're going to get through. So over to you.
Great. So appearance-wise, I think it's great. Lovely, flossy, geo-rind, no blemishes whatsoever. A little crumpled in a really inviting way. I like it.
Yes, I agree. It's a very attractive little cheese. Sort of thing you'd have on your cheese board, which would provoke discussions. So yes, it looks very nice. Nice coating of penicillin mold on the surface, the white mold. No blemishes.
Yes, I can't add anything to that at all. So yeah, very happy with that.
Okay.
Attractive little cheese. Perhaps again a little fallen. So, but I give it a reasonably high mark.
What mark should you give it, Alan?
I'll give it an 8.
Okay.
Okay.
Aroma-wise, I think it's very characteristic. It has that real geo-y, like baby powder punchiness, quite whiffy in a good way. Quite pronounced. I think aroma-wise, I'd score it quite highly.
Gents?
Yeah, the aromas, it's very clean. You can obviously smell the surface, the mold. So it's very good, clean, nothing at all wrong with that. Nice, milky, fresh flavour, aroma.
Yes.
Alan, what do you think, and how many points would you give it?
Strong, interesting. I would give that an 8 again.
Yeah, I'd go a little bit higher myself.
Lovely perfume to the cheese.
Yeah.
8.5?
Yeah, I'd go for 8.5. Yeah, it's a very nice little cheese.
And then texturally, again, really inviting, quite silky. Sometimes these kind of cheeses can be like little bullets by the time they've matured, but this still maintains its dense, but it's still silky. And the rind is very thin and in control. Again, I'd give that from a texture point of view, I'd give that a 9, personally.
Yeah. Very buttery and smooth in the mouth. It's not grainy at all. So I'd agree. Superb.
Really delivers. Sorry.
Carry on.
Yeah. So really delivers for me as well. Nice breaking down close to the rind. Quite chalky and smooth in the middle. And very creamy near the rind. So beautiful. An
9
8 for me.
8.
Yeah.
8.5.
Yeah, I'd go 8.5.
Very good.
9.
Yeah, we do that.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
very.
8.5. Are you happy with 8.5, or do you give it 9 or 8.5?
Happy with 8.5.
8.5.
Okay, 8.5.
Is that for texture, guys? Yeah.
The
Texture.
texture. And then flavor-wise, it's good salt. It's very balanced, quite gentle. For me, the only thing holding it back from a super high score is that there's a little bit of soapiness left on my palate after I swallow it. So kind of that lipolytic soapy flavor.
And
Yeah.
do you agree?
Yeah, I think that's very slight, but it is overall. It's very Moorish. I mean, if you had this cheese on a cheese board, I'm sure people would be coming back for more and more. It's quite rounded, smooth, buttery. I think it's a lovely piece.
There's a lot of complexity in there as well, isn't there?
Mm.
A good length of flavor, good longevity.
So let's not knock it too much. What do you think?
Flavor and point. Yeah.
An 8, I think.
8?
Yeah.
8.
Okay, 8, Carl.
Yeah.
Trueness to character, again, I would go very high. It's it delivers what it sets out to do. I would say 9.
9, I do that. Yeah, happy with that.
Yeah, definitely a 9. Yeah.
Well done, team. That's brilliant. Thank you very much. Terry, well done you. I'm sorry it technically that was a tricky one, but don't worry, you'll get the opportunity to try the other 3, and one of our moderators will talk you through that. Might be over a phone or FaceTime or something.
Yes,
and they'll relay the points to you. So thank you very much. Alan, that was great. Thank you very much. You've done yourself, Bruce, and all of us proud. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much for lending us your palate and your expertise. And Bronwyn as well, Neil's Yard's finest. Thank you so much. And we're going to stay on with you because we're going to talk about the Artisan cheesemaking bursary as well.
Excellent.
So,
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye. See you later.
Bye.
Right, there you go. Thank you. Well done, Bronwyn. And well done. Well pushed on at the end there. I appreciate that.
The clock is ticking. Yeah.
Firstly, how exciting is this? Tell us more what it involves.
Well, I mean, we're really, really excited to have the support of the Virtual Cheese Awards for this conference. It's been going on since 2012 when we had the first one. And really, it was an initiative to try to mobilize more technical information and make it available to the cheesemakers of the UK. Clearly, it's a really dynamic industry, and yet we seem to be, there are many, many obstacles if one sets out to be a cheesemaker to achieving that kind of cheese nirvana, not least sort of QA related microbiological challenges, regulatory challenges, but also in terms of trying to make something that's unique and tastes of a specific place. And so we thought getting the world's great minds, whether they're coming from America or from France or from further afield or from here in the UK, to come and present to cheesemakers at a conference was a great way of getting information out there and forming relationships. So yeah.
Yeah, so great. And then the bursaries as well. But you're going with those.
So this is new this year, and it's so exciting because obviously putting on a conference is a very expensive thing to do, and we have to cover our costs. But it means that the ticket price is not cheap, and I've always been aware and that accessibility is really important for a conference that's designed within its DNA to try to make information available to a wide audience. And so with that in mind, we've recorded. Done video recordings and posted them online of many of the presentations from past conferences. But at the same time, there's no substitute for really being there. And I think that the Virtual Cheese Awards' willingness to sponsor a great number of bursaries for people who wouldn't otherwise be able to attend really puts us a big step forward in terms of being able to deliver on our mission. So it's quite exciting.
Great. And then, yes, people applied to those. You've awarded those. And just remind me of the dates then of the conference.
So it's the 23rd and 24th of August of this year. It's a Tuesday and Wednesday, and it's held at North Cadbury Court in Somerset. So it's a cheese conference, but it has a little bit of Downton Abbey style and some good food to boot.
I've hit golf balls off the roof of that building, that very building as well. And there's even there's a disco downstairs and a casino in the basement. You'll have to,
no shortage of opportunities to have fun.
It's a brilliant place as well, and you know, North Cadbury is most stunning place and synonymous with cheese, as we well know.
It's
so
the perfect place to hold the conference. We're
well,
really
great. But how exciting to have that to look forward to, Bronwyn. Yes. Thank you very much, and for the bursaries, we'll be announcing those as well, so people can go along and take part. But thank you very much for your expertise, your time today, and very exciting, because this is the moment. I've got Holly Shackleton warming up in the wings, because we're going to be finding out who's won the accolades for the Recognising Excellent Winners. That's coming up now. Thank you. Holly, you're there. You've waited patiently. Thank you very much. What a day.
No, it's a pleasure. I'm starving now. Craving some cheese. Those looked amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, I know what you mean. You start drooling after a while. I think, my goodness, blue cheese. And the ones you're spooning out. But anyway, it means we've got, this is the sharp end. This is when we're finding out who's done what. And the other one is going to put us out of our misery for this next stage. So over to you, Holly Shackleton.
Great stuff. So yes, I'm Holly Shackleton, editor of Speciality Food magazine, and we're very, very proudly the media partner of the Virtual Cheese Awards. The magazine's been running for 20 years now. We've been connecting the fine food industry and celebrating excellence in the sector. And I'm very, very excited to be involved in today's final and proud to get the excellent job of announcing the winners in the Recognising Excellence Awards 2022. So the awards were set up to celebrate the people that make British cheese so great. They recognise emerging talent in the cheese industry, the heroes who go above and beyond for the love of cheese, and young cheesemakers who are the future of the industry. There's also a special award for sustainability, the businesses who are promoting sustainable agriculture and ensuring that the British cheese industry is good for people as well as the planet. So without further ado, the first award is the Cheese Hero 2022 award, here to celebrate a revolutionary who's championed a cause or continues to support, innovate and inspire. Highly commended is Chiswick Cheese Market. It was set up in May 2021 after Britain's cheesemakers were struggling due to the pandemic and the hospitality industry being closed. They started with 21 stalls and the market's now extended to 36, selling over 150 fine cheeses in their monthly markets. Really impressive stuff. And the winner is Rhonda Grant from Dale Farm. Woo-hoo! Congratulations. Rhonda's a truly inspirational and dedicated member of the Dale Farm team. With a passion for cheese, she's worked within and supported the dairy industry for over 20 years, championing innovation in crafting naturally matured cheese and promoting NPD. She began her work in Dale Farm as a temporary lab supervisor, but quickly made a positive impression, working her way up to cheese production manager and now her present role, managing an ever-growing team of cheese graders as cheese grading and stock control manager. Her team of one has now grown into a department of 6 cheese graders who Rhonda continues to support and inspire. Congratulations, Rhonda.
Yes, well done you.
Well done. For the Young Cheesemaker 2022 category, we're celebrating someone under the age of 28 who's an emerging talent in the British cheese industry. They've been recognised for their passion, dedication, and total commitment to cheese. So highly commended is Heather Taylor from Nettlebed Creamery. She has spent a year working for the renowned farmhouse cheesemakers Norton and Yarrow, looking after their goats, milking, and kidding. When COVID struck, she was looking for a new challenge and applied for a role as assistant cheesemaker at Nettlebed Creamery. Heather quickly became the mainstay of the team, and according to the team, quote, "Her enthusiasm for cheese and determination to make every batch better than the last is infectious. Her enthusiasm is matched by her appetite to learn. Heather is always keen to spend time with other cheesemakers, exchanging hard work for advice and knowledge. Through dedication, determination, and increasing expertise, Heather has been critical in helping to make our 3 cheeses the best they have ever been." On the 1st of January this year, Heather was promoted to head cheesemaker, a very impressive achievement given her age. She leads a happy team of cheesemakers, many of them significantly older than her, with inspired leadership and enthusiasm to continuously improve. So, and then the winner is, Sam Guinness from Four Brothers.
Woohoo! Well done, Sam. Fantastic.
So Sam converted a garden shed into a cheese room in 2019 and has worked very hard to bring 2 new cheeses to the market, Pippin and Bryony, which are made using milk from the Ayrshire cows on the farm surrounding his cottage. It's a one-man enterprise, so he does all the cheese making and then all the selling, from wrapping to delivery to invoicing. He feeds his pigs with the whey left over from the process, so there's 0 waste as well. And he's a real inspiration for all creatives who really care about ethical, sustainable, and enjoyable produce. And natural progression to the Sustainability Trophy, which is sponsored by Wyke Farms. This is dedicated to anyone in the industry who's made a difference in the field of sustainability, a business or an individual who's revolutionised the way we do something, championed a cause, or continue to support, innovate, and inspire. Highly commended is Godminster. Congrats. And the team at Godminster say, "Nature repays those who treat her kindly" is our motto. And we think that all the care we put into our farm is repaid in kind. The cows are raised organically, and our sustainable approach to farming won us the Best Organic Farm over 10 hectares title at the UK's only organic awards. We're proud to say our farm is carbon negative by over 985 tonnes of CO2 a year, which is similar to driving around the world 125 times. This is a great milestone in our effort to look after our patch of countryside for generations to come. Really impressive. And there are joint winners for this category. The first is the Ethical Dairy. Wilma Finley created the Ethical Dairy to use all the milk produced by the farm's organic cow with calf dairy system on site. The brand prioritises environmental sustainability in all activities, and topics include biodiversity, climate change, plastic, and net zero are a core part of Wilma's communication with customers. In the past year, the Ethical Dairy has participated in several COP26 events, published thought leadership responses to the IPCC report, worked with Pasture for Life to raise awareness of biodiversity and pastoral farming, participated in a video for Scotland's climate change with South of Scotland Enterprise, hosted a visit from Minister Pippa Hackett, Minister of State in Ireland, and promoted soil organic matter data that demonstrates the farm sequesters substantially more carbon than it emits. I'm sorry, there was so much proactivity there, so much good work that they're doing. I stumbled over my words. I'm sorry.
That's good, because they're very good. They've done very well.
It's amazing. She says environmental sustainability was designed into our cheese production and store. Heating powered by a micro anaerobic digester, natural cooling for the store by renovating a farm building with thick stone walls. Plastic is minimised with plastic-free checkout options. We use wool-cool insulation and are trialling biodegradable wrappers and eco-paper tape for boxes. Really impressive stuff.
Really good.
Congrats.
Well done, the Ethical Dairy.
And Sharpham Dairy.
Aha! The joint winners.
Very
Well
good.
done.
Congratulations.
Hello.
Hi, Greg.
How you doing?
Go on, but you have to keep quiet for a minute, Greg, while you told why you won this. Go on, over to you, Holly. Holly, yeah.
So Greg took on Sharpham Dairy in 2019 with a mission to develop an ethical business that his team, suppliers, and customers would be proud to be associated with. It demonstrates sustainability in the broadest sense, which embraces community, staff, animals, farmers, supply chain and retailers, as well as the environment. 2 years on, Sharpen's just been declared the first UK cheesemaker to be B Corp certified. It's really impressive. Greg is keen that it's seen as an example and inspires others. B Corp measures a company's social and environmental impact across 5 areas: governance, workers, community, environment, and customers. It's difficult to achieve, and rightly so, and certification is only the start. It recognises the positive impact a company has now, but also commits it to improvement. It's given Greg a framework to grow sustainably in a way which balances profit with purpose. B Corp appealed to Greg because, as he said recently, it wasn't about business having to sacrifice everything in order to be good. It was very much about sustainability, starting with commercial sustainability, in order to then make a difference. Greg also champions local food as co-founder of Southwest Food Hub and chair of Food and Drink Devon.
Well done. There you go, Mr. Parsons. Who would have thought, what a journey you've been on over the years. You've worked for lots of companies of different sizes, but to get, a joint board with alongside the Ethical Dairy for this accolade, well done to you. Is it something that you'd been thinking about for a while, or was Sharpen also a natural marriage of the two?
I think, as everyone will know, there was a very good start at Sharpen already. But I think for Nikki and I, my wife and I, when we brought into the business back in 2019, it was an opportunity unhindered by big companies to set a company out the way we want to do business. And having read a lot about B Corp and seen, some people in the UK like Paul Hargreaves up at Cotswold Fair driving the message, it really fitted with our way in which we wanted to run our business, really. And sustainability is a word that's been spoken much over recent years, but quite often it's just related to the environment, which is critically important because we all must address climate change. But also, you've got to have sustainable businesses to make a difference, and it's important that we as businesses set ourselves out to be there in order to be able to afford to make the difference over time. So that was the appeal for us. Is it was a broad brush approach, really difficult to get involved in, but really well worth the journey. And it's the start, not the finish, really, of the journey.
Yeah, and for you to be recognised in awards like this, well done. And to the Ethical Dairy, I think it's great. All that hard work and the many hours that go into it. You think, well, actually, this is anything but a greenwash. This is the ethos behind our business and the way going forward, which I'm sure consumers and people will really appreciate.
Yeah, I think as well, hopefully it'll inspire more cheesemakers, dairy businesses, agricultural-based businesses to follow the journey, because I think we're in a time when there's a lot of criticism thrown at our sector, and actually through lockdown we've had the opportunity to be a bit more transparent about what we do, and some people like what they see, and it's not aligned with the stories they hear sometimes. And I think that we do great things. We use energy, yes, we use the countryside, but I think certainly the people in our peer group try and be as compassionate and as positive as they can. So hopefully more people will want to come on board and join things like B Corp, which is not just about, it's a way of doing things, it's a community, it's global, and it's something that's great to be a part of, and very honoured to receive this award today.
Well done, you and Nikki. You're bringing normal energy to it, and well done. And well done to the Ethical Dairy, who are our joint winners for sustainability. Thank you so very much. That's it. Go and get your blood changed now. Hang from a beam, have a cup of tea. Find out who our new cheesemaker accolade is. Sponsored by the Newton Somerset, by the way. So, Holly, that's who we're moving on to. We might even have a little bit of a thing that comes up, but new cheesemaker.
Yes, so this is new for this year. It's awarded to someone in the industry who deserves to be recognised as an emerging talent and has been making cheese either for an existing company or has set up their own in the past 3 years. So highly commended is Juan Regatti from the Buffalo Farm.
Oh, well done, Juan.
So Juan joined the Buffalo Farm in Fife from Venezuela, where his family farm buffalo and make cheese, including mozzarella from their own milk. He's brought a wealth of knowledge and experience to Scotland and made Stephen Mitchell's dream of becoming Scotland's first producer of buffalo mozzarella a reality. He's infectiously passionate about the welfare of the animals and the unique characteristics they bring to the cheese. And he's keen to develop new cheeses for the Buffalo Farm to add to its portfolio in the future. Stephen told us, the Buffalo farm is very new to the cheese industry and has a long way to go to grow its brand. Juan is an integral member of our team, and we hope to encourage him to follow his passion and further his cheese-making career as he continues to guide us along our journey. So,
Juan Regatti, the Buffalo Farm, Scotland, fantastic.
Amazing. And the winner is Jenny Lee from Torpenhow Cheese Company.
There you go. Well, my goodness. Go on, just how to drive for a minute while Holly briefly tells you why you won this accolade.
So Jenny established the company on her family farm in 2019 in an attempt to add value to the grazing herd's pasture-fed organic milk. Having planned, designed and set up the cheese company in a converted buyer, the Lee family started making cheese. Their first cheese had matured in time for the start of the first lockdown, which saw all the traditional markets and outlets for their product shut down. Using village WhatsApp groups and local butcher shops, which were the only businesses open at the time, Jenny stoically grew the business, delivering cheese door to door on foot, bike and van, with children in tow for their homeschooling lessons. She was rewarded by having returning customers within the first few weeks. Local people and shops saw the value of a local organic food producer on their doorstep and supported the new cheese company throughout the pandemic. Now in their third year of operation, Jenny has mentored and employed 3 new cheesemakers, providing training and new jobs for local people.
Wow, you've got your special helpers there as well. Fantastic.
Yeah, some of them.
Crew. Who have you got with you?
So this is Isla. This is one of mine. And we've got Lily and Alfie, whose mum works here as well.
Well done, you. All that hard work, it's paid off. You. Fantastic.
It's been great. We're so proud of what we've done. We're still learning, but we're really proud of our cheese, and some of it's we've watched being judged by yourselves, and the feedback's brilliant, and we're really proud of what we do.
And as a farming, again, I mean, you're Wigton as well. That's where you're based, is it not?
Edge of the Lake District. So we've made lots of changes to the farm. We changed the cows. We've fully grazed them. They're 100% pasture fed, organic, and we're producing lovely milk. And we just felt we weren't being paid the right price for it. So that was the reason behind what we've done. And it's hard work. We've worked hard at it, but it's going well.
Well, it's great to be appreciated, and you say all that hard graft as well. But you listen to the little voice in the back of your head, and it's the one that's paid off, because that's what people want. They'll pay the extra. It's about provenance and traceability. They want to know where it's from and how it's made. And it's fantastic that you've been voted new cheesemaker on the back of that. Well done. And it's great that you've got someone with a tie. That's the first tie we've seen on screen all day. And they're scrubbed up brilliantly.
I think it's a clip-on one. Yeah.
Well, whatever. Well done. Really well done, you. I can see how much it means, and you should just go and pat yourself on the back and just say well done. And we'll track down Torpenhow cheese.
Brilliant.
Now we know it's from Wigton in the fine Cumbrian, stratosphere. Well done, you.
Thank you very much.
Holly, you can see how much it means there. We've got editor of the Speciality Food magazine. How much it meant to Jenny and the family. Well done.
Absolutely,
well done,
so exciting.
Holly,
well done,
guys. Very much. Woo. Okay, we've got the big. Right. Gosh, category winners. How exciting. Is there a wit in the house? Sarah DeWitt? Because she's the one who's going to be telling us and talking us through. We've got the different categories, and then we've got the regional winners as well. And then we've got the overall, the supreme champion, and we're counting down 3, 2, 1. And we know that, of course, in the last couple of years, and when Sarah appears, I'll know that she's ready to rumble. I think that's the way it works. But just to recap, but the categories are Best Enhanced, Speciality, Territorial, Artisan Hard, Cheddar, Blue, and Artisan Soft.
Can't hear Nigel.
There you are, Sarah, never in doubt. But the winners of the Supreme for the last 2 years were from Feltham Farm, from Somerset's Blackmore Vale, La Fresca Margarita last year, and then it was Renegade in 2020. Yeah, I can hear me coming out of your speaker, Sarah. So we just put me on mute. We'll sort that one out.
Territorial, Artisan hard, cheddar,
if you can, Sarah.
and Artisan soft.
So,
there you are, Sarah.
yeah, so there you go. We'll talk more about them in a minute. That was to Marcus Ferguson and Penny Nagel, who are our winners from the last 2 years. But now we're going to find out about. Over to you, Sarah. Category winners.
Yeah, I can hear me coming out of your
right.
Just minimize it here. There you are. That was to Marcus Ferguson and Penny Nagel, who are our winners.
Okay, back to me, because this is what I'm here for, is that when things like this happen, and we're just working out the technical side. But if you didn't just get that bit, it was remarkable for the last 2 years for our, because bear in mind this is year 3 of the Virtual Cheese Awards, that are winners over the last 2 years. I mean, we talked earlier on with Roger Longman from White Lake in the Shepton Mallet. I mean, he was voted 3 years running different cheeses for the British Cheese Awards. Well, similarly for us with the Virtual Cheese Awards, it was Feltham Farm who won it in the first 2 years with their last year La Fresca Margarita, which was type of Spanish style, very light cheese, both cow's milk cheese, and then Renegade Monk, which was completely different, which is a blue pungent cheese washed in ale, and that was our winner in 2020. So there you go. So that's the background to it. But now you're with us, Sarah. It's all right.
Sorry, apologies.
That's fine.
I had a bit of an echoey, funny thing going on, so we're now sorted.
I'm not hearing me once, but hearing me 2 or 3 times isn't great. But category winners.
Right, so. Okay, so the best enhanced category winner is Hartington Creamery with the product Peakland White with chocolate and chili.
Oh, right. Yes, I love that.
So definitely a dessert type cheese, which the judges loved.
Yeah.
So basically, the judges' comments were very different. Delivers a wow. The aroma grabs you with a gentle chili tickle, which whispers in your ear. So very, very poetic. Thank you very much for that one.
Very good. Well done.
Okay, so moving swiftly onwards to the best speciality cheese, which was won by Blackwood's Cheese Company, a cheese called Edmund Chew. And the judges' comments were an incredibly powerful cheese and very well packaged. Just to let you know that this category is sponsored by Speciality Fine Food Fair. So thank you very much, Speciality Fine Food.
Tara, the whole crew, there you go.
Okay, so moving on swiftly, the best territorial cheese. This category is sponsored by Booths, so thank you very much, Booths. And this is won by Mrs. Kirkham's Lancashire, Mrs. Kirkham's Tasty Lancashire Cheese.
Well done. Graham will be very delighted about that. Well done to him.
So the judges' comments were exceptional, a good example of a Lancashire which ticks all the boxes. So well done, Graham. Yeah. Best Artisan hard cheese, sponsored by Neil's Yard. Thank you very much, Neil's Yard. This was won by Liner Dairies. So well done, Catherine. Yeah. For traditional Cornish Yarg. The judges' comments here were a beautiful looking specimen, well placed, immaculate example of this cheese, a modern British classic. Perfectly churned, crumbly in the middle, rich and creamy with a salty twang, very well balanced.
Great, well done, well done. Catherine, all the crew on dairies.
We're now moving on to the best cheddar, sponsored by Harvey and Brockles. Thank you very much. This is won by Keen's Cheddar for the traditional raw milk extra mature cheddar.
Great. Great to have a raw milk winner as well. Well done. Yeah.
The judges' quotes were a fantastic example of a extra mature cheddar, ticks all the boxes, beautifully balanced with complex flavours. Superb job. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, well done. And a raw milk cheese as well.
So the best blue category, sponsored by the Cheese Man. Thank you very much for that. Was won by the company Cropwell Bishop for the classic blue Stilton. The judges' comments were rounded balance. Great example of a Stilton, beautiful blue distribution with a lovely ivory coating. Well done, Cropwell Bishop.
Yeah, fantastic.
And last but not least, in terms of the category winners, we have Best Artisan Soft, sponsored by Neil's Yard. Thank you very much again. Which is won by a company called 10 Acres Cheese, and the product is called Hebden Goat. Funny enough, it's a neighbour of mine.
Yeah, I know that. Well, yeah.
And the judges' comments were an amazing cheese, looking good, delicate, enticing, goaty flavour with sweetness, a light, delicate texture. So well done, 10 Acres Cheese with Hebden Goat.
Yeah, fantastic. What a great variety, and really old and new, fantastic. Absolutely everything we wanted. Pasteurized raw milk, that's all in there. Thank you very much for our sponsors as well. Much appreciated. Wow. Regional winners.
So the regional winners, the best regional cheese of Northern Ireland, sponsored by Invest NI. Thank you very much. Is won. So the cheese which is won is called Triple Rose, and this is made by Ballyliss of Omagh.
Okay, Ballyliss of Omagh. Fantastic.
The best regional cheese of Wales, sponsored by Food and Drink Wales. Thank you very much again, Food and Drink Wales, for your sponsorship. Is won by a cheese called Heritage Teffy, and it's made by Teffy Cheese.
Okay. Heritage.
Well done, Teffy Cheese.
Teffy even, that's possibly. There you go. Fantastic. Great. Well done to Wales. Heritage Teffy. Scotland.
And the best regional cheese of England, sponsored by the Cheese Merchant, is won by Keen's Cheddar.
Fantastic.
So the cheddar has won, which has won is the traditional raw milk extra mature cheddar.
Okay, well done to them.
Well done, Keen's.
Absolutely, well done to them. Well,
and
Terry came to us. Go on, sorry.
Last but not least, we still have got the Scottish cheese to go. So we have the best regional cheese of Scotland, and this was won by the cheese Connage Age Gouda, made by Connage Highland Dairy.
Connage Highland Dairy. Well done to them. Well done for Triple Rose, Heritage Teffy, and Keen's Cheddar. So well done for all of those for our 4 regional winners. Gosh. And now cometh the hour, cometh the time, cometh the moment. What a day we've had. What 3 great years we've had in the build-up. But it's a supreme champion time, and it's only appropriate that our founder is going to announce. So Sarah, we've got a 3rd, 2nd, and then we've got the supreme champ.
So I was just quickly going to announce the prize that the best of British cheese wins. So the prize includes free editorial, features and digital coverage in Speciality, Food Magazine, and Great British Food Magazines, which is worth about £4,000. The opportunity to have the winning cheese showcased at Speciality and Fine Food Fair by the Virtual Cheese Award team, worth about £5,000. A Level 1 Academy of Cheese course and a year's subscription worth over £300. A pair of return Eurostar tickets, and the potential opportunity to be listed at a retailer. More details to be discussed later. So let's get this show on the road and finished off. So in third place, bronze, we have Cropwell Bishop with the classic blue Stilton.
Wow, well done. Fantastic. What a great cheese.
Well done, Cropwell Bishop.
Time. And yeah, gorgeous cheese, and did really well. We could see it was wowing our judges to all the different classes, and then in the final one as well. So well done. In bronze place, third place, Cropwell Bishop Stilton.
So in second place, in silver, is Blackwoods Cheese Company with a cheese called Edmund Chew. So very well done, Blackwoods with Edmund Chew.
Absolutely, well done to them. Hurrah! Edmund Chew, which was our best speciality.
And in first place, the gold supreme champion and the best of British cheese is...
And do we have
Queen's Cheddar?
Not Stilton Farm, possibly. Here we go.
Queen's Cheddar with the traditional raw milk extra mature cheddar.
Oh,
well, there's a surprise.
Well,
thank you very much.
Well done to you. That's fantastic. And what's great, again, throughout the day as well, but it just kept coming through all the different, because obviously cheddar's a well fought category, particularly getting to this stage, George, because it's, you know, a lot have been whittled out on the journey forward. But well done. It must be so gratifying after all the years still that to be really...
I'm very lucky that I got family all around me, and my son is a cheesemaker, and my nephew produces the milk, and we all farm together with my brother as well, and the ladies as well help around about.
And how far back do we go, generation-wise and dates? You know?
Five. James is 5th generation cheesemaker, so we've been doing it for a long time, but we're still learning.
Yeah. Oh, good. I'm sure, but it's still nice to know that you're getting it right. You know, it's quite an interesting time for cheese generally at the moment, with a lot of other producers coming through. We just talked about Feltham Farm because they won it the last 2 years as well. Your new cheesemakers on the block. But it's great as a community, particularly in the last 2 years, a lot of people have been talking to each other and really helping them survive and get through it on so many levels. Yeah,
it's interesting. Just now in the green room, we were a number of farmers, and they're looking to the future and wondering how what things will be like in the next 6 months financially. But it's certainly very gratifying to have an award like this, and we're very, very pleased about that. We've always thought that cheddar had a potential to age on more, and we've been working for 3 or 4 years to try and age our cheddar, and so we've got a very nice extra mature and vintage cheddar that is being well received by judges and also lots of customers.
What ages are you aging them up to now?
Well, 2 years is easily. We're looking at 3 years, but we're not. There are lots of things that go wrong on the way.
You're experimenting. Well, today is yours. You and the team. You should, give yourself not just virtual hugs on the back, because we can do the real thing now as well. But George,
what a big hug.
Absolutely. Whatever. Yeah, I can do that. I believe it means I've just joined a gang in New York. But but well done, and it's a great triumph out of some fabulous cheeses to come through, and to win them all as well, and we're winners for England as well, but the supreme champion and everything that goes with it. So we salute you, George. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Great. All right. Well done to Holly Shackleton earlier on from Speciality Food Magazine, Fine Food, and the Fine Food Fair as well, for doing their sponsorship, all the different sponsors we've had. But Sarah, I've got a couple of thank yous myself, but over to you to say a couple of bits.
Thank you very much for the Secret Event Company for trying to get us in the right place at the right time. I'm not the best person to do that with. And thank you very much to all our sponsors, for all the entrants, cheesemakers, passion and willing to enter and kind of go all the way with that. And of course, the Virtual Cheese Awards team, who has pulled out all their stops and worked consistently amongst everybody else's businesses, which are going crazy as well. So yeah, huge thank you, and also to you, Nigel, for holding it all together.
Not at all.
As always, the professional, Nigel.
No, well, it's been a pleasure. It really is. I mean, it's a beautiful world that we live in the world of cheese. It's great, and I can't believe it's year 3 of the Virtual Cheese Awards, but you've done a fantastic job. But we just say, and Talia Bates and Nikki Wilkinson and Tara from a Secret Events Company, they're the ones who kept us going. Leah Aldridge, who's been helping me all day. Fantastic to keep me, also because I'm particularly on crutches, which doesn't help. But Cara Bowen and Lee Wedgebrow for the moderating, all our judges, Jeremy Bowen, of course, another member of the VCA team, of course, but particularly to two people, Vicky Rogerson, North PR, but also crucially at the Virtual Cheese Awards, and the one and only Sarah DeWitt. Well done for all your vision, for making it happen, and for getting some sleep in amongst it all, but not a lot. But we should be very proud of what you've achieved. Year 3 of the Virtual Cheese Awards. Brilliant. Well done. Cropwell Bishop, Blackwood for Edmund Chew, and then, of course, Keen's for their fabulous cheddar. It's the old and the new. What a great day. Sarah DeWitt, I salute you. Thank you. I've got to go and host an awards ceremony now here in Liverpool, but it'll be fine. It'll be good. Northwest Family Business Awards. But what a great show. Well done. I've no idea to turn any of it off, but well done to you. And thank you, everyone, who's been watching, going with us. It's been a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel.
All right.